My childhood friend seems to be the main heroine. Volume 1 by 3Poo. Translated by Gadgetized Panda. Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Prologue. In this world, there is something called destiny. When, where, with whom you meet, whom you fall in love with, and whom you marry, it's all predetermined. It's supposed to be unchangeable from the beginning. However, on a noisy summer day, with the loud chirping of cicadas, on that one summer day, destiny did change. Section. It's a common occurrence in stories, but for her, this was the second time. The trigger was unclear. She simply realized that, in an instant, time had rewound from adulthood back to her childhood. She experienced what is commonly known as a time leap. At first, she was astonished. It was only natural, considering that encountering events like those in a story where you're a character is something no one would expect. The first thought that came to mind was that this might be a dream. And she pinched her cheek. However, a stinging pain conveyed that this wasn't a dream but a literal reality. I can redo it. Once she realized she had gone back in time, the next emotion that surged was an overwhelming joy. If only she had done this at that time, or if only she had done it this way. That kind of regret is something every human has likely wished to go back and redo. Such what-ifs became a reality. It was only natural to feel joy. Having led a life below average, the joy was intense. During childhood, she was bullied because of her mother's inherited flaxen hair and indigo eyes. In elementary school, she fell in love with a boy her friend liked, causing a rift in their friendship, and she endured subtle bullying from the once close friend. In middle school, despite a relatively calm life attending classes in a separate room, she had no friends, and spending time alone in the classroom was painfully lonely. In high school, a significant turning point occurred. She was saved from a stalker by a knight in shining armor. It was the first time in her life that someone had saved her. It became the starting point of her understanding of love. After 2 years of fierce competition, she managed to become the knight's girlfriend, and it was, looking back, the happiest time for her. During college, she learned that the knight was just a human. He would never betray her. He loved only her. Thinking that way, she decided to maintain a pure relationship until marriage. However, that continued only until having a child. In reality, what was necessary was, "Sorry, senpai. I took X from you. X is my boyfriend now." "No, this is a misunderstanding, Lily." "Oh, even though you whispered love to me like this, I love you. You're the only one for me." Physical intimacy. Without that, a romantic relationship would crumble easily. As much chicane Lily painfully realized, reflecting on her past brought back only revulsion. It's a life with no redeeming qualities. Once was more than enough. This time, I will be happy. Nothing special was needed. Just a normal happiness. If she had that, she needed nothing else. With modest aspirations in her heart, she began her actions. I'm so done with this. The world turned out to be more stubborn and ruthless than Lily had imagined. In a campsite deep in the mountains, having lied to her parents and wandered to a secluded place, she found herself sitting down, inadvertently letting out a sigh of weakness. Under the out-of-season long sleeves, bruises and scratches were hidden. Hugging herself, a dull pain shot through her entire body. While grimacing at the pain, Lily looked back on how she ended up like this. She had time leapt back to when she was 3 years old, already attending kindergarten and being bullied. The first step was to do something about it. She explained to her mother that she was being teased for being different, and had her dye her hair black. If teased, she immediately cried to the teacher and tried to stay as close to the teacher as possible. Sometimes, she tried to logically outwit or counterattack when bullied, but this didn't go well. Her unchildlike responses and behavior earned her the dislike of the other children. "That girl suddenly changed hair color, and it's creepy. She's monopolizing our teacher, and it's unfair. Despite being protected by the teacher, she suddenly acts like she can say and do whatever she wants." Various reasons led to Lily being disliked by those around her, and she ended up completely isolated. The only person she could rely on was the teacher. However, there came a moment when the teacher wasn't around. Her bullies have been waiting for that moment to make a move on her. To make sure the bruises weren't immediately visible, they punched her under her clothes, threw mud at her, tripped her to make her fall, and subjected her to more insidious bullying than she had experienced in her original memories. A major failure right after the time leap. In an attempt to make the world better than before, it ended up becoming even worse. This realization shattered Lily's heart. Originally not mentally strong, her heart, already shattered by her lover's infidelity, was completely broken by this incident. "I want to die." Recently, every time Lily is alone, these words escape her lips, not as a joke, but with genuine intent. As a means to be liberated from this world of pain, she even considers it the most useful option. If nothing can be changed anyway, if she's just going to repeat the same things as before, struggling would be futile. She doesn't want to think about anything anymore. Death. Abandoning her thoughts, the word, death, came out of her mouth. In an attempt to faithfully carry it out, her body moved aimlessly, and in the next moment, screams echoed from above. "Ah, I'm gonna die, die, die. Die." "Kaya." "Fudge yeah." She turned her head to look in the direction where she heard the voice and saw a boy rolling down from the mountain. Funny. Ha ha ha. As Lily reflexively took a step back, suddenly a boy rolled down from the hill, passing by with tremendous force. He plunged into the bushes with great force. "Puka, I'm alive." "Ha ha. Amazing." "Funny." "Ha ha ha." Pulling his body from the bushes, confirming that he could move without any issues, the boy burst into genuine laughter. Observing the unexpected turn of events, Lily stared at him in bewilderment and, suddenly, their eyes met. "Hey, wasn't that awesome? I fell from way up there and still came out fine." "Yeah, it was something." "Oh, man. I thought I was gonna die when I slipped." Surprisingly, things work out somehow. "Maybe from around there." The boy pointed to a considerably high point on the mountain. It was a height where one would normally not come out unscathed. It could be considered a miracle that he wasn't seriously injured. Despite the potentially life-threatening experience, the boy was nonchalant. Whether he lacked a sense of fear, or perhaps he didn't fully comprehend the situation due to his childishness, Lily thought it was probably the latter. Rude as it may sound, Lily's initial impression of the boy's face was that he looked like an idiot. To clarify, it wasn't that he looked dim-witted, but rather, he exuded an air of carelessness and frivolity. She had no ill intentions. "Would you like to try it too? It's surprisingly fun." "I'll pass," or, "Come on." "It's fun." But it seems that Lily's observation was right and the boy made a foolish suggestion. The boy let out a dissatisfied sound when she refused. "If I get my clothes dirty, Mom will get mad at me." "Oh, I see. My mom's the same." "Oh no. My clothes are all torn. Mom's gonna be pissed." "Hey, do you have any spare clothes?" "Something nice. If I go back like this, I'll get in trouble with my mom." Feeling that the boy still wasn't giving up, she added a reason for her refusal. The boy nodded in agreement, and eventually, with a blue face, he asked if he could borrow her clothes. Upon closer inspection, although he didn't seem to have any injuries, his clothes were torn in several places, in a shabby state. Indeed, it was easy to imagine he would get scolded if he went back like this. If you go back to the campsite, well, there might be something there, I guess." "Really? Please lend them to me, just until I get back to the tent." Well, you see, the thing I brought is a one-piece dress." "One piece? Like the ones they show on TV?" "Well, I'm not sure about TV, but it's a one-piece garment that covers the body and has a skirt part at the bottom." "A dress for girls, huh?" "My mom's kinda dumb, so maybe she'll buy it." "I think it's impossible." "What does he think will work?" "Surely, that would be impossible. If her son returned from the woods wearing women's clothing, anyone would interrogate him about what happened. At least that's what she would do if she had children." Though she had never experienced having kids. "Oh well. I thought it was a good idea, though. Don't you dislike wearing girls' clothes?" "Not really. It's all the same fabric, right? As long as the important parts are covered." "Ah, you're that type." Surprised by the response, Lily was a bit taken aback. Does this boy have no shame? No. He probably doesn't. Otherwise, saying anything goes as long as it covers the important parts is unthinkable. Even if it's just someone else's matter, she couldn't help but worry about whether this boy could become a responsible adult in the future. Ugh. Well, it's a hassle. All right, let's play something else. Unable to come up with any other ideas, as if gave up on thinking, he then invited her to play. I gave up. I'm good. I have to go back to my mom soon. However, she indirectly declined his invitation. The way they met and what the boys said were too shocking, and although a normal conversation was happening, she had a strong aversion to people, especially men. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't speak at all if approached. She had thoroughly avoided any interaction with men. The reasons were obvious. The traumatic events involving men in her first life were the cause. There were multiple events of traumatic nature, and it wasn't surprising that she became this way. There was no wonder that she became this way. Hey, it's still early after lunch. It'll be fine for a little adventure in the mountains. Wait, T. But the boy, oblivious to her situation, forcefully took her hand and dragged her into the depths of the forest. Caught in a childlike grip, unable to shake off his hold, the girl was carried away into the heart of the woods. From then on, she was forced to participate in the boys' games. Do you know these leaves make a sound? I don't know. Well, try blowing on it. It makes a pretty good sound. Pew, pew. Ha ha ha. It sounds like a fart. Well, what can I do? It's my first time. Don't get mad. It's my bad. I'll teach you how to do it properly next time. That fruit on that tree looks delicious. Can we eat it? I think it should be edible. I read it in a book. Really? Okay, I'll get it. Wait a moment. It's dangerous. It's fine. It's fine. There we go. Got it. I'll drop it, so catch it. Here. Got it. Hey, drop it a bit more comfortably next time. Sorry. How about this? Good enough. All right, I'll get more. Sour. It's quite sour. The book mentioned it's edible, but maybe not tasty. Let's have a water splashing contest. The one who jumps the most wins. Huh, it's fine, but I've never done this before. Me neither. So it's okay. What do you mean it's okay? 15, 16, 17. I jumped a lot. 1. Why can't I jump? Pew. Hey, you laughed. I didn't laugh. You did laugh. I didn't laugh. They played the grass flute, tried eating wild tree fruits, and had a water splashing competition, utilizing the natural surroundings of the mountain for their games. Initially reluctant, she found herself immersed in the play as time flew by. In essence, yes, it was enjoyable. Perhaps it was because everything was new, and the fact that the other person was a complete stranger without any memories played a significant role. She could enjoy being a child without being triggered by strange traumas, simply engaging in playful activities. However, enjoyable times are fleeting, and as the sun started to set, it was time to bid farewell. Walking behind the boy on the dimly lit mountain path, the campsite came into view. Saito, where were you? It's my mum. She's definitely gonna be mad. Well then, today was fun. See ya. Wait. Yeah. What's up? As they entered the campsite, a woman who seemed to be the boy's mother ran towards them, shouting loudly. The boy's mother face showed a mix of anger and relief, with anger being the stronger emotion. The boy thought he would be scolded and hastily tried to escape. However, she stopped him. This was an opportunity she couldn't miss. For a while, she had been curious and decided to ask the boy a question she had been pondering. Hey, why did you forcibly invite me to play? Though only briefly interacting with him, she had noticed something. This boy was kind. He observed people well and didn't do things that would genuinely upset others. Therefore, the reason he forcefully took her away, even though she was genuinely reluctant, intrigued her. The boy stopped and showed a thoughtful expression before saying, simply because I wanted someone to play with. But I didn't dislike it. What? Really? You didn't look like you didn't like it. If that's the case, I'm sorry. No, it's, well, in the end, it was fun. So, it's okay. I see. That's good then. Hearing that Lily disliked it, the boy felt a bit guilty for doing something wrong, but as soon as she conveyed that it was fun, his expression softened and changed to a brighter one. However, the boy's reaction and such didn't matter to Lily at the moment. The words he had said earlier were echoing in her mind, refusing to leave. You didn't look like you didn't like it that much. At that time, she genuinely hated it. She wanted to break free from his grasped hand and escape right away, but the boy's strength was too much, and reluctantly, she went along with the play. She didn't dislike it. That couldn't be true. She disliked boys. She disliked being forced because of the bullying. She didn't like children either. She was afraid of interacting with people. If possible, she wanted it to end without getting involved with anyone. Yes, she thought that. She should be thinking that. Really? Hey, Saito. Where do you think you're running off to? Uh-oh. When did? I see. I guess that's how it is. Lily lets out a small, quiet sigh as the boy is caught by his mother. I hadn't given up yet. Come to think of it, it was simple. If you seriously want to die, if you're rejecting interactions with others, it would be strange not to resist more strongly at that time. However, she didn't do that because deep down, she still didn't want to die, wanted to be happy, and wanted to be involved with someone again. It seems that she is more reluctant than she thought. Thanks? Something she would never have noticed on her own. To the boy who gave her the opportunity to realize her true feelings, Lily sends words of gratitude from the bottom of her heart. The person himself doesn't understand what he's being thanked for. Tilting his head in confusion with a silly expression, Lily lets out a little smile, and the sky she looked up at was beautifully dyed in shades of crimson. This is the encounter with Saito Minezuki, who would later become her childhood friend. Due to this encounter that shouldn't have happened in the first place, Lily's destiny would undergo a significant change. However, at this moment, she had no idea of what was to come. Chapter 1, Entrance Ceremony. As the winter chill began to ease, and the sun rose a bit earlier in the spring, Saito Minezuki, a tall boy clad in a tracksuit, was running along the riverbank. Ha, 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 ha. With large strides, he extended his legs, maintaining a steady rhythm. But today, he was running a bit faster than usual, swiftly navigating the familiar path. Oh, good morning, Saito-kun. Good morning, Grandpa. You seem lively today too. Arriving at the turning point, he was greeted by a familiar old man. Saito responded energetically, slowing down and transitioning into jogging in place. Ha ha ha, I can't beat you, Saito-kun. You seem even more energetic than usual. Oh, did you notice? Today's my high school entrance ceremony. With even more enthusiasm than usual, Saito shared the news of his high school entrance ceremony with the old man. Oh, that's wonderful. Congratulations on your entrance. Thanks. I'm looking forward to it since it's my first time commuting by train. It's going to be so much fun. I see. Do your best. Yeah. I can't be late for the entrance ceremony. Well then, I'm off. See you, Grandpa. With words of encouragement from the old man, Saito said his goodbyes and resumed his run. Well, but the most exciting thing is going to school with her. As the distance increased a bit, Saito's lips curled into a faint smile. In his mind was the image of his childhood friend. They had been close for almost 10 years, but due to the considerable distance between their homes, they attended different schools in elementary and middle school. Now, with the opportunity of entering high school, they would finally attend the same school. There was no way they wouldn't be excited. When they both found out they had passed, Saito vividly remembered lifting her up, spinning her around, and celebrating their joy. All right, I need to get home quickly and get ready. He wanted to go to school with his childhood friend as soon as possible. With that thought, his feet naturally carried him forward, and before he knew it, he was running at almost full speed. It was visible that there would be a tremendous backlash after this, but Saito, who was high, couldn't stop his feet with his own will. Afternoon. Huff. It was too fast. Oh, Saito, you were early today. Returning home, Saito was completely exhausted, and as soon as he took off his shoes, he collapsed in the hallway, responding to the sound. His mother, Yabana, peeked out from the living room. Huff, huff. Ah, I'm tired. It's rare to see you, the stamina freak, like this. Well, got a bit carried away. I see. Well then, quickly go take a shower. You can't meet Lily-chan smelling like sweat. It had been a while since Yabana had seen her son in exhausted mode. Worried, she asked Saito for the reason, and his response was typical of him. Yabana couldn't help but show a wry smile and urged him to take a shower. Really? Are you okay? She sighed as she watched him not showing any signs of moving, but Yabana went back to preparing breakfast. Yum. Delicious. Mom, the dashimaki tamago today is as perfect as always. Thank you. Sigh. I guess he's always been like this. A few minutes later, Yabana realized that her worries were completely unfounded. Saito, who returned from the shower, was back to his usual self, devouring breakfast with gusto. Even if he caught a cold, he would quickly recover with a little rest. It was futile to worry about such minor things, and Yabana sighed. I think you're okay. But just to confirm, what time is the meetup? I think it was around 7:30 at that station. Let me check for a moment. Glancing at the rapidly disappearing mountain of rice, Yabana asked if he had enough time. Saito thought he was fine, as they had confirmed it thoroughly last night, but he felt a bit uneasy and opened his smartphone. He opened the messaging app and scrolled through the conversation with his childhood friend. It's okay, I was right. I'll leave a little before 7. All right, take care. As we discussed yesterday, your dad and I will leave a bit later. Got it? Thanks for the meal. Yes, you're welcome. Fortunately, Saito didn't misremember the meetup time, and it remained unchanged. Feeling relieved inside, Saito quickly finished the remaining food and stood up. He rinsed the used dishes lightly, returned to his room. New uniforms are not my thing. Shortly after returning to his room, Saito changed into his school uniform. Standing in front of the mirror, he moved around, feeling a bit uncomfortable. It doesn't go well with the tight-fitting clothes. Thinking this, he undid the first and second buttons, and loosened his tie a little. This will be fine, I guess. Upon looking in the mirror, Saito's appearance, with the tousled hairstyle and lively face, gave off a somewhat delinquent vibe, resembling some Yankee from somewhere. However, reassuring himself that everyone does this to some extent, Saito left the room with his school bag in hand. Saito, good morning. Good morning, Dad. The uniform suits you, does it? As Saito left the room, his father, Yo, appeared diagonally from the adjacent bedroom. After exchanging morning greetings, he complimented Saito on how the uniform looked on him, seeing him in it for the first time. However, considering that Saito had mistakenly thought of himself as somewhat delinquent earlier, he couldn't help but have an indescribable expression on his face. What's wrong? You don't seem too happy. No, it's nothing. It's okay. You're our handsome son, boasting good looks from me and your beautiful mother. Be confident, you're quite good looking. Your self-assessment is a bit high, isn't it? Saito may have misunderstood that son was trying to boost his confidence, but he was surprised by his dad's excessively high self-evaluation. Yabana, being his mother, was one thing, but Yo couldn't be described as handsome by any means. Saito thought his dad was probably exaggerating to cheer him up, but he didn't say anything more to avoid getting scolded. Well, thanks. I'm heading out soon. Yeah, take care. Choosing to leave the conversation before it got too lengthy, Saito performed his morning routine, fixing his bed head and brushing his teeth in the bathroom before leaving the house. Since the distance from home to the station was around 3 kilometers and walking would take a considerable amount of time, Saito used his bicycle to commute. Along the way, perhaps because it wasn't yet the time for elementary and middle school students to go to school, there were few people, allowing him to use the sidewalk. He arrived earlier than expected. Thanks to this. Wow, there are so many people at this hour. After parking his bicycle in the bike rack, Saito ascended the ticket gate and found quite a crowd. There were undoubtedly over 100 people in this cramped station, especially before 7 in the morning. Saito frowned at the unexpected number of people. Thought I could at least get a seat. It would take quite some time to reach the station where his high school was, so he wanted to sit down if possible. However, judging from the current situation, it seemed impossible. With his shoulders slumped, Saito used his commuter pass to pass through the ticket gate. He lined up at the nearby platform and, while collecting login bonuses from various mobile games, the train arrived promptly. It was one train earlier than Saito originally planned to board, but he thought it wouldn't hurt to go a bit earlier and boarded the train. Enduring some discomfort, he swayed along with the train for a while. He arrived at the station where they planned to meet. As soon as he got off the train, he looked around, scanning for the figure of his childhood friend. Thinking they probably hadn't arrived yet, he looked around just in case. He noticed a crowd forming at the edge. Maybe. Even though he thought it was unlikely, Saito headed toward the commotion. That girl over there is incredibly cute, right? Maybe she's a celebrity. Her figure is too good. She has blonde hair, so maybe she's a foreigner. Damn, I can't speak English. Upon getting closer, Saito could hear the voices of male students. The moment he heard that, Saito's suspicions turned into certainty, and following their gaze, he found an exceptionally eye-catching beauty standing there, just as he expected. Her flaxen, silky hair reached down to her waist, and a part of it was braided with a ribbon of the same blue color as her eyes. Moreover, she was tall for a girl, with a glamorous figure that highlighted her assets and concealed what needed to be concealed. Truly an ideal beauty as if drawn in a painting. However, despite people gathering around, no one approached her. That was likely due to the atmosphere the girl exuded, an aura as cold as a blizzard, rejecting anyone who came close. While everyone shies away from her and just watches her from a distance, a boy approaches her. Hey there. Of course, that boy was Saito. Disregarding the girl's aura, the icy aura that seemed to reject anyone approaching her, Saito, in a friendly manner, struck up a conversation with the beautiful girl. A gaze as cold as absolute zero was directed at Saito. Upon witnessing it, everyone immediately thought, he's done for. Good morning, Saito. However, in the next moment, the frigid air dissipated, transforming into a soft warmth, welcoming Saito. The surrounding people were taken aback by the abrupt change, but it was only natural. Yes, the ideal beauty standing before Saito was none other than his childhood friend, Michigan Lily. They had met by chance at a campsite when they were children and became good friends. Good morning, Lily. You're here earlier than the meeting time. What are you doing? Just felt like it. I thought Saito might come early. I never actually thought you'd come, though. Seriously? By the way, did my mom contact you? Oh, busted. With a mischievous face, Lily playfully stuck out her tongue. Saito was exasperated at the predictable turn of events. It's a long-standing relationship. He know well that it's difficult to rely on instincts with her. There is usually some reason when she finds Saito. I got a message from Yabana-san that Saito was leaving, so I thought I'd surprise you. It's impossible to be stealthy in a place with so many people. Haha, true. Both of us look around and share a wry smile. It's quite impossible to surprise people when you've gathered so many. Should we move for now? Yeah, it's quite uncomfortable being stared at by the crowd. Saito and Lily, as if avoiding the gazes, move away from the crowd, searching for an empty place. Feels weird, doesn't it? I know. I was thinking the same. During this time, when Lily muttered, Saito, who was thinking the same, nodded. Lily and Saito have mostly spent time together either in the morning or in the evening. They haven't been together much after 7 in the morning, and the discomfort of being next to each other is quite strong. Hee. But it's really surprising that we can go to the same high school. Honestly, with Saito's academic abilities, I thought it was impossible. Well, I studied like my life depended on it. It was really tough at that time. Saito and Lily's academic abilities are quite different, and originally, they shouldn't have been able to attend the same high school. However, Saito remembers her saying she wanted to go to the same school with a lonely look on her face for a long time. So, Saito decided to study hard to make that wish come true. When we met at the exam venue, it was fun to hear you muttering the textbook contents like a spell. I have a video of that. Want to see? Stop it, I don't want to remember those times. Although he decided it for himself and has no regrets, studying like crazy for 3 years made his mind go crazy, and there are many embarrassing memories. It was the only dark period Saito didn't want to remember. Do you not have emotions at all? Oda no Buniga Didraku Ichirakuza, and the value of pi is 3.14, and the point goes back 1. It's because you said I don't have emotions. The video plays, and Saito goes crazy. Lily watches Saito and breathes out, thinking it's his own fault. Originally, Lily had no intention of streaming the video. However, once she was told that she had no emotions, she had no choice. Her fingers pressed the play button on their own. After that, the two of them got carried away with exposing each other's dark history, and it ended in a draw. The mental damage was significant, and they wanted a break. But as expected, the train was crowded, and there was no vacant space. When Saito and Lily found a space just enough for the two of them, they slipped into it, holding onto the hanging strap. They gazed at the scenery passing by at an incredible speed. When they were about to arrive at the station where their high school was, Saito unexpectedly caught sight of the suspicious movements of a salaryman with glasses nearby through the mirror. Curious about what he was doing, Saito observed carefully. The man was slowly reaching out. The destination was Lily's skirt. Most likely, this was a molester. To stop the molester, Saito grabbed his arm, and simultaneously, someone else grabbed the man's hand from a different direction. Molester. Immediately after, the voice of a boy echoed through the train. Although his voice was the typical, unremarkable tone, it strangely permeated the heads of everyone around. But, in this case, it worked in an unfavorable direction. Liar. Where? Maybe. It's you? No. It's not me. No. It's this person. Someone accused of being the molester. Perhaps because at first, they didn't specifically point out who this person was. Everyone on the train began to doubt each other, and panic ensued. Due to the unexpected event, Saito tried to calm the situation, but his voice was drowned out by the surrounding commotion. Ah, shit. Taking advantage of everyone around them starting to move, both Saito and Lily had their arms released. When they tried to catch him again, just at the right moment, the train door opened, and the man escaped. Darn. We missed him. Saito, are you okay? Even if we catch him, without evidence, he'll deny it, and it'll be over. It's pointless to chase him. Ugh. Well, I guess it's fine since I prevented it beforehand. As he was about to chase after him, Lily stopped him, indicating it was pointless. Though he still wanted to pursue. She was right. Even if he caught the molester, since he hadn't touched her, there wouldn't be any fingerprints. Saito scratched the back of his head vigorously and completely gave up the chase. Thanks for stopping it before he touched me. It's whatever. If you noticed, you could have handled it yourself. He had thought that only he noticed at that time, so he instinctively grabbed the arm to stop it. However, if the person about to be touched was aware, it was a different story. Lily, being smarter than Saito, would have probably chosen a better approach. Knowing that, Saito couldn't accept Lily's thanks wholeheartedly, but still, you acted considerate towards me. It made me happy. Thank you, Saito. You're welcome. However, from Lily, who has issues with men other than Saito, being touched by an unknown guy is far from ideal. Saito genuinely appreciates her. Once again, conveying her gratitude while peering into his face, Saito finally understood that Lily doesn't care about it. With a slightly embarrassed expression, he turned to the side to receive her thanks. Later, as they were about to leave the station, Saito noticed the boy who had stopped the groper earlier. Just like he did, the reason for recognizing him was the band-aid on the same spot where the boy had grabbed the man's arm. The reason he was able to find him was that the bandage was in the same position as the hand that was holding the man's arm. Hey! Thanks for earlier. What? Saito rushed over to the boy, expressing his gratitude for protecting his precious childhood friend. Perplexed, the boy tilted his head in confusion. Perhaps due to his youthful appearance, even though he's a boy, the way he tilts his head looks girlish. For a moment, Saito doubted if he was truly a boy. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't explain properly. This girl is my childhood friend who was almost molested earlier. Thank God you stopped it. It really helped. Childhood friend? I see. That makes sense. Well, I didn't really do anything worth being thanked for. He managed to escape, though. He was in such a panic. There was no helping it. Besides, it's better for an incident not to happen than to happen. You stopped it beforehand, so don't worry about it. Though, I was a bit concerned until my childhood friend told me. I see. Well, that's good then. Similar to Saito a while ago, The boy didn't readily accept the gratitude, but with some encouragement mixed with self-deprecation, the boy's face brightened slightly. "Yeah, come over here." This guy also tried to stop the groper. "Make sure to thank him too." Saying that, Saito conveyed to Lily to thank the boy as well, and reluctantly, Lily approached. "Thank you." When she bowed slightly to express her gratitude, she walked away, leaving Saito behind. "Hey, where are you going?" "My bad. She's not great with guys. But, she's a good person deep down. Don't mind her too much." "Well then." "Oh, wait." If he lingered, he might really get left behind. Feeling sorry for the boy, Saito provided a light follow-up and chased after Lily. The two of them rushed away like a storm, leaving the lonely voice of the boy echoing on the platform. "Your dislike for men is still the same. Even if you're just saying thanks, be a bit more friendly." As they exited the ticket gate, Saito, catching up with Lily, expressed his dissatisfaction with their previous interaction. No matter how much she dislikes men, that was too unfriendly. If she showed even a smile, the impression of the other person would have been better. Though Saito's words were meant for Lily's sake, she sighed upon hearing them. "But, if I act friendlier, won't guys get the wrong idea?" "Ah, yeah." A statement hitting the nail on the head. It felt impactful, with a strong sense of reality. Being a beautiful girl like Lily, she probably had similar experiences many times during her elementary and middle school days. Saito himself might not fully understand such feelings, but he is a foolish male friend who, just forgetting his eraser picked up, mistakenly thought a girl had a crush on him and confessed, ending up rejected. Certainly, having witnessed that up close, it was hard to deny. "Maybe it's for the best." "I told you, if she doesn't want any particular relationship, maybe it's just right that way. It's unsatisfactory." But Saito thought so. Agreeing with Lily's opinion, she nodded with satisfaction. "By the way, if you didn't deny it, does that mean you have experienced it too?" Saito. They hadn't had many conversations like this before, probably because of that. Lily asked with great curiosity. "Nah, never happened. Never liked someone just because they picked up my eraser. It feels like your liking someone's scenario is extremely limited. Anyway, at least I know there's been nothing so far." Answering honestly, Saito, Lily said, "Well, it's Saito," and nodded to herself. Games over fashion, sports over shopping, regular chain stores over stylish cafes. Even as a high schooler, Saito's sensibilities haven't changed since childhood. He's a child who has grown physically but remains a child at heart. That's Saito Minazuki. It seems like love is still too early for the childish Saito. "Shut up. Just you wait. I'll definitely have a cute girlfriend and show her off before I graduate high school." "Sure, sure. I'm not expecting it, but I'll be waiting." Though he's somewhat aware of it, being teased for that reason still annoys him. Once determined to show Lily what's what, Saito felt a total lack of trust from her side, as she casually brushed off his intentions. "We've arrived at school," Lily mentioned, seemingly unimpressed by Saito's resolve. "Who cares about that? This school is still damn impressive," Saito replied. His love life reduced to a single sentence, but his attention quickly shifted to the enormous school building in front of them, boosting his spirits. The school, located just outside the station, was Sura High School, a prestigious institution in the county, known for producing professional athletes, celebrities, and students who make it renowned universities. Saito couldn't fathom how he ended up here. "Where do they post the class lists?" Saito asked, trying to figure out his class. Wasn't it in front of the building?" "Doesn't seem like there are many people around." "Hey, can I ask you something?" Saito initially wanted to check his class, but he forgot where to find it. He asked Lily, but her reaction wasn't great, so he's not sure if he'll got it right. Saito approached a male student taking pictures of cherry blossoms nearby. "Hey, what's up?" The boy with natural curls jerked, turned towards Saito with a puzzled look on his face. Judging by his reaction, he didn't expect someone to talk to him. "Oh, sorry if I startled you. I just want to check my class, but I forgot where to find it." "Do you remember where to check it?" "Oh, that's what you meant. In that case, you can check it over there in the schoolyard." Feeling a bit guilty, but satisfied with the reason, he told Saito where to find the class list. Thanks. Oh, by the way, since we've met here, how about telling me your name? I'm Saito Minazuki, Akashi Kai. Akashi, huh? Cool name. If we end up in the same class. Nice to meet you. Seriously, thanks for the help. Likewise. After expressing gratitude to Kai, Saito returned to where Lily was. There was quite a distance to cover, and Saito couldn't help but smile at how far Lily was from him. It seemed like not calling her over this time was the right decision. It's over there in the schoolyard. Got it. Let's go check it quickly. It would be nice if we ended up in the same class. I think so too, but ultimately, it's up to luck. There were 5 classes in the first year, so the chance of being in the same class wasn't very high. Therefore, both of them checked their classes without expecting too much. No way. Unbelievable. When they checked their classes, they were astonished to find out that they were in the same class. Moreover, since their surnames were close, their seat numbers were consecutive. What incredible luck. Saito and Lily were initially skeptical of the convenience of the situation. He really exists, huh? Did you say something? No. It's nothing important. Anyway, it's great that we're in the same class. Absolutely. I only knew Lily as an acquaintance in this school, so I'm really glad. Looking forward to the next year. Yeah, me too. Although they were unsure if things would go smoothly, having Lily by his side made Saito feel more confident. As Saito extended his hand, Lily squeezed it tightly in response. It seems like it's going to be a fun year. Without any evidence, Saito had a strong feeling that he would indeed have an exciting year. Section. Click, clack. Climbing the stairs with the sound of loafers echoing, steps repeated countless times. The stairs she had used over and over again. Even though she thought she wouldn't feel anything new at this point, the presence of her childhood friend, who wasn't there last time, brought a sense of freshness. Really, it feels weird. With that thought in mind, she ascended the stairs lightly, one step at a time. After reaching the top of the stairs and approaching the classroom, the lively noise of students reached her ears, and she finally felt a sense of nostalgia. I've come back. Just like last time, the classroom was noisy, and she doubted if it was truly an advanced school. At the same time, she felt anxious about whether she would fit in with this class. Even after a long time had passed since the time leap, this feeling hadn't changed. Will I be able to handle this? Maybe it would have been better if I hadn't come. Fear crept in, and her hand, hesitating, couldn't open the classroom door. Are you okay, Lily? Saito, puzzled by Lily's sudden freeze, peered at her from the side. Okay, well said. You can do it. So, go in with all you've got. Yeah. Come to think of it, that's right. I've already made up my mind. I've been prepared for this for a long time. Yeah, I'm fine. The moment she looked at his face, memories of their exchange from several years ago flashed through her mind. Since that day, she had decided to move forward no matter what happened. So, it was too late to be scared now. The die had been cast even since she decided to enroll in this high school. Take a deep breath, adjusting her emotions, Lily opened the classroom door. All eyes in the classroom turned towards her simultaneously. It was the first time she faced them fearlessly. This time, she confidently accepted the attention and took her seat. A gal student with reddish-brown hair, who was nearby, then approached and started talking. Hey, did you dye your hair? No, it's natural. I was born with this hair. My mother is French, so it comes from there. Really? Nice. I wanted to dye mine a brighter color, but the school rules limit me to this. I envy real blondes. Haha, it's not all that great. The gal, with sparkling eyes, envied Lily genuinely. As someone who had been bullied in the past because of her hair color, Lily couldn't express her feelings and could only respond with a dry smile. Yeah, I have a question too. Your skin is so beautiful. What cosmetics do you use? Do you have a boyfriend? Where are you from? Favorite food and type of guy? Starting with the gal's questions, a barrage of inquiries from other students surrounded Lily. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of questions, Lily regretted not escaping earlier. However, It was somewhat within her expectations. I mostly use Snow Spirit cosmetics. I'll leave it to your imagination. I don't know if you're aware, but it's Yoshino Middle School. I like sweet snacks. Having faced similar questions in her first life, Lily managed to handle them somehow. In the midst of answering, she suddenly met eyes with Saito, who was a bit away. His gaze, warm and reminiscent of a father pleased with his daughter's growth, irritated Lily. Despite being aware of her since childhood, Saito's reaction seemed typical, but it annoyed her. After all, she was older in terms of birth date and mentally more mature. She wished he would stop treating her like a child. Saito, despite his age, can be quite insolent. While silently cursing him in her mind, her glare had no effect. In the end, the questions from classmates continued until the teacher arrived, and Lily had to endure Saito's gaze until then. The entrance ceremony concluded without any major issues. After the ceremony, students attended their first class, physical education. Standing at the lectern, explaining the subject matter was a newly appointed female teacher, Chiyama, clad in a fresh suit similar to theirs. Being a new teacher, she seemed quite nervous, occasionally stumbling over her words and blushing in embarrassment. She covered various topics, including upcoming classes, school events, grades, textbooks, and guidelines for living at the academy, using handouts for explanation. That concludes the explanation. For now, let's follow these rules and enjoy a delightful 3 years of school life. Well then, we'll end it here for today. Thank you very much. Be careful on your way home. The explanation lasted about 30 minutes, and the students were dismissed for the day. All right, let's go, Lily. Yeah, just a moment. As students prepared to leave, Saito, who had finished his preparations quickly, called out to Lily to leave. Still not done packing her belongings into her bag, Lily asked him to wait a bit and continued stuffing the remaining textbooks. Okay. Once she finished packing all the textbooks, Lily stood up and walked alongside Saito. Okay, where should we go for lunch? My parents said they'd take us anywhere for my celebration. I haven't decided yet. Have you? Burger King. It's a special day for my enrollment. How about some expensive sushi or yakiniku? Burger King is expensive for a hamburger joint. Well, for a hamburger joint. Despite the plans for both families to go out for a meal later, choosing a burger shop for an enrollment celebration seemed a bit too much. Lily was bewildered by her childhood friend's unchanging love for burgers. I need to be more assertive. However, with no other options at the moment, it seemed they were headed for a burger place. Lily pondered over any good alternatives, and as she did, a quiet-looking girl approached. Hey, can I ask you something? What's the relationship between you two? I saw you coming to school together in the morning. Whether it was because Lily, who had been distant with guys, was chatting amicably with Saito, or just curiosity about their relationship, the girl approached to inquire about them. We're childhood friends. Yeah, that's how it is. Well, high school is our first time going to the same school. I see. Since there was nothing to hide, they honestly confessed about the relationship. Upon hearing that, the girl's expression became serious, and she looked towards Saito. Their gazes met, and time passed with silence. Seems like it's true. I'm sorry for being suspicious. I just got a bit curious, that's all. A few seconds passed, perhaps because Saito remained unfazed. The girl acknowledged her misunderstanding and apologized for prying. It's okay. If I were in your shoes, I might have thought the same. Thanks for asking. Being told that makes me feel relieved. Sorry for taking up your time. See you. Hey, how did it go? It seems like they're not dating. They're just childhood friends. When Saito mentioned that he wasn't bothered, the girl bowed again, bid farewell, and returned to her seat. There, she shared the recent outcome with several other girls who were waiting. It seemed that her curiosity was not unique. Others were interested as well. They're really getting the wrong idea. Well, girls always love romantic gossip. It can't be helped. Saito and Lily exchanged brief words, shared a wry smile, and left the classroom together. As they did, Lily subtly tugged at Saito's blazer, but no one in the surroundings noticed, and the two of them remained oblivious. Chapter 2, Friends. The day after the celebratory entrance ceremony, regular classes began. bringing a sobering tone to the students who were still reveling in the extraordinary. The first subject of the day was mathematics. Specifically the third period, taught by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Hyama. As classmates diligently solved the crunchy math problems, one student moved his hands sluggishly, resembling a slow-moving turtle. I don't get it. His name is Saito Minazuki. Saito, known for his cheerful demeanor and curiosity in most things, seemed to have an exception when it came to studying. From the beginning of the class, he wore a puzzled expression, eyes fixed on his textbook, attempting to solve the problems on his own. The influx of information overwhelmed him. The numerous formulas, including sine and sine squared, cluttered his mind. Sin and sin squared formulas and all that jazz. There's just too much. And seriously, is the pace of this class too fast? Saito muttered to himself. The amount of information crammed into his head was overwhelming. It truly lived up to its reputation as an advanced school. Saito wondered if he could keep up with the demanding curriculum. Saito, how are you feeling? Lily, his childhood friend sitting in front of him, turned around as if she could hear his thoughts. No chance. It's over. I thought so. Lily concurred. The next formula comes in too quickly. Wanna learn it? Lily offered. Lily must have sensed that it would be pretty bad if Saito explained the current situation concisely. Lily proposed to teach him. Please. If things continued like this, she could see Saito getting a failing grade in the not-so-distant future. If that happened, Saito would lose the precious summer and winter breaks to make up for it. That was something he absolutely had to prevent. Saito eagerly jumped at the suggestion. Honesty is good. So, where do you not understand? Probably from the beginning. Got it. Then, try writing out all the formulas that just came up on the side for once. Exactly. Saito took out a new loose-leaf sheet and diligently wrote down the formulas as instructed. Done. All right, let's start with an easy problem. Find the expression for sin theta. Got it. Wait a moment. Before you start, though, it might be a hassle, but write down which formula you're going to use before solving. That's a pain, isn't it? No complaints. Just do it. Come on, give it a try. Reluctantly, Saito agreed. He sighed, acknowledging the advice. It's a simple thing, but doing it for every problem would be quite a hassle. Saito protested with a reluctant expression, but he didn't get a decent response. Well, let's give it a try. Though he wasn't thrilled about it, Lily had offered advice. He might as well do it. Letting out a sigh, Saito wrote down the formulas as Lily suggested and began solving the problems. He began to follow Lily's guidance, writing down the formulas before attempting to solve the problems. Oh, I'm gradually catching up. After a while, Saito's hand started moving more rapidly. He had written down the formulas just before solving the problem, so that he finally understood which formulas were used in which situations. Though still a bit slower compared to others, he felt more confident. Writing down the formulas had helped him understand when to apply them. By repeating this process, studying before the test might not be necessary. Guess rushing and taking shortcuts is no good after all. There are no shortcuts in studying, but maybe a little urgency is good for now. After reaching a certain point, he muttered. Hearing that, Lily agreed and pointed towards the teacher's desk with a troubled expression. Next, Minazuki-kun, please provide the answer to the second major question here. Huh? Oh, Saito was suddenly called by the homeroom teacher and got flustered. Come to think of it, he was currently being called in reverse order of the attendance numbers. Focused on solving problems, he completely forgot the possibility of being called to answer. Let's see. Glancing at his loose-leaf paper, Saito, who started quite late, still hadn't solved the specified problem. As he was nervously sweating, he heard the sound of a pencil tapping on a notebook from the front seat. Looking over there, he saw 17/4, written in slightly larger letters. It's 17/4, correct. Thank you, Minazuki-kun. You can sit down now. He answered the number on impulse, and the homeroom teacher smiled, saying, well done. He somehow managed to get through it. The moment the teacher told him to sit down, Saito slumped onto his desk. Thanks, Lily, you really saved me. You're welcome. Saito today is quite a handful. No words to return. For now, he sincerely thanked his childhood friend who came to the rescue with quick thinking. Maybe she found his flustered state from earlier amusing. She was shaking her shoulders. He thought not to laugh, but given that she had helped him, he couldn't say such things. He firmly resolved to study hard to avoid such incidents in the future. Ding dong, ding dong. After a while, the chime signaling the end of the class finally rang. I'm tired. It had been a while since the last class, and with everything that happened, Saito felt quite exhausted. He leaned back in his chair and stretched. Good job, Saito. As he relaxed, a small, naturally permed boy approached and greeted him. His name is Kayakashi. This was the same friendly boy who had shown him the location of the bulletin board yesterday. Having realized they were in the same class during the morning self-introduction, they struck up a conversation during break and quickly became friends. Kai was an artist type with few words, possessing a unique worldview. His presence was refreshing, as Saito hadn't encountered anyone quite like him before. Good job, Kai. Did you manage to keep up? I'm doing okay. No issues. Really? Impressive. I didn't think I could keep up with that pace. Saito sincerely admired his friend who managed to keep up with the class speed. If you're free, wanna grab some drinks? I forgot to buy one on the way here. Sure. I was thinking of getting something too. As Saito and Kai were about to head to the vending machines, the timing of Kai's invitation was perfect. Saito replied, took out his wallet from his bag, and stood up. Which vending machine are we going to? The one in front of the cafeteria. They have hot sweet red bean soup there. Haha, you're out of sync with the season, Kai. Saito laughed at Kai's natural comments, and together, they left the classroom. What will you get, Saito? Milk tea. Not what I expected. That perception isn't wrong. I usually go for cola or sports drinks. Then why? If I had to say, it's a way of saying thanks. While Lily might not think she did much, Saito felt he owed her quite a bit. So, to repay that debt, he decided to offer her milk tea. Financially, he couldn't casually treat someone to drinks, but he considered this necessary expense. Saito is quite diligent. I was taught by my mom to always repay kindness. Like a yakuza, I used to be a delinquent. Apparently. As they engaged in a light-hearted conversation, a male student walking in front of them collided with a beautiful senior who came from around the corner. Kaya. Whoa. Flap, flap. The two collided and fell on their backs, and the senior's numerous notebooks scattered all over the floor. Oops. Saito and Kai, both witnessing a disaster, simultaneously covered their faces with their hands, realizing they had messed up. My apologies. It was my carelessness. No, it's my fault. You are not to blame. No, it was mine. No, it's my fault. The two who collided quickly stood up and immediately bowed their heads to apologize. Whether each felt at fault or not, their gestures of apology seemed to prolong the situation. At this rate, they might even go beyond the break time. Kai, let's go. All right. It seemed not only Saito and Kai but also other passers-by would have trouble if this continued. Unable to help it, Saito and Kai decided to step in between them. Hey, you two, it's good to apologize, but wouldn't it be better to pick up the things that fell? You're blocking the way. Blocking the way. Sorry. Having been addressed by Saito, they seemingly understood the situation. Apologizing again and embarrassed, they started picking up the scattered notebooks, and Saito and Kai helped. Sorry about that. Thank you for helping. If you come to the student council room after school, I'll prepare something for you. But even with the help, it took only a minute or two to gather the notebooks due to the four of them working together. Deeply bowing her head, the senior expressed gratitude. However, even in this simple act, there was an air of elegance and a sense of good upbringing. She might be someone from a wealthy family or a refined background. I'll take the sweet red bean soup. I'll go with Aquarius. Hey, you two, that's a bit rude to the senior, don't you think? Don't take it seriously. It's just a joke, huh? Kai, were you serious? While Saito intended to lighten the mood with a joke, it seemed Kai took it seriously. Saito couldn't help but be amazed at Kai's natural audacity. Hee, you guys are amusing. Since you helped me, I'll treat you to drinks after school. How about that? But Perhaps the senior liked his brazenness, then promised to buy us drinks. Yay. Seriously? Thanks, senior. We were just joking, though. Joking? You really have no sense of reservation. In disbelief at the unexpected outcome, Saito and Kai exchanged a high five, celebrating together. The boy next to them sighed heavily, glancing at the two. Well then, we're gonna hit the vending machine. See you around here. Excuse us. Thank you very much. Although they were going to be treated, it was already late after school. Saito and Kai, eager for a drink, bowed to their senpai and headed towards the vending machine. Descending the stairs, they reached the area in front of the cafeteria. They located their desired items from the row of vending machines and each made their purchases with a sharp sound. As Kai opened the tab on his sweet red bean soup, the boy who had picked up the notebook with them earlier arrived a bit late. Are you here for the vending machines too? Oh, and you're the guy who tried to catch a molester at the station yesterday, right? We're in the same high school. Nice to see you again. It's been a day. Not just the same high school, but we're also in the same class. Didn't you hear our introductions yesterday? Upon closer observation, he realized that this was the boy he met on the train yesterday. Surprisingly, they not only attended the same high school but were also in the same class. Seriously? My bad. My bad. I was spacing out until my turn came up. Didn't pay much attention to the others. Sorry, but could you tell me your name again? I'll make sure to listen properly this time. I don't mind. My name is Nishizuno Haruki, desu. Feeling a bit awkward, Saito asked the boy to tell his name again. Reluctantly, as the boy was about to say it himself, Kai interrupted and said his name. Feeling unsatisfied with the incomplete self-introduction, Haruki slumped against the vending machine in disappointment. Kai, it's not cool to take over someone's introduction like that. Mengo. My bad. Despite the criticism, Kai shows no remorse and sticks his tongue out with a cheeky grin. Chapter 3. Height Difference. Sometimes, people are creatures that grow, especially during the transition from childhood to adulthood. The growth can be rapid, with a few centimeters added seemingly overnight. Yet, strangely, the person undergoing the growth or those constantly around them might not notice it. It's because an image has already formed within their minds, making it challenging to become aware of any deviation unless prompted by some external factor. Well, in the end, it's just one of those things. Section. It was mid-April, and the cherry blossoms were at their peak. Saito, having just left the infirmary, was examining the record sheet handed to him by his homeroom teacher. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 66 kilograms. Sitting height, 90 centimeters. Quite a growth spurt, compared to the results from the previous year. He had grown by 4 centimeters. It felt like his eye level had risen just a bit. Thinking that his growth spurt might be coming to an end, Saito was surprised to find out that it was still ongoing. A bit amazed at the unexpected results, Saito couldn't help but let out an impressed sigh. Let me see, Saito. Sure, here you go. His friend Kai seemed curious about the results. Kai, who was waiting outside the classroom, asked him to show her the record sheets. Since Saito wasn't a girl and there was no embarrassing information to hide, he showed it without hesitation. That's huge. There's about a 20 centimeter difference. I didn't expect such a gap. I thought Kai was a bit taller. Yeah, true. This data seems unbelievable. I demand a remeasurement. While Saito thought Kai was somewhat petite for a guy, he never expected the 20 centimeter difference. Acknowledging it, Saito suggested a remeasurement, and Kai eagerly tried to head to the infirmary. However, another person present grabbed his shoulder, preventing him from doing so. I get that you want to exaggerate, but Kai-kun asked for one more time, several times, so I don't think it's going to change. Stop with the logical punches. According to Haruki, it seemed they had already requested several remeasurements. Indeed, it was unlikely to change. However, unable to accept reality, Kai covered his ears as if to block out the information. Saito and Haruki exchanged glances and shared a laugh about Kai's antics. Hey, how did you guys do? Show me. Sure thing. Returning to the classroom, Saito was approached by Shiryu Kumo, a gal with reddish-brown hair. Following behind her were two seemingly quiet girls, Lily and Kanzaki Minaka. Lately, when Saito wasn't talking to her, Lily often chatted with Kanzaki and Shiri. Wow, Saito, you're 173 centimeters tall. Huge. Kai is tiny, around 155 centimeters and cute. Haruki is, well, just average, I guess. Am I the only one getting treated roughly here? Don't worry. Observing the results, each of them shared their thoughts. Shiri expressed her impressions, but Haruki, the only one with a lackluster response, protested, wondering if there was something more. However, considering Haruki's average height and weight, it was challenging to come up with additional comments compared to the others. Lily, how about your height? Taking note of Haruki's shock, Saito asked Lily about her results. In the past, he would have asked to see the recording sheet, but thanks to the influence of Yabana and Riri, he now focused only on height. I grew a bit. About 5 centimeters. Isn't that just within the margin of error? The one's place changed, so it's a proper growth. Unlike Saito, growing 4 centimeters is weird. Hey, I've been growing a lot lately. Finally surpassed you. You've been treating me like a shorty all this time. Get ready, shorty. Hey, shorty. Oh, where did Lily go? Can't see her, she's too short. Knew this would happen, didn't want to lose. As of last year, they were almost the same height. However, with a slight difference, Saito was still considered short, facing the usual treatment. But this year, the tables finally turned. Saito, fueled by years of resentment, taunted relentlessly, and Lily bit her lip in frustration. Oh, rare sight. Lily getting all frustrated. Unusual. Yeah. Seeing their friend in an unusual state, Kanzaki and Shiri were surprised. By the way, Shiri, do you know the ideal height difference? Of course, I know. It's about 15 centimeters. Around that makes it easy for kisses and hugs. After Saito finished his teasing, the conversation shifted to more feminine topics. 15 centimeters, that means 140 centimeters. It might be quicker to look for the reverse. Then, in my case, it's 177. Seems challenging to find. Oh, but Minachi is 158. So it's just right with for you. What? TSK? TSK? Did you just click your tongue? Seriously? Isn't that too much? Probably misheard. Can you stop with the paranoia? As they discussed their ideal height differences, Saito, who had just been teased, is shocked when he suddenly gets a tongue lashing. He hadn't talked much with Kanzaki, and he hadn't done anything to be disliked. Did he unintentionally do something wrong? If so, he wanted to apologize. Saito didn't intend to create an awkward atmosphere with Lily's friends, but judging by the reaction, it seemed difficult. It's not like I'd date someone just because of the ideal height difference. You can adjust a bit with heels. If it's just right when standing next to each other, that's fine. Wow, you brought up the topic yourself and said something blunt, Minakaki. It's fine. Clearly displeased, Kanzaki quickly ended the conversation. The teacher arrived as they were heading back to their seats, and the class disbanded. Lily's turn. Let's see, the weight is. Don't look. Cough. On the way back to her seat, Saito noticed Lily's record sheet had fallen, so he picked it up. With a mischievous thought, he attempted to see her weight, but a fist hit his solar plexus accompanied by a yell. A perfect hit. In great pain, Saito let go of the record sheet, realizing that checking a woman's weight was a taboo. Is 59 really that embarrassing? However, the faintly visible number suggested that, height-wise, she was quite slim. Women are creatures he doesn't understand well. With that thought, Saito let go of his consciousness section. A little later, after school. At the station's platform, Lily and Saito sat on a bench, waiting for the train home. Hey, what about this one? Seems good, right? A waitress at a massage parlor, right? It's nearby and pays decently, but I'm scared someone like a teacher or acquaintance might come, so I'll pass. Okay, then what about this place? It's quite far from school. It's too much trouble to commute every day. Actually, now that I think about it, Saito just wants to eat hamburgers cheaply. right? Choose properly without personal feelings. Hey, today's topic is part-time jobs. Since we've just entered high school and part-time work is now allowed, we're looking for good job opportunities together. However, it's proving to be challenging. The main issues are that our school, SRA High School, prohibits part-time work, and our houses are far apart. It's difficult to find a place where both of us can work without getting caught by the teachers. Seemingly tired of searching midway, Saito starts listing the names of hamburger shops. By the way, can you handle customer service? Probably not. Then it's a no-go. It's over. In the heat of the moment, they discuss the idea of doing part-time work, but upon reflection, Saito can't envision Lily, who dislikes men, succeeding in jobs that involve customer service or interacting with people. Thinking back, she realizes that during her previous part-time job in university, it mainly involved desk work like video editing and advertising, with no experience in customer service. It seems they were quite stuck during the search phase. Putting their smartphones back in their pockets, the two become disheartened. Then, the announcement of the train's arrival echoes on the platform. Lily and Saito stand up from the bench and join the queue. It's super crowded, huh? Yeah. Should we wait for the next train? Though there was a huge delay around noon, so it seems like this is the situation for a while. Really? The approaching train seems packed to the point where it feels like there's no room for more people. The two hesitate about whether to board or not, but after checking on their phones, they find out there was an incident around noon, and waiting for the next one wouldn't make much difference. We have no choice but to get on. That's the only option. So, with determination, the two decide to board the train. They bow to the people in front of the door and manage to squeeze in, though it's quite challenging. The slightest jolt of the train caused their bags and bodies to collide with each other. Hey, stay still. I'm sorry. Seeing Riri's pained expression, Saito muttered softly and slid himself between her and the others, as if protecting her. It should be better now. It's not better at all. Certainly, thanks to Saito protecting her, she wouldn't bump into others as much. However, his protective stance is more like a so-called kabedon. A slight movement could make their lips touch, creating an uncomfortably close distance. It's her childhood friend. After all, she probably thinks there's nothing wrong with a kabedon at this point. Honestly, that's what Lily used to think. Not too long ago, a few years ago, when Saito and her took a trip by train, they experienced a similar situation. So close, so close, so close. However, there's a crucial difference between that time and now. The height difference. A few years ago, Lily was actually a few centimeters taller than Saito. So, even with a kabedon, his face was generally around her chest or just a bit above her neck, and it didn't bother her much. This time, it's the same situation. Unconsciously, she had already assumed that. An unexpected hit from the subconscious. Her head goes into malfunction mode due to the completely unexpected situation. Her body's temperature runs wild, and heat rushes to her face at an alarming speed. This is bad. Both reason and instinct warn her that it's bad for her childhood friend to see her in this state. In a split second, Lily instinctively turns her face to the side, burying it in Saito's shoulder. What's wrong? All of a sudden, it's nothing. It's really nothing at all. She can't afford to be exposed like this, especially to her childhood friend. If she's caught, she'll definitely be teased. Thump, thump. She earnestly wishes her rapidly beating heart would calm down, but it refuses to obey. In the end, until the moment Lily gets off the train, her heart remains fast-paced, and her body's heat never subsides. Chapter 4, Physical Fitness Test. The sky was clear, with not a single cloud in sight, an ideal day for outdoor activities. Neither too cold nor too hot. On this fortunate day, Saito and his classmates were undergoing physical measurements on the school grounds. All right. Whoa. Oh no, it went flying. 60 meters? You're outdoing the baseball club, Saito. That's insane. Ha ha ha. Well, it's a piece of cake for me. Physical education was Saito's strong suit. Leveraging his innate physical abilities, he excelled in the physical fitness test. The current activity was handball throwing. tossing a ball that barely fit in the palm to measure the distance. Surpassing the impressive 60 meters, a mark untouched even by the baseball club, Saito garnered astonished exclamations from those around him. Basking in the cheers, Saito grinned proudly. "All right, I'll show you something amazing. Here we go." Oh, it's lipped. 50 meters. Haha, that sucks. I messed up. Oh, no. Well, Saito, that's so you. However, perhaps getting too carried away was a mistake. The second throw cleanly slipped from his hand, landing a bit in front of him. It set a new record for the lowest distance within the class. A perfect two-panel comic of a flawless immediate failure. Seeing Saito sit on the ground, holding his head in despair, laughter erupted from the boys. "That's the worst." "Good effort." "Good job, Saito." It was entertaining. With his face hidden in his hands, Saito walked back with Haruki and Kai welcoming him warmly. Yet, their kindness seemed to backfire this time. Saito sat heavily on the ground, writhing for a while. "Lily, you're amazing." "So fast, huh?" From the girls on the other side of the fence, cheers rose, catching Saito's attention. It seemed Lily was making an impact. "That girl is a cheat. She's good not only at studying but also at sports." When they first met, she was so bad at sports that she couldn't even do a backflip. However, things changed dramatically after they took judo lessons together for 2 years in elementary school. Awakening to some hidden talent, she quickly absorbed the teachings of the instructor, becoming unbeatable among girls of the same age. In the dojo, with that awakening, she seemed to understand the efficient movements of her body, excelling in other sports as well. The saying goes, God doesn't give with both hands, but in the case of his childhood friend, it seemed to be an exception. Saito occasionally envied her, thinking, if only I were that smart. Wow, they're bouncing a lot. What cup size is that? Seriously, I'm so glad we're in the same class. As Lily passed by, the boys cheered with joy. The fact that a popular beauty in the class passed by at close range might be one reason, but about 90% of the attention was drawn to the large fruits that didn't match her age. Even with a bra on, the sizable chest still swayed, captivating the gaze of the boys. They were genuinely impressed. True to form, Saito's gaze was also drawn to his childhood friend's chest. Aren't they getting bigger again? But the reason why he was looking at them was a little different from the others. Saito is focusing on Lily's astonishing speed of growth. Her chest was significantly larger than during the summer vacation last year when they played at the beach. While she started developing around the same time as other girls her age, she has now grown significantly bigger than those around her. What could she have eaten to grow so much? Saito genuinely wondered about the reason for her growth. If he could figure that out, maybe there could be an even greater height difference. Lost in these thoughts, Saito's childhood friend caught his eye. Oh no, he shouldn't be thinking anything suspicious. However, feeling an indescribable awkwardness from staring at her chest, Saito instinctively shifted his gaze downward. Her legs were moving with a steady rhythm, efficient and without wasted motion. It hinted at her habitual running routine. However, Saito felt an odd discomfort. Attempting to understand the cause, as he focused and observed, an unexpected incident occurred. Ouch. Mizuki-chan. Are you okay? Oh no, what a thing. Our angel has fallen. Even her voice when she falls is cute. But, bring a stretcher, quickly. Carry our angel to the infirmary. Haruki's childhood friend, the petite girl Mizuki Aizono, had taken a grand tumble. All eyes in the class turned simultaneously to her. With considerable force, she collided with the ground, and a fair amount of blood was flowing from her knee. The depth of the wound was easy to imagine, and it seemed quite painful. As Mizuki cradled her knee, Haruki, with a pale face, rushed over first. Mizuki, with her petite and highly protective appearance, characterized by adding desu to the end of her sentences, was, if not as popular as Lily, still well liked by the boys. As a result, a few boys followed Haruki, attempting to make an appeal. There's no way we need so many people for that. We could probably lift and carry her. It seems to be getting worse. Saito and Kai watched in disbelief as 6 boys, including Haruki, rushed towards Mizuki. Naturally, except for Haruki, The other boys were promptly rejected, and Haruki ended up accompanying Mizuki to the infirmary. "I'll disinfect it for you, so don't go. We'll disinfect it with our tongues." "Kish desu." "Ugh. Thank you very much, Haruki. Help me, desu." "Haha, let's go." Nevertheless, some potential criminals, claiming to be helpful but expressing creepy desires, persisted in their pursuit. Mizuki gave them a colder look of disdain, but they still seemed pleased. It seemed like a lost cause. No doctor could handle it. The only option to stop them would probably involve getting the police involved. Smiling wryly at Mizuki's genuine fear, Haruki headed towards the infirmary. Saito turning his gaze back to Lily. While there was a minor disturbance, the girl's long-distance run continued without interruption. Lily, having completed a lap, passed by again. Huff, huff, ha, ha. Checking her time, it seemed like this lap was the last one. Saito expected her to increase her pace for the final sprint, but Lily ran with the same struggling expression as before. Oh, right. She was doing something too. Witnessing the current scene, Saito finally cleared the fog that had been lingering in his mind. She is definitely injured. Unlike Mizuki, who fell conspicuously, Lily likely twisted something while running. Honestly, she hid it so well that he didn't notice until now. "Well, can't be helped. I need to use the bathroom a bit." "Itaira, if you twisted your ankle early on, running might have worsened it in a weird way." "Taking care of this girl is such a hassle." Saito sighs. "I'm going to the bathroom." He lies and leaves the scene. "Surely, the one I bought yesterday should be in here." "Oh, there it is." Returning to the classroom, Saito rummages through his bag. As he reaches the bottom of the bag, he finds what he's looking for. What Saito takes out is a pack of adhesive heat patches and taping tape. If asked why he has these, it's purely coincidental. Yesterday, his father asked him to buy these because he had strained his back. However, when Saito brought them home, his father said, "I'm fine now," and he missed the timing to take them out of his bag. A fruitless effort. He thought there was no point in going to buy them, but little did he know they would come in handy for a situation like this. You never know what life has in store. He stuffs them into the pocket of his tracksuit and heads to the sports field. "Hey, how was your visit to the toilet?" "In perfect condition." "Splash Mountain rank?" "It's not that extreme." Kai, using that metaphor might get censored, so stop. Got it. As he joins Kai, the chime signals the end of the class. They line up, finish the bow, and Kai, "I have something to do, so go home ahead." Saito rushes to Lily. "Isn't 5 minutes exactly dangerous?" "Lily, you're too fast." "Haha, I'm good at running." "Oh, what's up, Saito?" "I have something to take care of. Can I borrow Lily for a bit?" "Yakumo." "Sure thing." "If that's the case, I'll go home with Minamina first." "Yeah, understood." "Thanks. Well then, let's go that way." Announcing that he has something to discuss, Saito thanks Shuri for being considerate and leads Lily to a more secluded area. "So, where does it hurt?" "Wah, how did you know?" Asking straightforwardly, Lily opens her eyes wide in surprise. "How many years do you think we've known each other? I can tell if something's off with my childhood friend." "Well, others didn't seem to notice, so you can be relieved about that." "I see." When Saito explains the reason with a dumbfounded look on his face, she pats her chest in relief. "At the base of the right foot. Twisted it while running." "Initially, it wasn't that bad, but it gradually started hurting, probably because there's no one around." Lily confesses openly that her foot hurts. "Don't push yourself too much. Come on, take off your shoe. I brought adhesive heat patches and taping tape." "Why do you have them?" "My dad asked me to buy them on my way home yesterday. But when I got home, he was completely fine. It was a wasted trip." Hee. "That's so like your dad." Explaining the circumstances, Saito smiles gently, and Lily removes her shoe and sock. Her long, slender, pure white foot is presented in front of him. In most cases, this would be a situation that would make any guide rule. However, Saito reaches out without thinking much. "Oh, sorry. Did it hurt?" When Saito touches her foot, Lily's body twitches. Releasing reflexively, Saito looked up at Lily, who, for some reason, had turned her gaze towards the day after tomorrow. It's fine. Just let me handle it in one go without worrying about me. Come on. Are you the kind of character who hugs an enemy from behind, takes the protagonist's finishing move, and dies along with the enemy? You? Baffled by Lily's slightly odd behavior, Saito followed her wishes. That should do it. Try moving a bit. Oh, okay. After finishing wrapping the tape, Saito offered her shoes to Lily. She nodded and put on the shoes, then walked a few steps as instructed. Ouch. Well, I thought I did it properly. Maybe I went too far. If it hurts, should I carry you? I can take you to the infirmary. Though he thought he treated her well, Lily winced in pain after stepping on the ground 3 times. Maybe it's better to take her to the infirmary and have her checked. Thinking so, Saito offered to carry her. It's not that bad to go to the infirmary. But, yeah, okay. I'll accept your offer. Carry me to the school building. Just be mindful of people watching. Got it? Leave it to me. Initially reluctant, Lily hesitated for a moment but ultimately accepted Saito's offer. At that moment, Lily had a surprisingly beautiful smile, but Saito didn't notice as he squatted down. Once his hands were around her shoulders, Saito lifted her up. Hey, Saito. Walking along an empty route, Lily suddenly whispered in Saito's ear. What's up? How did my chest look earlier? Asking what happened, Saito felt something soft pressing against him as Lily dropped a bomb. What? Did you notice? That was not what you think. I mean, it was about growth, not. It's not what you're thinking. In an instant, cold sweat gushed out from Saito's back. Saito tries to explain himself to clear up the misunderstanding, but due to being flustered, he ended up saying things that could be misunderstood. Yeah, I get it. Saito is a boy too. It can't be helped. I'll forgive you this time since you helped me. Oh, and don't try to back out. If you're a man, take responsibility for your words. Shut up. It's because you say weird things. Thus, Lily's misunderstanding remained unresolved. Even though he couldn't see her face due to carrying her on his back, Saito could sense her mischievous grin just from the tone of her voice. Unable to endure it any longer, Saito tried to put Lily down, but she clung tightly and it was impossible. Up and down and out. Stoop. Nope. Like children, the two engaged in a playful argument of putting her down or not, and this continued until they reached the school building. Chapter 5. Confession. It was a day like any other. 2 weeks after the start of the school year, Lily opened her shoe locker, only to find a white envelope inside. Finally, it happened. Her upbeat mood took a nosedive instantly. The moment she saw it, she suddenly felt gloomy. However, there was a chance that what Lily was thinking could be different. Hoping for a glimmer of possibility, she took out the envelope and checked its contents. There's something important I want to talk to you about. Please come to the rooftop after school. From Kento Makeup. At first glance, one could interpret it as an outdated challenge letter, but if you thought about it normally, it'd to be a confession. Oh, I don't want this. Events that would undoubtedly unfold in the near future flashed in her mind, and Lily couldn't help but exhale. Lily, aren't you changing your shoes yet? If you're slow, you'll be late. What the hell are you holding? About to head to class, Saito noticed Lily not moving from her shoe locker and called out to her. However, his attention was locked onto what Lily was holding. On his way to the classroom, his eyes lock on something Lily is holding. With excitement in his eyes, he approached. Hey, what's written there? It says there's something important, and I should come to the rooftop after school. Oh, doing something so old-fashioned in the era when social media is widespread. It's rare because people usually handle that kind of thing through email nowadays. I've never seen it before. Well, probably because there's no way to get in touch with each other. I only give my email contact to the bare minimum, and I'm not in any groups. Saito, intrigued, peered into the letter. When Lily speculated that she received a love letter, he nodded in understanding. I see, that makes sense. So, what are you going to do in response? Since he saw it, he would be curious. Saito asked Lily what she was going to do. I'll reject it. I don't even have memories of talking to this person. Lily's answer was a firm no. It's too scary to date someone without knowing anything about them. No matter how handsome they might be, What's that about? I thought there might be some connection since he's confessing. There isn't. I don't know anything about makeup. Why would he even think about confessing? Oh, maybe it's one of those from a friend situations. I don't want advances from friends with ulterior motives. Saito, seemingly sharing Lily's sensibilities, was also puzzled by this unusual event. While he tried to read the other person's intentions, what came out was something Lily would rather avoid. During casual conversations or even when having fun, constantly being on guard and feeling targeted is unpleasant. At least, she wanted to enjoy a carefree time when she was with her friends. Well, given that, let's go home separately today. Got it. I'll just grab someone randomly to go home with. Kai seems free, so it should work. Good luck. Yeah. Despite the occurrence of a special event quite different from their usual routine, the atmosphere between the two remained calm. For Lily, this was genuinely appreciated. Feeling her troubled heart calming down, Lily smiled, and Saito smiled in response. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was time for the end of the school day. Well then, see you later, Lily. See you, Saito. Hey, Kai. As we talked during lunch, let's go play at the arcade. Okay. Having finished his preparations to go home before Lily, Saito quickly greeted his friends and rushed over to where his friend was with his bag. His demeanor seemed more cheerful than usual, and it was evident that he was looking forward to hanging out with his male friends after school. Feeling a bit left out, Lily, who had just thought about joining Saito in some activity, packed her textbooks into her bag. It's unusual for Ririchi and Saitoki not to go home together. It was the first time since entering school that Saito and Lily were going home separately. Intrigued by this rare sight, Shuri asked about the reason. I have something to do after this, so we decided to go home separately. Oh, really? Well, if you're free after your thing, let's go home together. Ririchi. Well, I might take a while with my business, so I might end up keeping you waiting. Sorry for today. Instead, let's go home together tomorrow since I don't have anything then. The proposal from her friend was tempting, and Lily wanted to agree, but she resisted the urge. There was a reason for that. The letter she received this morning only mentioned after school without specifying the exact time. Bringing her friend into this situation where she might either arrive immediately or an hour later was unfair. Lily clapped her hands together and bowed her head lightly, hoping that nothing would happen tomorrow so she could be excused for today. Seriously, all right. If that's the case, I'll graciously back off for today, but be prepared for tomorrow, okay? I've got something I want to do with Ririchi a bit. Something you want to do? Well, I don't understand, but I have to go now. Goodbye, Shuri-chan. Goodbye. What could be happening tomorrow after school? With a hint of unease, Lily bid farewell to Shuri and left the classroom. Against the tide of students returning home, she climbed the stairs and reached the rooftop. Glancing around, there was not a single person, possibly because classes had just ended. She placed her bag down and decided to pass the time by looking at the flowers blooming in the rooftop garden until the sender arrived. Nostalgic. This feeling, as she gazed at the colorful flowers swaying in the wind, memories of her first life resurfaced. Spending time like this waiting on the rooftop, most of the time, the other person would be nervous, causing them to arrive late, and Lily would be there first. Initially, she remembered feeling irritated, being called out only to be kept waiting. However, as time passed and she learned about love, she started to understand the other person's feelings a bit. Eventually, she stopped feeling annoyed about waiting. Therefore, Lily had no complaints about waiting. Closing her eyes, she surrendered to the soft spring breeze, just like the flowers in the rooftop garden. For a few minutes. Clatter, the sound of a doorknob turning reached her ears. Opening her eyes and turning toward the source of the sound, she saw a male student glancing around nervously. Most likely, he was the student named Makeup who called her out. Lily approached him with her bag. Are you Makeup-kun, the one who called me out? Why yes. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Lily-san. Having confirmed he was the sender, Makeup quickly apologized for making her wait. Being able to apologize sincerely is a plus point. Some of the people she confessed by in the past didn't even apologize, so he's relatively better in that regard. However, he stepped on a big landmine. Could you stop calling me by my first name? I don't like being called by my first name by people I just met. Oh, sorry. I'll be more careful from now on. The mistake was calling Lily by her first name. For Lily, being called by her first name is something special, and allowing it is a sign of trust in the other person. When it happens with someone she's not close to, it gives her an uncomfortable feeling. The slight positive impression gained earlier quickly disappears, and the evaluation drops below zero into the negative. The mood turns sour, and Lily, with narrowed eyes and a cold tone, warns him not to call her by her first name. True to his mistake, Makeup, with a blue face, bows repeatedly. If you fix it, it's fine. So, what's the reason you called me out? Oh, well, that doesn't mean the negative points will disappear. Lily, still with an indifferent look, encourages him to get to the point. Makeup stammers, completely far from the situation he had envisioned. In this atmosphere, confessing seems impossible. If he does, failure is inevitable. However, from Lily's perspective, it's his own fault. He walked into the minefield without hesitation, and it's his fault for stepping on it. Without trying to ease the tense atmosphere, they wait for Makeup to speak, and then, how much time has passed? In Lily's perception, about 2 minutes have passed when Makeup opens his mouth, seeming to have gathered his resolve. Since the first time I saw you, I liked much again-san. Please go out with me. I'm sorry, I can't date you. Lily swiftly rejects Makeup's desperate confession. Shortly after being rejected, Makeup's face contorts, and tears well up in his eyes. Why not? But he had already made up his mind. He won't back down so easily. Makeup asks for the reason he was rejected. Because I don't know anything about you. I don't like you. So, we can't date. Lily succinctly and clearly explains her feelings. Then, get to know me. If you become friends with me, I'll decline that too. I'm not good with guys. Even if you say that, you seem to get along well with Minatsuki-kun. He's a childhood friend I've known for a long time, like family. It's different with you. Even so, it's probably because Saito and Lily seem friendly. Thinking that he could become friends if he pleaded, Makeup is stunned after hearing Lily's explanation. If he observed a bit, he would have noticed that Lily avoids guys. It seems that, for some reason, he only saw Lily in the light that suited his convenience. Darn it. With a curse directed at no one in particular, Makeup hastily flees from the rooftop. As the door closes, alone again, Lily lets out a deep sigh. Call me out without permission and confess like that? But don't make that face. What comes to her mind is Makeup's hurt expression when he was rejected earlier. Without truly knowing the other person, he selfishly confessed and made a victim-like face. Victim or not, I don't want him making such a face. It's me who should be feeling that way. If she continues making that expression, it feels like I'm the bad guy, creating a false illusion. Falling for someone based on looks alone. Not even bothering to understand me properly. I know the other person is at fault, but hurting him by rejecting him is a fact. Kind-hearted Lily can't just ignore it. She can tell that the guy is genuinely expressing himself. Even though she knows she's not in the wrong, somewhere in her heart, she wonders if she also had some fault. If only she hadn't bumped into him back then. If only she had been a bit more cold to boys to make things clearer. Maybe today's incident wouldn't have happened. Even though it's meaningless, she can't help but think about it. Sigh, let's go home. Thinking that staying in this place any longer might lead to a loop of self-loathing, Lily exits the rooftop from the door opposite to where Makeup left. Avoiding the noisy hustle and bustle, she continues walking for a while. Finally, they reach the station. Fortunately, maybe because the train left a while ago, there are hardly any people on the platform. For now, Lily sits on a bench at the edge, trying to pass the time. She opens the partially read novel. However, the incident from earlier keeps flashing in her mind, making it impossible to progress even a single page. Reading is not working. Realizing that being alone in a quiet space is not good, Lily closes the book abruptly, lifts her head, and finds a boy standing in front of her, who shouldn't be here. Hey, gloomy-faced pretty lady. Wanna play with me? I won't let you get bored. Lily opens her eyes wide in shock. Ignoring Lily's astonishment, Saito, in a playful tone like a pickup artist, invites her to play. Why is Saito here? Weren't you supposed to go to the game center? That was the plan. I was having a nice time with Kai. Bought juice from the vending machine by the sea, chatted away. And he accidentally drank the zenzai that had been left unattended for a long time, thinking it was his. Then Kai collapsed. Today's game center plan went out the window. I've been busy taking care of Kai, who passed out after drinking the zenzai, you see. Asking about the reason, Saito gleefully explains why he ended up here. A friend collapsed, and with the cancellation of their plans to play, Saito had a tough time as well. That's unfortunate. Well, if you're alive, you'll have days like this. Don't worry about it. Besides, I found a new playmate by chance. You're probably free, right? Lily? Let's go to the game center for some fun. It'll help you forget the unpleasant things. During lunch break, aware of Saito getting excited about what to do at the game center, Lily jealous of him. However, Saito, seemingly oblivious to any concerns, approached her with a cheerful smile, inviting her to play. It might have included an intention to cheer up the downhearted Lily, but after years of knowing each other, she understood that he was inviting her simply because he wanted to have fun. While being used in a somewhat convenient way irked her, in reality, it was quite appreciated by the current Lily. Well, if you really want to, I'll go with you. I really do, so come with me. Fine, I get it. However, it was difficult for her to express that straightforwardly, so she ended up responding with a somewhat sarcastic remark. Perhaps driven by the desire to play, Saito didn't seem bothered by the teasing. He insisted on playing, and Lily just shrugged and went along with it. Later on, the two enjoy various games at the game center, such as coin games, rhythm games, and Puricura, until the sun sets. By the time they head home, the unpleasant memory has completely slipped from Lily's mind. Chapter 6, Club Experience. The night after Lily and Saito had a successful coin-earning spree. Saito, in the midst of his pre-bath workout, heard his phone ping. Wiping away the sweat on his cheek with a towel, he grabbed his phone to check. Can you go out with me tomorrow? The message was from a friend who supposedly died from drinking spoiled sweet bean soup. A lie. Considering Lily got confessed to today, Saito briefly entertained the foolish idea that maybe he's getting confessed to as well. But the sender was of the same gender, and the friend mentioned preferring girls smaller and prettier than him. With Saito clearly outside that range with his appearance, there was no doubt he was way beyond their scope. Shaking his head vigorously, he dismissed any unnecessary thoughts and replied to the message. What's up out of the blue? I'm thinking of joining a club for a trial. Now? Isn't it a bit late? As expected, the message about wanting to go out had nothing weird about it. He just wanted Saito to accompany him for a club trial. However, it was puzzling that he waited a week into the trial period before inviting him. Saito sent his question, mirroring the doubt he had about his own message. Why the sudden interest? Just stumbled upon it while wandering around school and felt like giving it a try. Ah, I see. Kind of fits you, being all sea-like. After challenging them with questions, Saito received replies that matched his image of the friend he knew. Given Saito's own whimsical nature, he understood why such a message was sent out of the blue. Sure, why not? Great. Cat stamp. How about inviting Haruki too? Tried, but he turned me down, saying he's joining the student council. Damn, that's low. Betrayal deserves retaliation. So, which club are you planning to join? The photography club. Saito didn't have any intention of joining a club when he entered high school since he planned to get a part-time job. However, he thought it wouldn't hurt to try something like a club trial. When he asked what club, the reply was the photography club. Oh, you kinda give off an artist vibe. Now that you mention it, maybe I should join the Ikebana Archery Club, get a license and join the Moped Card Fight Club. Saito, having seen Kai taking pictures of cherry blossoms on the day they first met at the entrance ceremony, the choice seemed fitting to him. He praised the decision, But it didn't sit well with Kai, who started making twisted remarks, so Saito played along with the flow, exchanging jokes about joining absurd clubs. Saito and Kai continued until they both grew sleepy. Oh, right. I should tell Lily that we won't be going home together tomorrow. Putting down his phone and attempting to slip under the covers, Saito suddenly remembered this matter and sent a message. While he was still awake, Kai, who had been looking at his phone, also sent a message. Almost instantly, a reply appeared with perfect timing. Even in his slightly drowsy state, Saito desperately tried to comprehend what was happening. Then another message from Lily continued the conversation. I was just invited by Shiri-chan to try out the tennis club, so it seemed that Lily received a similar invitation from her friend Shiri around the same time. The probability of both childhood friends receiving separate invitations at the same time was astonishing. Realizing he had typed seriously almost automatically, Saito was a bit surprised himself. For real. So, I was a bit surprised when I got a message from Saito. It's crazy how even friends we make resemble each other just because they're childhood friends. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, because of that, let's each go to our club activities tomorrow. No more walking home together. All right, have fun. You too. Well, I'm gonna sleep now. Good night, Riri. Despite the surprise dispelling some of his drowsiness, it was already the time he would usually be asleep. While exchanging messages, the sleepiness returned to Saito. For now, he had conveyed what he wanted to say, and everything seemed fine. It was safe to go to sleep. With a sense of relief, Saito's eyelids gradually closed. He sent a goodnight message and completely shut them. As his consciousness sank into darkness, he faintly heard his phone ring again. Good night, Saito. Although it should have been a neutral robotic voice, to Saito, it sounded as if his childhood friend was gently weaving words. He slightly relaxed his expression, appearing happy, and peacefully fell into a deep sleep. As the moon set and the sun rose, a considerable amount of time had passed. Saito and Kai stepped into a school building they had never visited before. Is this the right school building? Yeah, it should be. The club room should be at the end over there. Using their memories from the club introduction held a week ago as a guide, they walked, and Kai spotted the club room. The location was at the far end of the building, where sunlight barely reached. As they approached the club room, a strong vinegar-like smell became more prominent. Is this really the photography club? It smells like vinegar. Yep. You got it. Hey there. Saito felt unsure if he got it right. However, Kai seemed familiar with the source of the smell and confidently opened the clubroom door. Following Kai cautiously into the classroom, Saito discovered it was a typical photography club room, adorned with photos all around. Awards and certificates from competitions were displayed, indicating a decent level of achievement. As Saito scanned the room, there was no sign of other club members. Probably, it had just turned into after school, and no one had arrived yet. Just as Saito noticed this, a door at the back of the clubroom opened, and a strong smell hit him. Instinctively covering the lower half of his face, Saito looked towards the source. A casually dressed girl, seemingly unconcerned about her uniform, stood there. Oh, maybe new members? It's rare at this time of the year. Are you here for a trial? That's right. Yo. Really? I had given up on anyone coming this year, so it's lucky that two of you showed up. Oh, we have tea. Do you want some? Don't mind if we do. Really? You don't have to be so polite. No, it's not about being polite. The smell of vinegar is so strong that I can't imagine settling down to drink tea. Haha, I see. Sorry about that. We're used to the smell of developing solution, but it can be intense for someone not accustomed. I'll close the door right away. Upon realizing that Saito and Kai were there for a trial, the girl with silver mesh in her hair welcomed them cheerfully. Despite her attempt to host them, Saito was more concerned about the overwhelming smell. Requesting her to close the door, the girl apologized and complied. As a result, the smell subsided to some extent, and Saito breathed a sigh of relief. Now it should be okay. Welcome to the photography club. I'm the club president, Yutsuno Sayano. Nice to meet you. I'm Akashi Kai, a first year. I'm Minazuki Saito, Also a first year. After settling down, we introduce ourselves to each other. Some names were visible on the certificates and shields earlier, indicating that Sayano is likely someone impressive. Despite appearances, Sayano might be the type to hang out with friends in town or have a blast at karaoke. People can be surprising. Akashi and Minazuki, I've got your names down. Just wait a moment. I had things set up for the trial club members, but no one showed up yesterday, so I dismantled everything. I'll get it ready again, so please don't leave. Sure thing. I'll pass the time by looking at photos. I'll show you some. Thanks. I'll be here waiting. With a booming sound that seemed out of place for a cultural club, Sayano flew out of the clubroom. She seems like a nice person. The current club president. Although she appeared somewhat intimidating, talking to her revealed that she was unexpectedly friendly. Saito praised President Utsuno, expecting a response from Kai, but there was none. When Saito directed his gaze towards Kai, he found him staring intently at several framed photos. Well, not as much as me, but you're good. You're talking from a guy who's only been doing it as a hobby. Man, are you that good? After a while, Kai's comment on the photo sounded somewhat condescending. Saito, who had never seen Kai's photos, suspected it might be mere sour grapes. Of course, I'm a genius. Then show me some proof of your genius. Sure. Here, take a look. Wow, these are really amazing. See? As Saito asked Kai to show his photos, he readily handed over his phone. Despite Saito being somewhat ignorant about artistic matters, he could recognize that Kai's photos were fantastic. They were on par with the ones displayed in the clubroom. Feeling astounded that Kai was just making excuses, Saito was left speechless. Kai, on the other hand, proudly puffed out his chest. Ha, sorry to keep you waiting. Everything's ready now. Let's take a break first, okay? No need to push yourself after such a full-on sprint. Sure, let's take a deep breath. In, out, woo. That's the Lame's method. It's not about relieving pain but getting your breathing in order. After Kai finishing the boast about his photos, the breathless Sayano returned to the clubroom. About to smoothly transition into an explanation, she choked, prompting an abrupt interruption. The two of them reassured the embarrassed Sayano, who was making odd movements due to embarrassment, and it took about 5 minutes for her to regain composure. Cough. Well then, let me explain the activities for today's trial membership. To cover up her earlier blunder, Sayano cleared her throat and began the explanation of the activities. Yay, all right, been waiting for this. You guys are lively. Thanks. Well, sorry for not being as exciting, but the activity is straightforward. Use this digital camera to take photos. Snap away as much as you like. How generous. 3-layered belly. Saying such things to a woman is rude. Akashi-kun. Sorry. I am sorry. The content seems like a typical one for the photography club. However, Kai, who was looking forward to taking pictures, got too excited just with that and blurted out strange words, earning him an iron claw from Sayano. Idiot. Seriously. Saying that to a woman, really not cool. Saito, who had experienced similar situations with Lily multiple times, conveniently ignores that fact this time. Without any delicacy, he coldly watches the whole scene unfold, offering no help. Given a digital camera, Saito and the others roamed inside the school building, taking pictures. After a while, they stepped outside. The sky had only a few scattered clouds, and the sun shone brightly, making it a good weather day. Feeling like he could capture something nice, Saito aimed his camera upwards and clicked the shutter. Mediocre. Looking at the screen, he confirmed that the photo he took was neither good nor bad. Despite taking dozens of shots, they all looked similar, and he was starting to get a bit bored. Unlike the photos taken by Sayano and Kai, which had a sense of presence and dynamism, Saito, lacking artistic sense, couldn't seem to achieve the same. What should I do? Nevertheless, since he came for the club experience, he wanted to take at least one satisfying photo before going home. Troubled by this, he noticed Kai staring off somewhere with a vague look. Maybe I'll understand something if I watch him. If he could see how skilled individuals take photos, he might find hints to improve. Thinking so, Saito decided to observe his friend's actions. Click. Just as he thought that, Kai unexpectedly pressed the shutter. Startled, Saito looked at the photo. But there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Maybe I'll understand if I look again. Although he was caught off guard before, this time he was determined to observe closely. He stared intently at Kai's every move. Click, click. However, no matter how much he watched, he couldn't understand anything. Kai seemed to aimlessly wander, taking photos as if something compelled him suddenly. Every photo seemed to capture scenes that Saito wouldn't even consider photographing, making him doubt if he was capturing good images. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, Saito asked Kai, "How do you decide what to photograph?" Kai responded, "When it sparkles, shines." When it sparkles, there wasn't anything sparkling at all. It's sparkling, glittering. I like taking pictures of things that shine the most. I got nothing useful from that. Despite asking for a detailed explanation, Saito couldn't get anything beyond the fact that Kai liked things that sparkle. As expected from someone who claims to be a genius, Kai sees a different world from ordinary people. It was a mistake to ask a genius. Determined to try again, Saito decided to ask the photography club president, Sayano. After all, she had been in the club for 3 years. She should be good at teaching others. But the secret to taking good photos? If it feels good, just press the button. Oh, is that so? You're also a sense-based person. He was completely shot down. He thought she would teach him about color combinations or angles, but instead, he received no proper advice. It seems the photography club is a nest of sense-based individuals. Come on, don't make that face. Photography is just a means of recording the feeling of wow, this is nice, or wow, this is beautiful. To keep those feelings alive, just do it without thinking too much. That's the best way. All right. If not thinking too much were enough, I wouldn't be asking. As Sayano patted his shoulders encouragingly, Saito internally sighed, feeling disappointed. Well, you don't seem satisfied at all. Then, I'll give you a special piece of advice. Try looking for something incredibly beautiful. Beautiful things? Don't miss the incredibly part. That's crucial. Got it? Minazuki-kun seems to have a broader perspective than most people and is always conscious of various things. So, while it looks like you're concentrating on one thing, you're actually paying attention to other things at the same time. For example, even if you think the sky is beautiful, at the same time, you find the flowers in the flower bed beautiful. Your scattered awareness is why you haven't taken a satisfying photo. So, if you find something overwhelmingly charming, to the point where you don't notice anything else around, you'll surely take a satisfying photo. Understood? I'll give it a try. Judging by Saito's clearly disappointed expression, it seems he easily understood. Unable to be seen as a senior with such eyes from a junior, Sayano, whose pride was stimulated, gave another piece of advice. The essence of the camera, not something general or worldly but something personal for Saito. Initially, due to her lack of words, he couldn't grasp the meaning, but as she continued talking, Lily understood what she wanted to convey. It seems Saito is not good at focusing on one thing. Thinking about it, there were indeed instances where his reactions were delayed when observing Kai's actions. It makes sense if unconsciously his attention was diverted to something else. And looking back at the photos he took, there were multiple main subjects scattered in each photo. Something with overwhelming charm. Is there something like that in this school? If there's something he can be passionate about, he can capture it well. Sayano said that, but this is proving to be more challenging than she thought. Because Saito has captured almost everything in this high school, it's questionable if there's anything left in this high school that can capture Saito's passion. Hey, Itochi. Wandering aimlessly, Saito hears a voice calling him from afar. Glancing in that direction, he sees Lily and her friend Shuri. Wondering what's going on, Saito runs towards them. Hey, what's up? We're going to have a match with Lily-chan now. So, we happened to find Itochi with a camera and thought of getting some cool shots. It's fine. I was kind of free anyway. Just don't expect too much since I'm not that good. Huh? Really? I don't have the image of Itochi being bad at it. Lily and Shuri seem to know what Saito does in the photography club. So, They called Saito to take pictures since he was nearby. However, if they're going to take photos, Saito honestly thinks that Kai would be more suitable than him. Although he'll do it since he was asked, he sets up a preemptive line, saying not to complain even if he's bad. Seeing this unsure attitude from her childhood friend, Lily feels a sense of discomfort and tilts her head. The world seems to be wider than we think. Lily, huh? Am I being made fun of for being bad at taking photos too? Hold on, Lily. Violence is not okay. Lily has only seen group photos taken by Saito, with multiple main subjects in each. So, she doesn't know yet that Saito is not good at taking individual photos. Although he intended to tell Lily about it, it seems he phrased it poorly, leading to Lily's irritation. With a dark aura emitting, Lily repeatedly hits her palm with a racket, making a sound. If Shuri hadn't intervened, he would have undoubtedly received a punch. Saito was grateful from the bottom of her heart that someone stepped in. After that, they managed to clear up Lily's misunderstanding. It's okay even if Saito is not good, because both Shuri-chan and I are cute. Yeah, that's right. So, don't worry, Itachi. The people around me really have high self-esteem, confidently asserting that no matter how they are photographed, they will look cute. The two of them make Saito dryly smile as the photo session and the match begin. Yo, who? Take that. Here, he capture the moments of the two playing tennis. Maybe because he have good material to work with, the photos turn out fine without anything strange. However, due to the scattered focus, the photos subtly deviate from the center, and the focus is mostly on the rackets and balls. It's not easy to say he's skilled. Difficult, photography is. Maybe I can't take pictures like C after all. Just when he was about to give up on being suitable for photography, it unexpectedly happens. I almost lost. So frustrating. Yay, I won. Hey, did you see, Saito? Having never played tennis before, the two beginners, Lily and Shuri, competed in a two-game match, and Lily emerged as the winner. The defeated Shuri stomped her feet in frustration, while the victorious Lily happily ran towards Saito. Oh, I saw it. You're good at tennis, huh? Thanks to Saito. Huh, me? I didn't do anything. Remember when you taught me how to play tennis a long time ago? That helped me win today. Huh, really? Was that helpful? Come to think of it, he bragged to Lily about attending a tennis experience class when he was in elementary school. Although most of what he said was boasting and not useful at all, Lily remembers it with a proud smile. Never did he dream that what he taught Lily that day would prove useful. Yeah. So, thank you, Saito. Thanks. Oh, is this what Kai meant by sparkling? Like the day they first met, Lily directs a pure, untainted smile of gratitude towards Saito. The figure looked mysteriously sparkling, and as Saito raised his camera, pressing the shutter button, he wondered if this was how his friend saw the world. After a moment, a photo appeared on the screen, and as Saito looked at it, a satisfied smile crossed his face. You look incredibly beautiful, huh? What are you suddenly? Looking directly at Lily's face, he conveyed his thoughts, causing her face to blush like a boiled octopus. I thought that while taking pictures. What? Are you embarrassed? Even though you're usually called beautiful? Now, expecting Lily to casually deflect any compliments, Saito was surprised to see Lily only blinking his eyes. It's not like I'm embarrassed. I just exercised a bit and got a bit heated, that's all. Adadada, don't play it cool. You're stronger than those guys around you. Lily, with teary eyes, not in a cute way but with determination, hits him hard, and Saito, feeling the pain, quickly escaped from the spot. Who's the gorilla? Hey, wait, Saito. I didn't say anything like that, it's just your delusion. Calm down. Youth. Suddenly, a game of tag between the childhood friends began. Shuri watched, laughing heartily at the unexpected turn of events. Section. All right. It's time for today's presentation of achievements. Wow. 30 minutes before the end of school. As planned, Saito and Kai returned to the club room to have Yutsuno evaluate the photos they took. They printed out the photos they thought turned out best from today's shoot. Currently, Saito and Kai each hold a printed photo between their fingers like a card. Let's show them in alphabetical order. Akashi, go ahead. I'll show you the overwhelming difference. Saying that, Kai was the first to reveal a photo. Whoa. You captured the sheet music flying in the sky. And there's the sun in the center of the photo. The composition is excellent. The photo Kai showed was so perfect that Saito and Utsuno couldn't help but admire it. Saito and Sayano were amazed at the picture that was so perfect that it looked as if it had been taken by a professional. Of course. Now, what about yours, Saito? Having received compliments, Kai was in high spirits and extended his nose. Saito, thinking he would casually brush it off, blinked his eyes in surprise. My photo is this. With a determined voice, Saito presented the photo he took of Lily earlier. The photo showed a beautiful girl smiling with the sunset as a backdrop, and honestly, Saito was proud of how well it turned out. Thinking that it might not break Kai's extended nose, but at least it could bend it back, he looked at his friend. With that in mind, Saito turned eyes to Kai, who is staring at the picture. Beautiful. That's right. Wow, I didn't expect that just giving some advice would result in such a photo. Could it be the power of love? We're childhood friends, so it's not like that. Oh, come on, this girl is so cute, you must like her, right? Minazuki-kun. As a childhood friend, I do like her, but Kaya. See, it makes sense. Tell big sister all kinds of stories, okay? Were you listening? I just said I like her as a childhood friend. Why do you get such weird misunderstandings? It's annoying. You're cute when you get desperate. Annoying. This girl and I are really just childhood friends. Having successfully revealed the truth about his friend's nose, Saito smiled happily. However, this joy was short-lived as Utsuno, who was nearby, misunderstood the relationship between Saito and Lily, approaching them with an unpleasant grin. So, at that moment, desperately trying to clarify the misunderstanding, Saito didn't notice the heat in his friend's eyes as he looked at Lily's photo. And he never imagined that this photo would lead to something like that. Chapter 7, Forest School Episode. At the end of April, when cherry blossoms had completely fallen, and green leaves started to appear on the trees here and there, the first-year students of Sra High School were on a bus heading to a remote training facility for their forest school. Did you watch the manager's video yesterday? It was so interesting, right? Our tactics are getting a lot of attention because of that video. Oh, really? That's amazing. What was it, like cute or peekaboo with a little bit of her bra showing? Oh no. Delete, delete, delete. Ugh. This is bad. I feel like I'm going to throw up. As the students chatted excitedly on the bus, there was one guy grimacing with discomfort. His name was Saito Minazuki, a foolish high schooler who, despite being in high school, was looking forward to the overnight stay and ended up pulling an all-nighter. As a result, he was now struggling with motion sickness, something he usually didn't experience, and was currently battling nausea and discomfort. Hey, I've got a bag ready anytime. Come on. No. Actually, don't come. Preparation is pointless if you're not going to use it. Akashi-kun. Itaki. Want some candy? Apparently, eating spicy habanero candy helps a bit. It's delicious. I'll pass. If I eat that, I might die for real. But if you eat it and die, you'll be released from this suffering. Nice idea, Kanzaki. Yakumo, give me one. Okay. Wait, don't take it seriously. Don't eat it. It was my bad. Haha. It's the first time I've seen Minaka-chan panicking like this. Oh, and by the way, Minazuki, want some chocolate too? It's effective. I'll eat. With various care, or not, from his friends, Saito managed to endure. However, with over an hour left until they reached their destination, the prospect of enduring was disheartening. Would he make it through until they arrived? Staring at the large mountain outside the window, Saito felt anxious. An hour and a half later. All right, we finally made it. In the end, everything went smoothly. That's because Saito fell asleep around 30 minutes into the journey. Eating the chocolate Lily gave him somewhat alleviated the discomfort, and the overwhelming sleepiness from the all-nighter took over. Before he knew it, the remaining time passed quickly in the comfort of his dreams. However, the difficulty he experienced until then didn't change, and as soon as he got off the bus, he cheered. Ground that doesn't sway is the best. Saito relishes the greatness of treading on the earth. Hey, Saito. Don't just stand there in front of the door. Move a bit back. Sorry. However, he couldn't bask in the afterglow as Lily pointed out that he was obstructing the passage. Thank you. Over there. It looks like a gathering. Okay. Haruki, your zipper is open. Whoa, really? Since when? Did someone see it? When we parked in the parking lot, some girls from our class saw it. Lies. Why didn't you tell me? Kai-kun, I was planning to observe when you'd notice. Thanking the driver and picking up the luggage they had entrusted, the friends and students headed towards the accommodation where everyone was gathering. Everyone from Group 3. This way. The order of the groups doesn't matter, so class leaders, please take attendance and report to the teacher. Okay, roll call. Arriving at the accommodation, homeroom teacher Chihiyama instructed the class leaders to take attendance. Saito, chosen as the class leader by rock paper scissors, glanced back to confirm that all members were present. The team consisted of 6 members: Saito, Kai, Haruki, Lily, Shuri, and Minaka. Since the childhood friends wanted to be in the same group, that's how the team was formed. Although they had already confirmed that everyone was present since they were sitting close to each other on the bus, Saito double-checked the count. 3, 6, all right. Everyone's here. Hyama-chan, all members of Group 5 are present. Satisfied that everyone was present, Saito reported loudly to Chi. Understood. Thank you, Minazuki-kun. But, please don't call me Hyama-chan. Roger. At that moment, like the other class leaders, Saito received a scolding for using a nickname for the teacher. But since this was a usual occurrence, he casually brushed it off. Chi-chan sensei, everyone from Squad 4 is here. Chi-chan, everyone from Squad 3 is here. Oh, come on, everyone, stop with the playful names. All right. Now that we know everyone's here, let me explain the plan for the next steps. Please open your bookmarks. The other group leaders called the teachers with nicknames like Saito did. Chi went on to review the upcoming schedule and extended greetings to those who would assist during the forest school. Once done, the groups temporarily split into male and female teams, each placing their belongings in the assigned rooms. Squad leader Saito received 2 keys from Chi and tossed one to the vice squad leader, Shuri. After 30 minutes, we'll meet at the cafeteria, so don't be late. Got it, Lilichi, Minaki, let's go. All right then. See you later, Saito. Yo, let's go too. Stressing the importance of not being late for the next meeting, Saito and his friends head towards the dorms after parting ways with the girls' group. Lily is still the same, didn't even mention the names of Kai and Haruki. Well, this is an event to deepen connections. Does she even understand that? Along the way, Saito couldn't help but be frustrated with the actions of his childhood friend. Michigane-san is known for hating guys, so it can't be helped. Even so, since we're in the same group, at least be a bit friendlier. Haruki, being kind-hearted, tried to reassure Saito, but seeing Lily being cold even to his friends made him feel sorry. Don't worry, Saito. I don't mind, and Haruki is probably happy to be treated coldly. Huh, really? Haruki, are you an M? I'm normal. I'm not affected at all. Saito-kun. And Kai is just delighted to be treated coldly. It's a fact. Haha. I'm glad you guys are friends. Really? Blush. Ahaha. This is pretty normal. However, despite Saito feeling down, his friends reassured him. When Saito expressed my gratitude to them, Kai and Haruki scratched their cheeks in embarrassment and smiled shyly. It's the first time someone said that to me. While scratching his cheek, Kai said something like that. It's probably a joke. Haruki is interesting, short, and looks like a mascot character. So he was popular. But for Saito, who had been interacting with Kai for about a month, it was unbelievable that Kai had no friends. Surely, it was just his usual joke. Not really. I have a blank expression, so people couldn't understand what I was thinking, and they found it creepy. What the hell? They have no taste. They should appreciate the interesting stuff he says with that expressionless face. Right, Haruki? Yeah, you're right. It's surprising that Kai didn't have friends. Considering how entertaining he is, thinking that way, it seemed Kai truly didn't have friends, and those he had met so far didn't see the uniqueness in him. Despite the generally expressionless demeanor, his emotions were clear, his way of speaking was peculiar and amusing, and he was skilled at taking photos. There weren't many people as entertaining as him. When seeking agreement from Haruki about these guys wasting their potential, he shook his head in disbelief. My back feels itchy. Let's go to the room already. Unable to endure praise from his friends, Kai turned away and walked briskly. He's terrible at hiding embarrassment. It's so obvious when you look at it like this. Shut up. If you mock me any further, I'll post a photo online of Saito puking, and Haruki staring at a girl's panties. Mine wouldn't have much impact. But Haruki, yours peeking at a girl's panties is a serious offense. It's practically a crime. As the other two teased the embarrassed Kai, he threatened to spread photos online. One of them, if released, would cause a major issue, and Saito distanced himself from Haruki, thinking he was staring at someone's panties. No, that was an accident. I was just climbing the stairs, and a girl's skirt happened to lift. I'm not at fault. And why do you have such a photo, Kai? I was trying to take a photo of the sunset from the emergency staircase, and it just happened. Sometimes you act like the protagonist in a romantic comedy. Haruki. What started as teasing Kai ended up with roles reversed, with Haruki now at the receiving end. While making fun of Kai, he had unwittingly become the target. As always, Haruki was being teased, and the three of them returned to their usual banter section. Time passed, and 2 hours later, after putting their belongings in the room and enjoying the lunch buffet, Saito, along with the members of his group, was currently walking through the forest. Doesn't that mushroom look edible? Wait, that's the stinkhorn mushroom, so it's a no-go. You can eat it if you don't mind having an upset stomach. Seriously? I thought it could be used for dinner. At that moment, Saito, who happened to find a mushroom, tried to pick it, but Lily immediately intervened with a warning. In her memory, this mushroom seemed to be poisonous and not edible. The moment Saito heard that, he hastily withdrew the hand he had been reaching out. Amazing. Lilichi, you're knowledgeable. How can you identify mushrooms so well? I saw it in a picture book when I was a kid. Well, at that time, I barely remembered it, but thanks to someone, I ended up memorizing it. Someone who wanted to eat nuts and mushrooms without thinking, praising Lily for correctly identifying the mushroom that none of the team members knew. Shuri admired her, and she gave Saito a slightly annoyed look. Don't cause trouble for Lily, you foolish moon. Ouch. Why am I getting scolded when my name wasn't even mentioned? Because you're the only one who would do something like that. Yeah, Saito is an idiot. So he'd eat anything. For now, I'll eat anything that's put in front of me. I get it. I know exactly what you guys are thinking. Remember it for later. Seriously. Although Saito thought he could keep it a secret from the other team members, it was evident to everyone as soon as they heard the story, and he ended up being beaten up. Saito had taken action, thinking it would make dinner more luxurious, but he hadn't expected to be beaten up like this. In retaliation, he decided to do something to the other team members during dinner. Now, the reason Saito and the others are in the mountains is not for gathering ingredients, but rather as part of the orientation for the forest school. It's a typical activity where teachers set up mysteries in various parts of the mountain. The students solve these mysteries, collect keywords, and finally come up with an answer. It's commonly known as a treasure hunt game. The time limit is 2 hours, and the area is reasonably extensive. If they fail to answer the last question, the curry they make for dinner will be without any ingredients. However, since the main theme is to deepen the interaction with team members, the school has designed it to be easily cleared by the students, like a light hiking activity. Wow, dangerous. However, being in the mountain, even if it's managed, there are more risks due to uneven terrain. Saito and the others had to be careful to avoid accidents. Lily, whose attention was distracted by the surroundings, stumbled over a tree branch, just as she was about to fall. Haruki caught her in the nick of time. Are you okay? Thanks. I'm fine now. Can you let go? Sorry. I'll let go right away. Haruki, worried about whether Lily was injured, looked into her face. Lily, showing a hint of disgust as their faces were uncomfortably close, asked him to let go, and Haruki immediately apologized and released her. It's like a manga. That's true. Saito internally agreed with Minako's statement. The series of events between the two could have been the beginning of a love story in a beautifully fictional world. However, just as Saito was starting to think about it, he felt a dull pain in his chest. Lilichi, are you okay? Be careful where you step. Did you twist your ankle? What's this? I have to go to Lily first. Although it was a type of pain he had never felt before, Saito quickly headed towards Lily, but his foot slipped when he tried to stand up. In the tilting world, he caught sight of wet leaves on the spot he had stepped on earlier. That was the root of all evil. Unforgivable. With that thought, Saito kissed the ground. As a review of the kiss, let's just say sand got into his mouth, and it was awful. Saito. Wow, a magnificent fall. Saito, is your nose okay? PFF. My nose hurts like hell, but probably no major injuries. Having fallen on his face, his nose hurt quite a bit, but it didn't feel like it was broken. There didn't seem to be any significant injuries. As if to reassure worried team members, Saito waved his hands lightly and then stood up. The worst. My jersey is all dirty. Don't worry about it. As Saito looked around his body, the ground was muddy due to the slight wetness, and he was completely covered in mud. He let out a heavy sigh. Saito, are you okay? Looking up, in front of him was a childhood friend extending her hand with a worried expression. I'm fine. Other than a hurting nose, it's nothing serious. By the way, are you okay over there? Yeah, thanks to Nishizuno-kun. I'm perfectly fine. Saito, whose hands are dirty because he touched the ground when he stood up, stands up without any help from Lily. When Saito looked at her worriedly, she told him that she was okay while looking a bit dissatisfied. Good then. Hey, it's more of a coincidence that both of us fell, right? We're childhood friends, so we don't need to be this similar. Hee, that's true. Saito laughed at Lily's agreement. Both of them laughed as if it were an unfortunate day. Okay, so that's how it is. Since both of us fell, you have to be careful on the mountain. Walk with caution. Saito, who confirmed that all the members of the group can move without any problems, uses his own fall as a pretext to warn the group members to be careful as a group leader. Roger. Be careful. Watch your step. It's more convincing when someone covered in mud says it. True. Why are you so proud? I don't get it. Well, don't sweat the small stuff. Anyway, let's head for the next riddle and depart. With responses coming from each member, Saito gave the signal to start the journey, and some members responded with cheers. Then, the members of Team 5, each paying attention to their steps, solved the riddles, and successfully cleared the treasure hunt. They managed to avoid the curry without ingredients for dinner. By the way, the gathered keywords hinted at solving the mystery, but it turned out to be curry rice. I thought it could have been something a bit more creative, but that's just my secret opinion. Sensei, if there's still time, can I change into regular clothes? This is getting uncomfortable. It would be better to change. Sure, go ahead. But please come back as soon as possible. Got it. Returning earlier than planned, Saito asks if he can change into his jersey. After seeing the state he's in, she readily agrees, and Saito is allowed to return to the dormitory by himself. I'll be right back. Take care, Saito. See you. After informing his team members, Saito quickly returns to their room and changes into his jersey, as he packs the jersey into a plastic bag. It's not even 2:30 yet. With plenty of time left, Saito decides to wash the dirty jersey. Hangers, huh? What's this picture? While searching for hangers to hang the jersey to dry, Saito discovers a photo falling out of someone's bag. Curious, he picks up the photo. This is a photo of Lily that I took when I joined the club. I did a good job on this one. But why is it here? I don't remember printing this photo. Without a doubt, it's a photo Saito took when he joined the club. Since it turned out well, he asked a senior to send the data to his phone, but he didn't print it. Wait a minute. Maybe I made one printout for the day we review the photos. So, maybe Kai brought this? Could it be that he likes Lily? Oh no, this is bad. He's definitely someone who didn't want this to be noticed. What should I do? After activating his brain's internal computer and deducing the possibilities, Saito realizes that Kai might have feelings for Lily. Otherwise, there's no explanation for why he brought a photo of her. He never thought that his friend is in love with his childhood friend. Saito had not noticed it at all since there was no sign of it in Kai's usual behavior. It's an abnormal situation for sure since Kai hasn't confided in Saito about this. Let's just pretend I didn't see anything. After careful consideration, Saito decides to act as if he didn't see anything and forget everything he saw. He puts the photo back into Kai's bag and takes the hanger from the drawer to go to the washroom. As planned, he washes the jersey with soap and scrubbing it with no care. Can I really do that? Pretend I didn't see such big news? It's impossible for me. However, the determination doesn't last long, and Saito slams his hand on the washstand after washing the jersey. Given the circumstances, no matter how much Saito tries to clear his mind, the image he saw earlier clings stubbornly and refuses to let go. Returning like this would undoubtedly result in awkward behavior. The thought of it is giving him a headache. Wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance I misunderstood, and it might not be related at all. Upon closer reflection, Saito has only discovered that Kai has Lily's photo. He hasn't heard from him directly about having feelings for her. While he believes Kai does, there's still another possibility. Yeah, that's right. Now that I think about it, it's unlikely to develop feelings in such a short time since entering school. Convincing himself and repeating those thoughts, Saito returns to the balcony after hanging the washed jersey. Section 3 hours later, that guy Kai, he's taking a lot of pictures of Lily. This is definitely confirmed. Saito's hopes are quickly shattered. As a member of the photography club, Kai is obligated to take class photos. However, he clearly takes more photos of Lily than necessary. Even now, he's taking distant shots of Lily cutting vegetables for curry along with Shuri. This solidifies Saito's belief that Kai has feelings for Lily. Wow, seriously? Confirming that Kai has feelings for Lily, Saito is faced with the reality that his assumptions were correct, leaving him troubled about what to do. It's fine if you want to feel down on your own, but light the fire before Nishizano finishes preparing the pot of rice. I'm doing it. Wait a moment. I'll get it ready soon. However, the world seems to not give Saito the time to think. When he returns with firewood, Minako urges him to light the fire. Reluctantly, Saito gets up, picks up some cedar leaves and twigs lying around. He stacks them in pairs, puts some of the collected twigs and cedar leaves inside, and uses the charcoal they were given to start the fire. The cedar leaves, which contain a large amount of oil, burn first, and some twigs catch fire. Then, before the fire could go out until it lit the firewood, a splendid flame rose in less than 2 minutes as cedar leaves were continuously thrown in to keep the fire alive. You're quite adept at this. Well, I've been taken camping since I was little. Handling this is a breeze. If someone told me to start a fire with a bow drill, that'd be a different story. As Saito manipulated the firewood to ensure an even fire, Minako, who was sitting next to him with a dissatisfied look, complimented him. Aren't you a bit more impressed now? Not really, if I have to say. You've just changed from an annoying idiot to a not-so-funny idiot. Seeing Saito's slight change in attitude, Minako gives her a cold, disapproving look. Is that so? Fine. I'll keep an eye on this. You go help Lily and the others. If that's the case, I'll take you up on that offer. I'm going to play with the cute girls. Saito shrugs it off and issues instructions for other tasks. With a smug look on her face, Minako joins Lily and the others. Weirdo. But anyway, now it's Kai's turn. Does he really like Lily? The current distance makes it seem complicated. What's he planning to do? With Minako gone, Saito seriously contemplates the possibility of Kai and Lily dating. In Saito's assessment, at the current stage, the chances of them dating are almost non-existent. The main reason being that Lily still hasn't spoken to Kai properly. Having heard enough of her stories about being popular, Saito knows that to win over that childhood friend, proper steps need to be taken. So, for now, they need to establish a relationship where they can talk. However, simply taking pictures from a distance won't bridge the gap. Is Kai really determined? Come on. You can do it. Saito sends his friend encouragement, but his silent cheers fall on deaf ears as Kai is absorbed in taking photos. Section. Let's dig in. Indeed. Let's dig in. At Saito's signal, other team members, including Lily, join in the chorus. After that, looking down, the aroma of spiced curry rice wafts around as each member is presented with their portion. Today's dinner is mild curry rice that they made themselves. Shuri and Haruki wanted spicy curry, but the rest of the members, especially Saito, who is sensitive to spiciness, protested. Eventually, they decided on a mild version. First, scoop up a spoonful to make it half rice and half roux. Yeah, delicious. Sweet curry is still the easiest to eat. As a feedback, it's delicious, just as expected. Using store-bought roux is a given, but the moderate spiciness of sweet curry, without the sharp heat of regular curry, suits Lily's palate the best. I didn't notice since I've been eating spicy lately, but sweet curry is tasty too, Lily. Hee, that's right. I like the slightly smoky aroma too. It feels like we cooked outdoors. Even Shuri, who usually prefers spicy, seems to enjoy it as he happily devours the curry. Watching their content expressions, Lily smiles. I get it. It's delicious with a different flavor than usual. By the way, I prefer the rice a bit firmer, but if everyone is eating it, this is fine. I actually prefer it a bit firmer too. Haha, sorry. I just cooked it with the usual amount of water without thinking. No, sorry. I didn't mean to blame you. It's just that a bit firmer would be better, that's all. The conversation shifts from curry roux to rice. Saito and Haruki, discussing the situation, were interrupted by an apologetic Haruki. Seeing that he had no intention of blaming him, Shuri quickly reassured the dejected Haruki. Meanwhile, Lily, having shifted her gaze away from them, looked at her childhood friend, who was sitting on the opposite side. Kai, is it really okay for you not to sit next to me, huh? It doesn't matter where I sit. Oh, okay. Saito discussed seating arrangements with his friend Kai. It seemed like there was a desire to switch seats, but Kai didn't seem to notice and declined, leaving Haruki feeling down. What does he want to do? Even with their long history, Lily couldn't understand the meaning behind his actions and tilted her head. After that, Saito's behavior became a bit strange. He suddenly complained of stomach pain, taking Haruki with him to the restroom. He even offered to take care of the dishes, saying his skin would get rough if the girls did them. As for Lily, it was a great help for Saito to do the dishes. When he finished washing the dishes and pots, he was holding his head in despair, a real mystery. Today, Saito is acting really weird. Never having witnessed such bizarre behavior before, Lily's thoughts were consumed by Saito. This did not change while Lily was taking her favorite bath. Lilaichi. Wait, Shuri-chan. Lost in her thoughts, Lily didn't notice her approaching friend from behind. Suddenly, someone approached from behind, squeezing her ample chest, and Lily screamed in surprise. Oh, just as expected. It's irresistible. Your soft skin clings to my hands. It feels so good. Wait, stop. No. Making crude remarks like a middle-aged man, Shuri continued to fondle Lily's chest. Lily tried to squirm away, but her body wouldn't cooperate because of the strange touches. Where's the problem? Tell me. Nei-san. Hey, Shuri-chan, what are you doing? Minako-chan, help. Struggling to escape, Lily was relieved when her other friend, Minako, appeared. Surely, she would help. Minako seemed like a serious person. In Lily's eyes, Minako appeared as a goddess of salvation. Oh, Minaki, look at this. I'm savoring the sweetness of Lilaichi's watermelon. Isn't it amazing? This JK's assets are of just the right size, and they're not sagging, but plump and bouncy. I'd give it 120 points, not just a perfect 100. Gulp. Do not just gulping. Minako-chan. Help. I'm sorry, Lily-chan. It's not that I want to touch big breasts, you see. It's an intellectual curiosity about how to maintain firmness with this size. Nothing more. Nothing less. Yes. There's absolutely no ulterior motive. It's not because I want to touch my crush's breasts or anything impure like that, okay? However, swayed by Shuri's sweet words, The goddess fell without resistance. Muttering excuses, Minako approached, hands rubbing together. "Wait, what are you saying, Minako-chan? Don't come any closer." The eyes, "It's scary. Please, don't come here." Resisting desperately, Lily's futile struggles echoed in the large bathhouse as the girl's distressing screams resonated throughout. Section. Snick snick. I can never get married now. It was a while after Lily was released from their grasp. Returning to the room, Lily had tears in the corners of her eyes as she sat in the corner, cross-legged. "Oh, it was amazing. Lily cheese breasts. Totally different from mine, so I never got tired of it." In stark contrast, the face of one of the culprits, Shuri, gleamed with satisfaction. She showed no remorse whatsoever. "I'm sorry. I really went too far to do such a thing to you. Lily-chan, if it comes to it, I'll apologize by cutting my belly. Heavy. You don't have to go that far." On the other hand, the other culprit, Minako, who had regained her sanity, seemed visibly down. Without realizing it, a cut knife from her pencil case was gripped in her hand, making a clicking sound. Lily intervened when she heard the sound, fearing Minako might actually cut her belly. "Do you really forgive me?" Her downcast eyes showed anxiety, afraid that Lily might dislike her. "Well, I didn't like having my chest touched, but that's within the range of girls-friendly physical contact. The talk about not being able to get married is just a joke. I don't really think that seriously." "Lily-chan, I like you." "Whoa, don't suddenly hug me." "Certainly." Their physical contact was intense, touching various parts of Lily's body, and she didn't like it. However, she had experienced similar things a few times in her first life, so she wasn't about to get upset now. Keeping the time loop a secret, she conveyed that she wasn't angry. Overwhelmed by her feelings, Minako hugged Lily. The cool Minako, unexpectedly, did something like that, leaving Lily flustered. Seeing Minako rubbing her cheek, Lily's opinion of Minako changed considerably. Afterward, Lily and her friends discussed the events of the day at the outdoor school and engaged in some girlish talk about romance. However, since they had recently entered high school, there was no information about who liked whom. Although Lily knew who the girls in her class had crushes on due to the time loop, revealing that information would be too unnatural, so she kept it to herself. The conversation then shifted to discussions about their middle school love lives, and most of the spotlight was taken by Shuri. When asked about her relationship with Saito, Lily shared a somewhat embarrassing childhood episode, making it clear that she didn't see him as a romantic interest. "Well, it's about time to sleep and prepare for tomorrow." When engrossed in something, time passes quickly. Glancing at the clock, Lily noticed it was past 10, the usual bedtime. Although it was still early for her, today's outdoor activities had accumulated more fatigue than she expected, making her eyelids heavy. As the conversation naturally concluded, she suggested it was time to sleep. "Let's do that." I'm so tired today. My eyelids are heavy because I don't usually exercise." We still have a lot to talk about." SZZZ. Seemingly, the drowsiness wasn't limited to Lily alone. Minako readily agreed to Lily's proposal, and Shuri, who seemed to have more to say, gradually fell asleep in the middle of her sentences. "You fell asleep at an incredible speed. Just like the kid from that certain robot cat anime. Hee. Be careful not to catch a cold. Let's go to sleep too?" In awe of Shuri's incredible speed of falling asleep, Minako likened her to a character from an anime. Finding the expression surprisingly accurate, Lily couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Yes, good night, Lily-chan." "Good night, Minako-chan." Covering her friends with blankets, Lily turned off the room's lights and lay down. Closing her eyes, not as fast as Shuri but certainly not as slow as Minako, both of them easily drifted into the world of dreams. Section. Click. In the sinking darkness, a mechanical shutter sound echoed. Due to my mother being a photographer, this sound was familiar yet disliked by me. Opening my eyes, I found myself standing in front of the train station Lily often used. However, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and it seemed like rain was about to fall. I need to go back. Nevertheless, with that vague thought, I turned away from the station and started walking towards my home. Click. As I passed the intersection, I heard the shutter sound. Turning my gaze towards the direction of the sound, but there was no one there. Thinking it might be my imagination, I convinced myself and walked past the park. Then, I heard the shutter sound again, 2 times this time, from the direction of the park. Reacting to the sound, I immediately looked to the side, but again, no one was visible. Feeling an indescribable sense of discomfort, I continued walking past the park. This time, I heard the shutter sound 3 times from the opposite lane as I crossed the bridge. The 3rd time's a charm, and this time, I turned my gaze to the side, but a truck passed right in front of me, blocking my view. Once the truck was gone, unsurprisingly, there was no one there. Click 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 click. After hearing it from behind, I turned around. Still, no one. Click 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 click. From the left, I heard it 5 times, but there was no one there. Click 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 click. 6 times from the right. Yet no one. Click 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 click. No, 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 no 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 no, no 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 no. Repeated dozens of times, with the fear reaching its limit, I ran away from the spot. Click 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 click. I didn't care about the sound anymore. I just wanted to run home. When it became difficult to breathe, and my run turned into wheezing, I finally saw my home. In an instant, an indescribable sense of relief enveloped me. Ignoring the incessant shutter sound, I rushed into the house and hastily locked the door. The sound stopped, and relieved, I collapsed on the spot. Now, everything was fine. That's what I thought. But at that moment, my vision distorted, and I found myself in a different place. In front of me was the door of a certain apartment. With a click, the sound of the unlocked door reached my ears, and as the door opened, a boy with naturally curly hair and darkened pupils, holding a camera, appeared. Let me take more of your sparkle." As he muttered those words, the bundle of photos showing my reflection entwined around my legs, trying to pull me into the door. "No, stop." "No, Hugh." Just as Lily, overwhelmed by fear, was about to scream, she woke up from the dream, panting heavily, breathing heavily like during an asthma attack. It was suffocating. The sweat from her entire body, the unpleasant kind, flowed out, making her feel nauseous. For now, to focus on stabilizing her breathing, she concentrated on regulating her breath, taking about 3 minutes to stabilize. "Worst." "Oh, is anyone awake?" Sue, Spee. "Ah, there." "Good." Lilichi, Spee. Having calmed down, Lily was able to check her surroundings calmly. The room was still dark, indicating it was nighttime, which meant everyone was still asleep. She checked the faces of her friends sleeping on either side of her to see if she had woken anyone up with her scream earlier, but they were both sleeping peacefully. Thank God. Realizing this, Lily sighed in relief, exhaling a breath she had been holding. If she had unintentionally woken up her friends with her scream due to the nightmare, it would have been incredibly embarrassing. For now, to avoid causing any more disturbances, Lily quietly left the room and exited the dormitory. The outside is chilly, despite it being spring, and the clear air pierces the skin. Enduring that, Lily sits on a bench beside a vending machine. What should I do? Really? She's contemplating the nightmare she just had, or rather, the stalking incident she experienced once, which was the trigger for it all. It was a dream, so it was exaggerated a little, but it actually happened. The nightmare began about a month into her high school life, on her way home, when she started hearing the sound of a shutter click. Pasha. At first, she thought someone was taking a photo with their smartphone and didn't pay much attention. However, as the shutter sound continued every day on her way home, and after a week, it started happening even after she got off the train. It was then that Lily became convinced someone was taking pictures of her. But, even when she turned towards the direction of the sound, she couldn't find anyone. She was being secretly photographed by an unknown entity. Feeling the fear, but with no decisive evidence, Lily couldn't involve the police. She reluctantly tried to identify the stalker on her own but couldn't catch a lead, and 2 weeks passed. The shutter sound escalated, and it switched to continuous shooting. It was genuinely terrifying. So, one day, while running to avoid being caught, someone grabbed Lily's hand. The person was Akashi Kai, a student from class 3, where Lily used to be. He was a boy who always sat alone in the corner of the room, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Don't run away. Let me capture more of your sparkle." His murky black eyes were as dark as the night, and just looking at them made one feel absorbed. Instinctively feeling fear, Lily tried to escape, but he had an unexpectedly strong grip for a small boy. When she attempted to shout, he covered her mouth with a handkerchief, making it impossible to call for help. As he tried to drag her home, her ex-boyfriend appeared, restrained Kai, and called the police, bringing an end to the incident. According to her ex-boyfriend, he happened to be following her because she seemed strange, and he saw her about to be taken away. It sends shivers down her spine to think what might have happened if he hadn't been there. That became one of Lily's traumas. Now, getting into the main topic. But there's more important part. What troubles Lily is the fact that the person stalking and secretly photographing her became friends with her childhood friend. At this point, many would wonder, why did she enroll in a high school with such a dangerous person in the first place? The answer is simple: to overcome her trauma. Immediately after the time leap, she focused solely on preventing and avoiding trauma. However, with her encounter with Saito, she realized that she could never truly be happy if she continued to avoid and run away from her problems. So, she enrolled in Sura High School, which had several traumatic memories. She initially intended to catch the stalker, Kai, on her own. But, fate had other plans, and instead of the dangerous criminal Kai, he ended up becoming friends with Saito. This has become a thorn in Lily's side. With him being next to Saito, her chances to talk to her childhood friend decreased, and she always had to be on guard against potential stalking. Now, catching Kai and handing him over to the police might seem like the obvious solution, but doing so would undoubtedly make her childhood friend sad. He is someone who cares deeply about his friends. She regrets not being able to do something back then. She doesn't want to experience that again. However, if she doesn't catch Kai, the stalking won't stop. The conflicting feelings of not wanting to make her childhood friend sad and wanting Kai, the boy who gave her trauma, to face appropriate consequences, leave Lily in a state of confusion. Though the stalking hasn't started yet, Lily has been troubled by this dilemma for a while now. She had been thinking about it even before the nightmare but hasn't come up with a good solution. Staring at the sky, Lily, feeling annoyed by the overly sparkling stars, unknowingly glares at them. At that moment, she hears the shutter sound. Pasha turning her gaze in that direction, all she sees is deep darkness. However, there's no doubt that she heard it. In other words, Kai's stalking has begun. If it's come to this, I have no choice but to catch him. Deciding so, Lily stands up and starts walking towards the direction of the sound. After a while, she hears a loud noise, as if someone has fallen. When she turns on the flashlight of her phone and points it there. "You idiot. Don't do such things while hiding from the person you like. If you want to take a picture, just ask the person directly, fool. What you're doing is a serious crime." You know. There's Saito, grabbing Kai's collar, yelling at him. The eldest son was born into a very ordinary family, with a salaryman father and a housewife mother. However, this boy was peculiar, mostly quiet. He would stare into space, and suddenly burst into happy laughter. Later, as he learned to speak, it became apparent that the boy could see a radiance invisible to ordinary people. Capturing it in photos led to professional-level pictures, and his parents praised him as a genius. But his peers had a different reaction. They found the boy's unexplained comments about seeing sparkles strange and made fun of him, labeling him a monster. Naturally, he had no friends. It was tough and painful. Yet, the boy never complained, because capturing that radiance in photos could make the unpleasant events of the day disappear. If he could just take a photo, that was enough. Eventually, as a primary school student, he reached a point where he neglected human interactions entirely. Even if spoken to, or even if things were thrown at him, he remained unresponsive. His already unchanging face froze completely, and he stopped moving. By then, the bullying had stopped. It was simple. without a reaction. It wasn't fun. Initially, there was some action, like glaring or contorting his face in anguish, but without even that, it felt like hitting a doll and became empty. However, stopping the bullying now wouldn't change anything. He had already been fundamentally broken as a human. Photographs are everything. That is the man called Kayakashi. The inevitability of him committing a crime became a matter of time. Until he entered high school, he hadn't committed a crime simply because his ability to see radiance didn't work with humans. Until then, it had only worked with animals and objects. But then, he encountered her, a human who shone brilliantly, dazzlingly bright. Michigan Lily. She had an otherworldly beauty that competed for the top spot in the class's popularity rankings. However, her face was always frozen, much like the boy, and the radiance wasn't visible at first glance. But one day, as she cracked a smile, it became visible, beautiful, a radiance brighter than anything he had seen before. From that day on, the boy started taking photos of Lily. Obsessed, he followed her every day, capturing photos. Strangely, he was never satisfied. Even though he couldn't see any radiance in humans before, with each photo of her, she displayed different lights. Gradually, the boy developed a desire to photograph Lily all day long and tried to confine her to his house. The result was a failure. Interference occurred, and he ended up getting caught by the police. If only he had been a bit faster, he could have kidnapped her. That regret lingered, but it was too late once he was imprisoned. I want to take photos, 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 take photos. After being imprisoned, the boy, who felt an incredible amount of stress from not being able to take photos, died when a blood vessel in his head burst due to stress. This was the first life of Akashi Kai. Lily was completely unaware of this, but like her, Kai's life was irredeemable. Even if a second life came, it was likely to remain unchanged. However, on the day of the beautiful cherry blossom entrance ceremony, everything changed. Oops, sorry to surprise you. I want to check the class but forgot where to look. Do you remember where to check? A certain boy spoke to him. It was Saito. Normally, Kai would ignore anyone who spoke to him, but for some reason, he reacted that day. Not only did he guide Saito to the bulletin board's location, but he even introduced himself. This was a remarkable occurrence. He never expected himself to do such a thing. After Saito disappeared, Kai pondered why he had taken such actions, but there was no answer. In any case, he thought they would never interact again. However, the morning after the entrance ceremony, Saito found Kai sitting at the corner of the classroom. Hey, we meet again. Thanks for yesterday. You really saved me. As a token of gratitude, I'll offer you my calorie mate. It's special. Huh? Don't need it. Shut up and eat. Haha. Don't say something interesting with such a deadpan expression. You're amusing. Saito was a mysterious boy. Kai, who was usually unresponsive and considered boring, found him the only one who called him interesting. It filled a part of his chest that should have been empty. At that moment, Kai felt happiness. From then on, Kai began to hang out with Saito. Their conversations were filled with humor and childlike playfulness, and Saito effortlessly joined in with Kai's laid-back stories. It felt pleasant. This was what having a friend meant. Kai understood. Saito was an amazing person. He is not only adjusted to him but also expanded the world of Kai that should have been small. When entering school, Kai noticed his friends section on the messaging app was initially 0, but before he knew it, it had increased to 3. With Shiri, Saito, and Haruki. They, too, found the expressionless, doll-like Kai interesting, and Kai felt the emptiness in his chest filling up again. It's fun. By this time, going to school had become enjoyable for Kai. Talking about silly things with friends and occasionally playing at the arcade after school made his ordinary student life enjoyable. So, carried away, Kai wanted to share his likes with Saito and invited him to join the photography club. Little did he know that this decision would later become a factor that led him to the worst situation. Saito, as anticipated by Kai, agreed to join the trial membership, praising the photos Kai took just like his parents did. He wanted Saito to know the greatness of photography too. Throughout the trial membership, that's all Kai kept thinking about. But towards the end of the trial, when he saw the photos Saito took, everything changed. The girl in his photos shone brighter than anything Kai had ever seen before. Lily's radiance captivated Kai in an instant, making him want to capture it as well. From then on, Kai started taking photos of Lily whenever there was a chance, but always within the limits of common sense. As a result of regaining his human-like qualities through interacting with Saito and others, Kai decided to limit himself to taking photos only when given permission by the teacher or when specifically asked by Saito to capture moments with Lily. He refrained from taking photos otherwise. However, this self-imposed restriction proved to be ineffective. In such a limited state, he realized he couldn't capture Lily's radiance as he did that day when Saito asked him to take photos. If that's the case, I have no choice but to take photos at other times. With this conclusion, Kai attempted to take pictures of Lily, but due to her aversion to men, she wouldn't even talk to him, making it impossible to obtain permission. So, he decided to take photos without permission. One night during the school trip, while looking at the photos he had taken of Lily, Kai happened to notice her leaving the dormitory. Carrying his camera, he moved to the spot where she would look most beautiful and raised his camera to take the shot. In this moment, if you press the shutter, you will fall into an irreversible place. However, completely absorbed in taking photos, Kai doesn't realize it. In the moment when he was about to press the shutter, when she's sparkling and shining. "What are you doing?" Suddenly a chilling voice cut through the silence. A hand reached out from the side. It felt as if his arm was pressed with cold iron, causing the lens to blur. With a snap, the camera hit the ground. Turning his gaze to the side, he saw Saito with an expression of anger he had never seen before. Silence hung between the two. "Why the hell did you do this?" "I wanted to take a picture of Michigan-san," questioned with a voice Kai had never heard before. He honestly confessed his reason, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. In the next moment, Kai's collar was grabbed, and he was forcefully pulled closer. Their heads collided with a jolt, causing Kai's vision to waver. "You idiot. Don't do such things while hiding from the person you like. If you want to take a picture, just ask the person directly, fool. What you're doing is a serious crime, you know." Ignoring the fact that their heads had collided, Saito shouted in anger. In Kai's distorted field of vision, he could faintly see tears in Saito's eyes. "Oh, I must have made a mistake." Kai realized that he had made a mistake by hurting his friend. Time rewound a little. Right after dinner. Sigh. "It's no use. It's not going well." After finishing cleaning up, Saito was in the Western-style toilet, holding his head. The reason was obvious. It was about Kai and Lily. Since realizing that Kai had feelings for Lily, Saito had been trying to bring the two closer, but with no success. Even when creating situations where they were alone together, Kai and Lily wouldn't even attempt to have a conversation. He understood to some extent, but Lily's aversion to men was deeply ingrained, and she wouldn't talk one-on-one. But if Saito tried to mediate between them, Lily would probably find out. His childhood friend is an esper. If Saito did something thoughtless, she would read his thoughts. So, what he did today was Kai's best support. It was impossible for Saito to do more than that. "I can't do it anymore. Do your best, Kai." In the empty toilet, Saito thought about his friend who was organizing photos in her bedroom. However, despite praying for the two to get closer, there was no event today where he could be with the girls. Without any particular plans, he took a bath, returned to his room, and idly passed the time. Although it was a dull time for Saito, it was great not to have to be unnecessarily considerate and to spend time peacefully. "It's about time to sleep." "Yeah." Yawn. "Well then, I'll turn off the lights. I'm at my limit too." As bedtime approached and with nothing else to do, the three of them went to bed without any fuss. Due to the accumulated fatigue, the three friends all peacefully drifted off to sleep. After a few hours passed since they fell asleep, Saito, awakened by a rustling sound, sensed someone rummaging through a bag. In the darkness, he looked around and noticed that Kai was leaving the room. "Where is he going, that guy?" Assuming it was probably just a trip to the bathroom, Saito, intrigued by his friend's actions, decided to follow Kai outside the room. However, contrary to his expectations, Kai was nowhere to be seen even after he went to the bathroom. Could he be taking photos of the stars? Walking while pondering where Kai might have gone, Saito unexpectedly caught sight of a breathtaking night sky, filled with stars not commonly seen in the city. If Kai, the photography enthusiast, wanted to capture this beautiful night sky, it wouldn't be surprising. No, it was definitely something he would do. With a strange conviction, Saito left the dormitory. Brrrr, it's chilly. The outside of the dormitory turned out to be surprisingly cold, and Saito, shivering, searched for Kai. Oh, there he is. What are you trying to shoot, Kai? Tsu. As Saito's eyes adapted to the night darkness, he quickly spotted his friend, holding a camera and seemingly aiming to capture something. While expecting it to be stars, Saito directed his gaze to the camera's viewfinder, only to find Lily, her face illuminated by the starry sky, completely unaware of Kai's presence. At that moment, something snapped inside Saito. Acting on instinct rather than rational thought, he grabbed Kai's hand, attempting to stop him from taking the photo. "What are you doing?" Surprised at his own ability to produce such a scary voice, Saito confronted Kai with a question about his intentions. "What are you trying to do?" To Saito's amazement, he managed to stop Kai, and with a click sound, the camera fell to the ground. Saito locked eyes with Kai. In the dim light, it was hard to see clearly, but somehow, Saito could sense Kai's awkward expression. Silence hung between the two, and during that time, Kai's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, Saito's mind cleared. Only now did he fully comprehend the situation, and an uncontrollable anger overwhelmed him. Suppressing the boiling emotions as best as he could, Saito, still holding on to Kai, questioned him once again. "Why the hell did you do this?" "I wanted to take a picture of Michigan-san." Kai's response was exactly what Saito expected. However, deep down, he had hoped it was a mistake. "I believed in you. Why would you do something like this, Kai?" The moment Saito realized what Kai intended to capture, the restraint he had maintained exploded. Grabbing Kai's collar with both hands and pulling him, Saito didn't care about their heads colliding. Their heads hit each other because they were pulled without any resistance. But Saito didn't care. "You idiot. Don't do such things while hiding from the person you like. If you want to take a picture, just ask the person directly, fool. What you're doing is a serious crime, you know." Saito continued to berate Kai, forcefully pulling him. But Kai remained unresponsive. "Hey, respond. Do you get it? You were trying to take creepy photos." Taking advantage of Lily not noticing. "You were trying to capture it with this camera." Frustrated, Saito forcibly brings his face closer, locking eyes, and continues to reprimand once more. "I'm sorry." After a short pause, Kai finally moved his trembling lips and offered a belated apology. However, Saito's anger didn't subside. This wasn't enough. So, Saito began expressing everything he had been thinking, one by one, to Kai. "I thought I could trust you, my friend. I thought I could entrust Lily to you. I'm sorry. I tried my best for both of you to get along, to make sure Lily doesn't feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry. Yet, you guys hardly talk at all. Don't mess around, seriously. I'm sorry. If you like her, be more proactive. I'm sorry. If you want to take pictures, tell her directly." "She might be cold, but she's kind. She would have forgiven you for various things." "I'm sorry. Why? 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 Why did you do this, Kai?" After pouring out his feelings, Saito collapsed on the spot, looking up at Kai's face while crying. "I'm sorry, Saito." It was only then that Saito noticed that Kai was shedding tears. Uncharacteristically, Kai, who usually had an emotionless expression, was now crying, his face contorted with genuine remorse, apologizing like a child. Just that made Saito realize that Kai deeply regretted betraying the expectations of his friend. But it was too late. It was too late to take action after the fact. What Kai did was an attempted serious crime. It is wrong. He needed to be taken to the appropriate authorities. He will be judged in the proper place. That's normal. It's obvious. But, what would happen if you did that to Kai? Probably, he wouldn't be able to stay in school anymore. Even though it was an attempt, A crime was about to be committed. Surely, he would be treated like a ticking time bomb. Feeling unwelcome, Kai would probably transfer to another high school. Saito hated. He hated so much. Kai certainly made a mistake. He did something wrong as a human being. Kai tried to harm his precious childhood friend. He's the worst. But, even so, for Saito, Kai was an important friend. At first, he seemed blunt and difficult to understand. But, as they interacted, Saito gradually saw the goodness in Kai. His way of speaking is unique and amusing. Surprisingly, he's easygoing, good at studying, unpredictable. A fool who unknowingly drank soup left untouched for days. Bad at coin games, good at rhythm games, skilled at taking photos, sees things that others can't. Surprisingly energetic, cares about his friends. Saito likes Kai for having so many charms. Again, they'll do stupid things together. Again, they'll get scolded by teachers together. Saito wants to continue such high school life. So, Saito, standing next to his childhood friend, tearfully begged for forgiveness. "Lily, please. This guy is scum who tried to harm you, but still, he's my precious friend. Can you please forgive him?" "And fine. If you're begging me with that face, I can't help but forgive." Under the moonlight, Saito's childhood friend smiled helplessly, almost like a goddess. Section unfair, really. Watching his childhood friend cry and break down, Lily thought that, if he's asking with such a terrible crying face, there's no way she could refuse. Because, if she doesn't forgive, Saito might resent her. Does he understand how painful that is for her? It's really bad that he is unaware of it. No, it's about her stupid childhood friend. He's probably doing it without realizing it. Completely selfish. No plans or calculations. Just selfishness all the way. Always painting a world Lily never thought of. Because of Saito, Lily was helplessly drawn to him. Akashi-kun can make such a face. I didn't know. Today, for the first time, Lily properly saw the face of the crying Kai, who was together with Saito. I'm sorry. When their eyes met, he apologized repeatedly, like a broken machine. Seems like he's feeling a considerable amount of guilt. In her first life, Lily didn't know that a stalker who attacked her could have such a young face and cry like a child. Back then, it was dark and murky, and Lily couldn't understand, but surprisingly, his eyes were clear and beautiful. Despite being an eerie loner without friends, he turned out to be a kind-hearted boy who could shed tears for his friends. Lily didn't know. No, she didn't want to know. Because she had decided from the beginning that it was impossible and had rejected any dialogue. If she had talked, maybe a better ending could have been drawn. Akashi-kun, I hate you. I really hate you. Peeping and such is unacceptable for a human being. I think only the worst people do that. But because Saito insisted, I'll forgive you this time. If you do something similar again, I won't hesitate to hand you over to the police. Be prepared. So, this is her punishment. A reminder to herself that she was so caught up in the trauma that she didn't try to find a better way. Also, because Lily thought that the current Kai would never betray his friends like that again, without any basis. She forgave him, and he responded with a crumpled smile, saying, "Well, I don't want someone like me to be jailed." That smile was like a curse lifted, incredibly bright. The incident seemed to be resolved, and it seemed like everything was settling down. However, Lily's ordeal was far from over. "What are you doing, you guys?" Shouting so loudly in the middle of the night is so rude. "Oh, oops. It's not my business." "There's no way that's true." "All three of you, sit properly." Saito's angry voice and Kai's apologies seemed to reach the dormitory, and their furious homeroom teacher appeared before them. There was no way to escape from this situation. Forced to sit properly, the three vaguely covered that Kai had been taking inappropriate photos. Instead they claimed that Kai and Saito were fighting because they disliked each other, and the teacher, furious at high school students behaving like this, scolded them severely. Even Lily, who had done nothing wrong except being outside the dormitory, was scolded thoroughly. Ha! Ha! Please don't do such things anymore. Do you understand? Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. I won't do it again. I won't go out without permission. Then the three were released around the time the sky began to lighten. It was an hour before the students woke up. Among the three, There was a common understanding that their homeroom teacher, Chi, was dangerous when angered, and they were determined never to defy her again. "Hey, wait, Michigane-san." "What is it, Akashi-kun?" Just before returning to the dormitory, Lily, who had been suddenly stopped by Kai, stopped and turned around. Truth be told, she hated talking with Kai, but compared to when she first entered school, it had gotten much better, and now she felt she could tolerate a little conversation. What does he want? Thinking that, she turned her head, and Kai approached with an apologetic expression, speaking in a volume that only Lily could hear. "Is it okay if I take a picture when Saito and Michigane-san are together at school? Michigane-san looks sparkling and charming when she's with someone she likes. I want to capture that if it's allowed." Huh? Even after what happened earlier, Kai's request seemed selfish, like that of Saito's friend. More than being surprised at how thick-skinned he was, Lily was bewildered as to how he found out. What are you talking about, Akashi-kun? I don't like Saito like that." "Well, as childhood friends, yes. But, anyway, it's different, okay? You don't have to deny it so much. It's obvious that you sparkle like crazy when you're with Saito. I can see it clearly only when you're with him." Lily desperately tried to brush it off as a misunderstanding, but Kai had reached a level where there was no escaping. "Ugh, am I really that easy to understand?" "Maybe. I just happened to notice because my eyes are a bit special. Normal people probably wouldn't notice." "I see." Reluctantly accepting it, Lily asked if it was so obvious on her face, but she felt relieved when she heard that Kai was special, and normal people probably wouldn't notice. If she had accidentally revealed more than she intended while trying to cover up, it would have been too embarrassing. Photos of Saito and me. With a slightly calmer mind, Lily thought about the disadvantages and advantages of letting Kai take pictures of them. First, the disadvantages. She simply didn't like being photographed by Kai. She didn't want others to find out that Kai is taking photos of her, especially Saito. She didn't like the idea of someone watching her interactions with Saito all the time. Next, the advantages. They would have many photos of Saito and Lily's memories together. That's it. She listed the disadvantages and advantages that came to mind, but there was no clear advantage to accepting Kai's offer. However, the foolish maiden in love couldn't help but think, "I want various photos of Saito." And so, when the childish desire to see everything about someone you like, even the parts they don't know, arose, it was already too late. The balance within Lily had tilted to the opposite side. "You can take pictures as long as it's only during school hours." "Really? Thank you." With Lily's conditional permission, Kai happily lit up with joy. Although until recently, he had been desperate to make him stop taking pictures of her, now she found herself approving of him taking photos. Today, Lily is clearly acting strange. She's an idiot. A complete idiot. Normally, she would never allow such a thing. She understands that in her mind, but she doesn't feel bad about it, probably because she's been poisoned by her idiot childhood friend to an unbearable extent. "Saito, you idiot." Lily, who didn't want to admit this fact, hurls insults at Saito. "What's up all of a sudden? Did I do something?" Just felt like saying it. With a mischievous smile, Lily suddenly insults her childhood friend, leaving him confused, and then rushes back to the dormitory where the girls are. On the way, she hears a shutter sound, but she no longer finds it unpleasant. On this day, the fate of Michigane Lily being attacked by Akashi Kai was partially whitewashed by Minazuki Saito. But if it's been whitewashed, then it can be rewritten anew. To fill the born blank space, the world has written the name of another person there, but no one yet knows about this. Chapter 8, Holiday Episode. The day after the turbulent school camp had ended. Since they had used the weekend for the camp, today was a make-up holiday. Kuka. Even though it was past 9 in the morning, Saito was still in the realm of dreams, and that was understandable. Yesterday, with the incident involving Akashi, he was mentally exhausted and had a chaotic time. Additionally, the bus got stuck in traffic on the way back, and by the time they arrived home, it was already past 9 at night. From there, he had dinner, took a bath, brushed his teeth, tried to secretly put his dirty jersey in the washing machine but got caught by his mother and received a lecture. He finally went to bed after 1 a.m., 2 hours later than usual. It was natural that his daily rhythm would be disrupted. Gaka. The door to his room opened. In response to the sound, Saito's consciousness surfaced. Who is it? With closed heavy eyelids, he thought about the person entering his room. Basically, there was no one entering this room in the morning. This is because Saito wakes up early and is usually outside the room. No one visited a room with no one inside. Also, Saito's parents, who are generally laissez-faire, wouldn't bother waking him up on a day without school. They wouldn't come to wake him up. Father came to get manga? Wait, isn't my father working today? With a still sleepy mind, Saito remembered that his father had been borrowing manga from his room lately, but thinking carefully, today was a weekday. His father was working and not at home. Then, who is it? Such a question came to mind, and Saito opened his eyes. He met clear, sapphire-like beautiful eyes, facing eyes that shouldn't belong to the Minazuki family. Saito blinked in surprise. Seemingly amused by Saito's reaction, the girl with sapphire eyes smiled. Good morning, Saito. Good morning. So, why is Lily here? After exchanging morning greetings, Saito asked where his childhood friend was in his house. As far as Saito remembered, he hadn't received any message from her yesterday about coming over. In response, she smiled mischievously and said, just felt like it. Came over on a whim. What's that supposed to mean? Saito, who had never experienced this before, groaned in dissatisfaction. Lily giggled, finding his reaction entertaining. Seeing this, Saito probably guessed that she had acted spontaneously to surprise him. Even if she came without notice, Saito's mother, Yabana, was exceptionally indulgent to Lily. Even if Lily suddenly came over, she would warmly welcome her, abandoning her household chores. She's a free spirit. Inwardly sighing at his childhood friend's actions, Saito got out of bed, stretching widely to loosen his stiff body. His stomach growled loudly. Can I eat something? I'm starving from waking up. Sure. It's my bad for barging in like this. Just as usual. Thanks. Saito couldn't leave his childhood friend, who had come all this way, unattended. Despite knowing she would forgive him, he still sought confirmation. As expected, Lily gave her okay, so Saito left his room to have the breakfast that would be in the living room. Let's dig in. Here, help yourself. Entering the living room, there was no sign of his mother, who had presumably let Lily in. She must have gone out for shopping or something. Normally, Yabana would reply, but this time, Lily responded instead. You didn't cook any of this, did you? Do you really think so? Hey, is this Tokosan sausage, miso soup, or green onion tamagoyaki that you made? As Saito was about to start breakfast, Lily said something meaningful, causing him to pause. Looking down, there were indeed many elaborate dishes today. Perhaps there was something Lily made among them. Saito scrutinized the options. Yeah, kidding. You think I'd go that far? Damn, you got me. Ugh, you're so mean. However, that was Lily's blatant lie. In reality, there wasn't a single dish made by Lily. Falling for Lily's trick, Saito bit his lower lip, trying to think of a way to retaliate. He spotted the home video game console in the living room. This is it. An idea came to Saito's mind. A plan to foil his childhood friend's smug smile came to Saito's mind. Go Hayamura. Implementing the plan immediately, after quickly finishing breakfast, Saito placed the dishes in the sink and said, all right, Lily, let's play America. And so, sure. Without knowing what Saito had in mind, Lily casually agreed. You fool, gotcha. Internally laughing triumphantly, Saito turned on the TV and started the game. Handing her a controller, the two sat side by side on the sofa, facing the TV. Marukai, moving the cursor and selecting a game. The mustache man enthusiastically shouted the title call. So, 150, okay? Sure. As usual, the loser of the game has to do whatever the winner says for the penalty game. Fine. While adjusting the settings, Saito tried to attach the usual penalty game, expecting something from Saito's expression. Lily, who had been cautious, looked surprised. This was because Saito and Lily's records in this game were almost evenly split. For many years, Thanks to their skills and shared knowledge, there's no guarantee that Saito can always win against his opponent. Yet, is his childhood friend really that stupid to propose a penalty game? She's probably thinking that. However, the reactions so far have been exactly as Saito anticipated. The real focus of the plan is the Grand Prix selection. Alright, today we're going for the Ultra Mash Grand Prix. Race start. Ultra Mash. Wait, I don't know this stage. Why wasn't there anything like this before? As Saito selects the Grand Prix and presses race start, the screen switches to an unfamiliar stage, leaving Lily's face filled with astonishment. The calmness she had moments ago is gone, and her genuine panic is now apparent. In response to Lily's ideal reaction, Saito can't help but let out a smile. Haha. A new download content came out a week ago after 5 years. Oh, by the way, I've raced on it a few times, so I'm well prepared. Cheat. And finally, the reveal. When he informs her that he has raced on the recently released stage multiple times, she complains like a child. Of course, she would. The fair competition she thought it was turned out to be an unfair match for Lily. However, this is something easily known if she had taken the time to gather information online. It's her fault for neglecting research, not being cautious, and accepting the challenge without any vigilance. Come on, you should check the screen soon, or you'll miss the starting dash. Ugh, mind your own business. I'll show you that I can win even on a first-time course. Ha, give it a try. I think it's impossible, though. Teasing his childhood friend who's glaring at him, Saito successfully raises Lily's excitement level. Her face no longer shows the ease she had when mocking Saito earlier. Instead, she's entirely serious. It seems he successfully provoked a reaction from her, which is satisfying for Saito. Still, he doesn't want to be force-fed snacks through his nose, so he decides to take the match seriously. Why? It was right on the first lap, but now it's going left on the second lap. It doesn't make any sense. That's the course. Deal with it. Why is there a car coming there? It's a violation of traffic rules. Don't expect real-life laws in a game. If I get first place in the final race, it's my win with 1 billion points, right? Nope. Or, then, my loss is confirmed. Don't mind. As it turned out, Saito won overwhelmingly. The new course turned out to be more complicated than Lily had imagined, and she was completely manipulated by it. Around the third lap, she complained like a grade schooler, but in a match where a penalty was at stake, Saito had no intention of letting her off easy, and the race ended with him simply racing. What should the penalty be? So, it was penalty time, but Saito was struggling to come up with an idea. You proposed it yourself and didn't think about it? Well, I did think about it, but the match ended so easily in my favor that it seemed too harsh to make you do something tough. Even though the piercing gaze from the side was painful, the cause was the childhood friend who directed that gaze at him, because she made him do something much like eating snacks through her nose. Saito had prepared something in return. However, the one-sidedness of the match had taken away the excitement. Is that so? By the way, what were you thinking of doing? Knowing that she won't experience anything too harsh, Lily curiously asks Saito what he had in mind. I was thinking of having you eat 1 euro vomit flavor and 1 rotten egg flavor of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, or drink a spoonful of death sauce. Harsh, just for losing 1 Grand Prix? Yeah. Honest about what he had in mind, Saito receives the response that it's too much. Either option would be hell. That's obvious. More lenient penalty games could be something like a shoulder massage or treating the winner to a drink. However, those wouldn't be as interesting. Trying to come up with a better idea, Saito suddenly recalls something appropriate in the bathroom. Oh, how about wearing a maid outfit? I found one in the washing machine yesterday. Late at night, when he was trying to wash his jersey, he found a maid outfit inside the washing machine. Although Saito had never seen anything like it before, when he tried to put the jersey in, his mum, Yabana, found him and scolded him for not noticing it. Yabana, quite angry that her favorite clothes were handled roughly, continued to scold him without stopping. Yabana-san does that kind of thing? It seems she got into cosplay during a photoshoot with Lucy-san the other day. What's mom doing? Lily's mother, Lucy, is a professional photographer, and dressing people up for photoshoots is her favorite pastime. When Lily learned that Yabana-san was influenced by her mother, she couldn't help but facepalm. Well, she could understand the sentiment. Both Yabana and Lucy are beautiful, but they are both close to 40. The fact that a woman of that age is wearing a maid costume has a certain impact. Saito was slightly repulsed when he first heard about it. Maybe I didn't run the washing machine. I'll go get it. My mum is only a bit shorter than you, so it should fit. Even though you're trying to saying it on naturally, I won't wear it. I just forgot to mention that earlier because the impact of the conversation was too great. However, Lily is still in her teens. It wouldn't be too embarrassing for her to wear it. Thinking this, Saito decides that he doesn't want to think of anything else. All right. Instead, eat 2 servings of death sauce, bucha flavored and rotten egg flavored, and don't forget the vomit flavor. Fine, I'll put on the maid outfit. But for Saito, thinking about anything else at this point was just too much trouble. Presented with the choice of either eating both extremely spicy and disgustingly awful things or wearing a maid outfit, Lily reluctantly chose to don the maid outfit. Hey, isn't it over yet? About 10 minutes have passed since Lily entered the bathroom to change into the maid outfit. Saito asks if she's not done yet, sensing that she might never come out at this rate. Just a bit more. I really mean just a bit. Although she claims that she's not done yet, Saito knows that there has been no noise for about 3 minutes. Even so, it's been quite a while. You've probably changed already. Get it over with. I'm coming in. Wait a second. Feeling that she might not come out at all if this continues, Saito forcefully opens the door. What? It actually looks good on you. It's the kind that doesn't expose your skin too much. It gives off a neat and clean vibe. Why were you embarrassed about it? Exclamation mark. When he enters the bathroom, he finds Lily in a classical maid outfit, and she looks so good in it that there's no need for her to feel embarrassed. Expressing exactly what Saito thought, Lily covers her face with both hands, crouching in the corner of the bathroom, feeling no need to be embarrassed. I knew this would happen, so I wanted a bit more mental preparation. Hey, can I take a picture? Absolutely not. Saito, thinking it could be material for future teasing, asked if he could take a photo, only to be vehemently denied. Well, then do something maid like. Make tea, wipe the windows, write something with ketchup or whatever. No way. The punishment was just wearing the maid outfit. I didn't agree to become Saito's maid, so I won't go that far. In that case, I asked if he could do something maid-like instead, but he insisted that the punishment was only until wearing the outfit, causing Saito to groan. You're so stingy. Well, at least turn this way instead of squatting there. I won't get to see Lily's maid appearance properly for a moment. Fine, but wait a bit longer. Okay. With both photos and maid-like tasks ruled out, there was really nothing left to do. Saito was allowed only to watch. However, in the current situation, even that was proving impossible. Protesting that it was only fair to let him do that, Lily reluctantly agreed. 1 minute later, her ears, which had turned red, returned to their original clean white, and she turned towards him. Seems like something out of a fantasy world or anime. Looking at Lily's maid outfit again, Saito couldn't help but think that his childhood friend, with extraordinary looks, resembled a main heroine from manga or anime, making for quite a picturesque scene. It was truly unfortunate that he couldn't capture this in a photo. Stare. Hey, can we finish soon? I feel like I'm going to die from embarrassment. Just a bit longer. I'm etching this into my memory so I won't forget. Ugh, why did I agree to that bet back then? I hate my past self. Instead of taking photos, Saito focused on observing his precious childhood friend from various angles, trying to remember every detail. Unable to endure it any longer, Lily, covering her face with both hands, turned towards the corner of the washroom. Now might be my chance? The moment Saito saw his childhood friend's vision closed, a mischievous thought surfaced in Saito's mind. If she can't see what's around her now, taking a picture shouldn't be noticed, he thought. Following that inner voice, Saito raised his smartphone to take a photo, but his gaze met Lily's through the screen. Oh, crap. Say it. I can see you. Didn't I just tell you yesterday that taking pictures without permission is not okay? Saito, get out. Realizing his mistake, it was too late. Enraged, Lily, with a fierce expression, promptly threw him out of the bathroom. Ugh, it's been a while, but I've been thrown out so cleanly. Nice one, that girl. What are you doing? Saito, lying in the corridor, casually praising his childhood friend's arm. Saito attracted the disapproving gaze of his mother, who had returned from shopping. Her eyes were looking at her son as if she were seeing a criminal who shouldn't be directed at. Oh, no, Mum, it's not what you think. I didn't peek at Lily's naked body or underwear. It's just that, as a punishment game, I made Lily change into the maid outfit you wore. I didn't see her naked or in underwear, okay? Seeing a man thrown out of the changing room, it's natural for anyone to think that he peeked. Saito, sensing the reason for his mother's cold gaze, desperately tried to explaining that his childhood friend had been in a maid outfit behind that door. Saito noticed a change in the look Yabana was giving him. What? Did Lily-chan wear my maid outfit? I really want to see it. Saito, couldn't you take at least one picture for me? Changing from the cold demeanor just moments ago, Yabana now had sparkling eyes full of interest, not even considering Saito's exhaustion and asking if he hadn't taken any pictures. I wanted to, but as soon as I took out my smartphone, I was kicked out of the bathroom. It was impossible. TCH. You're useless, Saito. Hey, Lily-chan, please show it to me too, okay? I won't take pictures, I promise. Despite Saito's surprise at such a sudden change, when he explained that he hadn't taken any photos seriously, Yabana let out a disappointed sigh. Approaching the door, Yabana asked Lily to show her the maid outfit with a soothing voice. I absolutely won't show it. Well, show it to me, Lily-chan. I'd really like to see your cute figure. I'll give you Saito's allowance for this month. How about it? I don't want money, even if you give it to me. But, unable to endure any more shame, Lily naturally refused. Even if money was offered, she remained firm. Oh, come on, don't use someone else's money without permission, you damn hag. Despairing that she couldn't see Lily's maid figure, Yabana, hearing Saito's rebuke, looked at him with a cold, unforgiving gaze. Saito, berating his mother, was then met with a sharp look from the former Yankee mother. Ah, what did you just say, Saito? I said, using someone else's money without permission suits you, damn hag. I'm angry about what comes next. Calling a lady in her 30s someone a damn hag? Seems like your education is still lacking. Sit properly. I refuse. A mother who freely spends other people's money suits the term damn hag perfectly. Normally, because he often did wrong things, Saito would cower. But ironically, this time it was the other way around. Saito faced it head-on and bit back at his mother. Then the two began to grapple. Mom's at fault. Saito's at fault. Stupid, fool, trash, scum. Similar to parent and child, they relentlessly exchanged kindergarten-level insults at machine gun speed. As Lily cautiously peeked outside the door, she saw that, geez, huff, huff. They had exhausted themselves from hurling insults, collapsed on the spot. Lily smiled dryly at the sight of the two continuing their childish bickering. Sigh. I really wanted to see Lily-chan in a maid outfit. No matter how many times you say it, I won't wear it again. As they helped with lunch, Yabana, cutting lettuce next to her, sighed regretfully and expressed how much she wanted to see Lily in a maid outfit. However, from Lily's perspective, she didn't want to go through such embarrassing experiences. She emphatically declared that she would never wear it. But you showed it to Saito. That was because it was a punishment game. It's different. Although Saito was allowed to see, showing his mother was out of the question. Lily emphasized that it was done reluctantly as a punishment game. I see. Too bad. I really think it's unfair that only Saito gets to see it. Oh, by the way, let's play a game later, just you and me. We can make it a punishment game. If I win, you have to wear the maid outfit for me. It's not fair for only me to take the risk. But, if Lily-chan wins, I'll do anything she says. Please. Anything. But, unable to completely give up on seeing Lily in the maid outfit, Yabana proposed playing a game with a punishment for Saito. Although at first, she thought it was unfair to only her, with Yabana promising to obey anything if Lily won. The situation seemed to. After much contemplation, Lily reluctantly agreed, saying that if Yabana lost and did something specific, it would be fine. Huh. Is it okay with something so simple? All right, let's do it right away. Please be careful. It's dangerous. Yabana, surprised that something so simple was acceptable, agreed readily. Unable to contain her desire to see Lily in a maid outfit, she pulled Lily in front of the TV. While feeling exasperated by Yabana's eagerness, Lily stopped the fire and couldn't help but think that this family really resembled each other. Interlude. The wailing of a certain person I had been regretting for a long time. Why did I do that on that day? Why didn't I chase after that person on that day? And, alone in the room where no one was left, I always regretted. That person was very important. I had always wanted to protect that person because that person was weak and fragile. I had decided in my heart to always be by that person's side, so that that person wouldn't disappear like a fleeting moment. My indecisiveness couldn't allow me to abandon others. I couldn't push away the hand of a Juna who seemed as fragile and about to disappear at any moment, just like that person. Because of that, that person got hurt and truly vanished. I used phones, messaging apps, emails, but no response. All I could hear was the cold, impersonal sound of beep. In deep despair, when I realized, time had rewound back to my high school days. Back to the day of the entrance ceremony when I first met that person. Time had rolled back. A miracle had happened. As if God was telling me not to make that person sad this time. This time, I will make that person happy. That was my determination. What am I doing now? On the way home, looking at the childhood friend next to that person, I thought such a thing. That person's face has changed from the pained expression before. That person looked genuinely happy to have found the favorite keychain. That's good. It's a very good thing that that person is happy. However, the problem is that the person who looks happy is not that person, but the childhood friend. Despite saying that I will make that person happy, if someone I know is in trouble, I end up helping them just like in my first life. Because I know the solution to that problem. Knowing that, I couldn't just overlook it. Although I wished to make only one person happy, I couldn't ignore that others couldn't be happy. I hated myself for that. Please, quickly bring me back to that day. So, I wished for the day when I would have an interaction with that person to come. Because if that happens, surely this time I can choose that person. Chapter 9, Lunchbox. After a 2-day break, school had resumed. However, since Monday and Tuesday were days off, Saito only had to go to school for 3 days in a week. He felt a strange discomfort carrying a backpack stuffed with gym clothes, something he wouldn't usually have after a break. Actually, there was something else, and today his childhood friend, Lily, had one more thing with her. One might think it's natural since she brought a gym uniform, but it's not. In addition to the bag containing the gym uniform, she was holding another small mysterious tote. Considering that there were no special classes today after the school trip, and there shouldn't be a need to bring anything extra, it was strange. He thought maybe he had forgotten something, but that wasn't the case. Earlier, he asked his friends Kai and Haruki if there was anything special to bring today, and they both said there wasn't. In other words, why Lily brought the tote bag was a complete mystery. It was intriguing. Unable to resist the urge to find out, Saito walked over to Lily's side. "Hey, what's in that tote?" he quietly whispered to Lily. "Ah." She let out a strange sound and covered her ears, creating some distance. "Is it really that surprising?" Saito was amazed at her hypersensitive reaction, considering that whispering on a train should be normal. "So, what's in that bag?" "Bento." This time, she answered succinctly with 3 words when he asked directly, attempting not to surprise her. "Oh, it's a lunchbox." "Is it a lunchbox cooler bag?" With this revelation, Saito's doubts disappeared. It seemed that the bag she was carrying was indeed a cooler bag to protect the lunchbox from the heat. Certainly, the weather had been getting warmer lately compared to the time of the entrance ceremony. Some food items might spoil faster because of it. It seemed like a precautionary measure. Satisfied with the simple explanation, Saito, being the simple person he was, casually agreed to bring a cooler bag along with his lunchbox starting from tomorrow. Even though Lily's bag could fit inside a regular school bag, She chose to carry it in her hand. The reason for this became clear upon closer consideration. Unaware of the meaning behind it, Saito continued his usual routine, swaying in the train, waiting to reach the station. "Hey, I heard there's a commotion going on over there. Moreover, the two top angels of our school are causing a scene, fighting over a mediocre-looking guy. For real? Sounds damn interesting. Let's go check it out." "What's with all the noise? Wonder what it is?" Upon arriving at school, both Lily and I tilted our heads in unison, curious about what was happening. After putting our shoes in the locker and changing into indoor shoes, we headed towards our classroom. As we approached, the number of people increased. By the time we reached the classroom, the front was overflowing with people, and something significant was obviously happening. "What's going on, Saito?" Surprised, while Saito is expressing confusion, Lily, in her second go at life, grimaces as she finally understands the cause. Pushing through the crowd and finally reaching the classroom door, Saito realizes what the spectators were focusing on. Haruki had a promise to have lunch with Mizuki today. "He's going home." But we confirmed yesterday when I invited him. "That's why you're the one who should back off." "Ouch. It hurts." "You too. If you keep fighting, my arms will come off." In the midst of the crowd, two beautiful girls, similar to Lily's level, were sparking and creating fireworks, fighting over a somewhat plain-looking guy. It was a scene straight out of a chaotic battlefield. It made sense that gossip-loving high school students would gather to witness this spectacle. Saito-kun, help me, please." Analyzing the situation calmly, I made eye contact with my friend in the middle of the turmoil. He pleaded for my help. "Sorry, looks like I can't do much." "Good luck, Mr. Popular." If a friend asks for help, I wouldn't usually hesitate, but when threatened by the two intense gazes, I couldn't interfere. "You heartless guy." Feeling apologetic, I looked away. Entering the classroom, from behind, I could still hear my friend's desperate cries being ignored. It was the fate of someone liked by beautiful girls, a situation I had no control over. Namu, saying a brief prayer for him, I entered the classroom and joined my friend Kai, who seemed to be observing the chaos. "So, what the hell happened there?" Putting jokes aside, I asked Kai, hoping to get reliable information since the gossipers outside weren't trustworthy. "Let me explain. It dates back thousands of years, too far back." "Give me a short version." Haruki made a promise to have lunch with his childhood friend, whom he always eats with, but today, he made another promise to have lunch with another girl. "That's it." "I see. It's Haruki's fault for not contacting first." Guilty. It felt like Kai were about to delve into the origins of humanity, so Saito fast-forwarded through the conversation by tapping the head of Kai. When he released it at an appropriate point, he succinctly explained what had happened. Upon hearing that, Saito's verdict was guilty. Since Haruki's mistake led to a double booking, it was Haruki's fault for not communicating. It was only natural for chaos to ensue. But there really are geese like harem protagonists in real life. Saito thought about it while putting his belongings in his bag. Honestly, until he witnessed that scene, he didn't believe there were typical harem protagonists in real life. Being surrounded by multiple girls seemed reserved for flashy types or handsome actors on TV. That was Saito's perception, but watching his friend Haruki changed his perspective. Haruki had a baby face with a cute appearance, but compared to actors on TV, he was 2 or 3 steps below in terms of looks. He didn't have a flashy appearance, except for slightly long bangs, and he dressed in a conventional way. Saito learned that even with average looks, one could be praised by beautiful girls. Of course, it wasn't applicable to everyone, and the caveat was having a caring personality like Haruki, who couldn't ignore someone in trouble in any situation. I can't do that. Saito had the desire to be popular like everyone else. However, when it came to dealing with multiple people, he knew it was a definite no. Juggling the moods of several people was something Saito couldn't handle. Even with just one girl, he occasionally stepped on a landmine and triggered a lightning strike. If he dealt with multiple people, lightning would strike all over him, leaving him completely burnt to a crisp. Imagining himself disappearing into ashes, Saito shivered, and just then, The chime rang. All right, everyone. It's time for the SHR break. Please return to the classroom. The onlookers seemed reluctant to leave, still fascinated by the chaotic scene. A stern command from the unexpectedly wise teacher scattered them, and they returned to their own classroom like scattering spiderlings. Impressive. Saito looked at the wise teacher with respect, and just as he did, Haruki and Mizuki, the protagonists of the commotion, returned to the classroom. Impressive. He still has all his limbs. Saito directed a gaze of admiration not only at the homeroom teacher but also at his friend, who had returned safely with all his limbs intact. After that, during each break, a senior named Shiro Yurikoki, who belonged to the student council, would come and, apart from the battle over Haruki, everything progressed calmly. Finally, the anticipated lunch break arrived. Why was it a problem, you ask? Because Haruki hadn't yet decided whether to have lunch with Mizuki or Koki. Despite discussing it every break, despite their ongoing discussions, their stubbornness had prevented them from finding a satisfactory compromise. At first, it was amusing to see his friend flustered. However, if it was repeated many times, the frustration towards his friend for not making a decision sooner surpassed the amusement. It's Mizuki. It's me. I'm fed up with this. Let's decide with rock paper scissors. Unable to speak due to the pressure from both sides, Saito, reaching his limit, intervened between the two. Don't get in the way, Saito. That's right. Outsiders should back off. I'm not an outsider. I'm tired of your noisy commotion here. Seriously, make a decision. You two. Senior won't back down. Mizuki-san won't back down either. Even though he was glared at fiercely by the two beautiful girls, Saito, at his wits' end, stood his ground. When Saito lectured them, the two seemed to feel guilty for prolonging the situation and awkwardly averted their eyes, still claiming the other was at fault. If I win, Haruki will have lunch with me. Rock paper scissors, pon. Thinking it might take too long, Saito forcefully initiated the rock paper scissors game. Mizuki and Koki hurriedly reacted and made their moves. Saito chose paper. Mizuki chose scissors. Koki chose rock. The result was Mizuki's victory. I did it. Or Mizuki raised her scissors high in the air, celebrating her victory, while Koki broke down in tears, looking at her tightly clenched fist. All right, so today Mizuki will have lunch with Haruki. I don't know about tomorrow. Haruki, sort it out yourself. Yeah. Thanks, Saito-kun. See you. Now I can finally eat lunch. Wait, where's my bento? With the winners and losers determined, Saito smoothly wrapped up the situation and returned to his seat. However, he couldn't find the lunchbox he had brought. Let's eat together today, Saito. Sure, but wait a moment. My lunch is. As he looked around, searching for it, Lily approached, inviting him to eat lunch together. It was unusual, considering that Lily had been eating with Shuri and Minaka recently. It's a rare opportunity. As much as I'd love to eat together, I can't seem to find my bento. Well, I have it with me, so no worries. Let's go to the rooftop already. Oh, really? Don't surprise me like that. I thought I'd skipped lunch today. Hee. I wanted to see you in a hurry. Were you anxious? I was freaking out. You idiot. Panicking about not having a bento, Saito breathed a sigh of relief when Lily mentioned having one. It seemed she deliberately hid it to tease him. While complaining about her mischievous antics, the two headed to the rooftop. Despite being a popular space for students during lunch, it was surprisingly empty today, probably because everyone was gathered in the classrooms, curious about the showdown between Mizuki and Koki. Saito and Lily sat in a shaded area that is usually not available. Here, this is for you, Saito. This? Isn't this not my bento? What's going on? Today, with the lunch break being noisy, Saito's stomach, fueled by strange calories, was growling. As he opened the bento he received from Lily, he froze. The contents were different from what he expected. It was supposed to be leftover vegetable stir-fry and imitation crab meat from yesterday morning. However, the bento in his hands contained rolled omelette and Hamburg steak. There were also coleslaw, octopus-shaped sausages, and apples, making it vividly colorful. This wasn't Saito's bento. Saito, you really react well. It's worth surprising you. Confused, Saito looked at Lily, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a good laugh, she began explaining the story behind preparing the bento. Yesterday, we started talking about cooking with Shiri-chan and Minaka-chan. When they heard I was good at cooking, they insisted on trying my food. But I haven't cooked much lately, so I wasn't confident. That's when I remembered. That there's a convenient guinea pig person who can taste my cooking. Hey, Lily, you can rephrase that. It sounds terrible either way. In summary, Lily wanted Saito, her childhood friend, to taste her cooking because she was worried about serving it to her friends. Despite the ominous mention of a guinea pig, Saito knew there probably wouldn't be anything weird in it if she intended to share it with friends. Even though he understood that, dealing with this childhood friend of his, he couldn't be sure what she might have done. Gulp. Unconsciously, Saito made a swallowing sound, and with determination, he took a bite of his favorite Hamburg steak. Delicious. The Hamburg steak was, by all accounts, delicious. The feedback after trying it was simple. It was just delicious. There were no extravagant or bizarre ingredients, just a well-prepared Hamburg steak with a hint of the meat's sweetness. If he had to rate it, it would be a perfect 5 out of 5. The best of the best, excellent execution. Expressing his genuine thoughts, Saito made Lily's face light up with joy. What? Why is she smiling like that? However, to Saito at that moment, she seemed happy but also somewhat ambiguous. Despite knowing she was genuinely pleased, there was something more to it. Feeling uneasy about what might be hidden, Saito cautiously continued eating the bento. The coleslaw had a pleasant acidity, and the rolled omelette, prepared in the style Saito liked, felt like eating homemade tamagoyaki. The octopus-shaped sausages and apples were cut into bite-sized pieces, showing Lily's thoughtfulness in different areas. Thanks for the meal. It was really delicious. You can even share this with Yakumo and the others. Yes, you're welcome. I was a bit worried you might say it doesn't taste good. As an overall review, it was extremely delicious. A perfect 10 out of 10. Satisfied with the meal, Saito assured Lily that it could be shared with their friends. Lily breathed a sigh of relief and happily smiled. At that moment, Saito felt a sudden discomfort behind him. He instinctively turned around, but there was no one there. Saito shook his head, thinking it might be his imagination. Why did you suddenly turn around like that? Oh, I felt like someone was watching us. Well, maybe it was just my imagination. Could it be Akashi-kun? Perhaps it seemed unnatural to Lily when Saito suddenly turned around without any warning and she asked him what's wrong. Without any intention to deceive, Saito honestly admitted that he felt like someone was watching him. Without hesitation, he immediately mentioned the name of his friend, who had recently messed up. No, that guy should be in the photography club room today, called by the club president. However, he quickly denied that. While Kai can be unpredictable and occasionally lose track of where he is, today his whereabouts are clear. It seems today is the day for developing photos, and Kai was complaining about being summoned by the club president, so there's no doubt about it. Well, then, a ghost? Maybe. Well, if that's the case, it would become a mysterious existence like ghosts, but in reality, there's no way such things exist. Saito and Lily exchanged glances and smiled. Hey, by the way, what happened to the bento I brought? I have it right here. I was planning to bring it out once Saito finished eating. I see. All right. Hand it over. Honestly, eating just one bento is never enough for me. If I eat that, today might actually be satisfying for once. I made quite a bit, considering Saito's usual portion. Here you go. Well, it's true that a single bento might be a bit insufficient for someone like Saito. Yeah, I asked to make it bigger. I don't have a large bento box at home, so I reluctantly buy bread or Nikkeman from the convenience store on the way back to fill my stomach. The conversation shifted from the topic of someone watching them to the discussion of bentos. When Saito asked Lily to return the bento hidden by her, he was delighted to finally have a satisfying meal after a long time, while Lily was a bit hesitant, wondering if there was still room in his stomach. However, recalling the amount of rice Saito used to eat on weekends, Lily quickly understood. In reality, Saito confessed that he had been eating out to satisfy his hunger. Upon hearing this, Lily slightly opened her mouth, as if about to say something, but the words didn't come out, dissipating in the wind. What was she trying to say? Saito felt puzzled by his childhood friend's mysterious behavior, but it was impossible to know what she was trying to say with just that. Abandoning the thought, Saito started eating the second bento. Your bento is tastier. Let me eat again, even if I'm a guinea pig! Exclamation mark. And then, Saito realized that Lily's homemade bento suited his taste better than the ones prepared by his mother, Yabana. Over the years, it was a mystery why Lily's cooking was closer to his preference than what Yabana, who had been cooking for him for years, would make. So, after trying it, Saito genuinely thought so. Therefore, when Saito conveyed that to her, this childhood friend covered her face with both hands. Seeing a bit of her skin turning red through the gaps in her fingers, it was clear she was embarrassed. While thinking it's a bit exaggerated to be praised for a lunchbox, Saito took a bite of the vegetable stir-fry. Without knowing that his words had hit Lily's heart cleanly, Saito expressed his feelings. The next day, here, another bento. Huh, really? You're giving me one again today? Thanks. On the way to school, as usual, Saito met Lily on the station platform and received a handbag with a bento from her. I have more requests than I thought I would have. Until I make all of them, be the guinea pig for us. If I can eat your food, anything's fine. What's on the menu today? Fried chicken and sweet and sour pork. The rest is almost the same as yesterday. What are these dishes that understand a man's heart? Are either Yakumo or Minaka definitely a guy from a past life? Although he was declared a guinea pig naturally, Saito didn't mind at all, as long as he could eat the bento. After hearing the contents of today's bento from Lily and expressing how delicious it looked, Saito was overjoyed like a child. Thus, Saito and Lily's relationship began, where he would receive a bento from her every day for taste testing. Saito-kun, can we play rock paper scissors today too? However, as with good things, there are also bad things. Upon arriving at school, Saito found Mizuki and Koki again in a fierce battle over lunch with Haruki. Thinking about what they were doing, Saito ignored them and welcomed the next break. When Haruki asked Saito to play rock paper scissors today too, Saito was taken aback. Huh? Didn't I tell you to decide properly yesterday? Yeah, but the pressure from those two is incredible. I don't know what they'll do if I refuse. So please, Saito-kun, can you be the referee for rock paper scissors to decide who I'll have lunch with? Despite having firmly instructed him to decide yesterday, Saito asked why he didn't choose a partner, and Haruki explained the overwhelming pressure he received from the two. I don't want to. You should play rock paper scissors yourself. Well, it seems insincere to decide it randomly. Come on, please. You're serious in a weird way, dude. Saito-kun, you're my only hope. Just for today. Thank you. Even though Saito thought he should decide properly even if he was being threatened, Haruki didn't give up. He hugged Saito's leg and pleaded with a serious face. Feeling sorry for Haruki, Saito reluctantly agreed to be the referee for today's lunchtime rock paper scissors, and from then on, he became the one in charge of Haruki's harem rock paper scissors. Final chapter. I want to be your main heroine. I've been feeling a strange gaze. It all started a week ago. Since the day we had lunch on the rooftop, I started sensing eyes on me more often. However, every time I turned around to identify the source, there was either no one or too many people, making it impossible to pinpoint. Not knowing what it was, I began to seriously wonder if I had been possessed by a ghost. Despite trying various methods to exorcise evil spirits that I found on the internet, there was no sign of improvement. It's that's it, huh? What is it? Today, during break, as I pondered if there was any effective way to exorcise evil spirits, I saw my childhood friend reading a book, and it hit me. Yes, let's go to the library. I remembered entering the library once during class. I remember it from the class I attended once. Sra High School is not only spacious in terms of the campus and grounds but also has a large library. I heard they had a collection of 100,000 books, so I thought I might find 1 or 2 books on exorcism. That's why I want you to go home first after school today. Why? I have no idea what's going on. Without waiting for my childhood friend to catch up, I unilaterally declared this, deciding to research alone after school. Time passed, and after school arrived. As planned, Saito arrived at the library. Whoa. There are so many books. Let's start with the old ones. Oops. As he entered, he was overwhelmed by the pressure of 100,000 books, but determined to find a book on spirits, he began his search. Suddenly, he collided with a certain girl. Sorry, Kanzaki. Are you okay? No big deal. The girl he bumped into was Kanzaki Minaka, a friend of Lily. Despite offering a hand to help her up, she naturally ignored it, seemingly holding a grudge for no apparent reason. Kanzaki Minaka stood up on her own, brushing off the dust from her skirt. It's rare to see a fool like you around. Is it going to rain swords tomorrow or something? I won't bring down swords just because I came to the library. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. This is why you're a fool. So, what did you come here for? I came to look for books on exorcising spirits. Spirits? After throwing a sarcastic remark at him, Minaka, still confused, tilted her head when he explained that he was searching for a book to exorcise spirits. She couldn't fathom why he would be doing such a thing. Geez, I don't get why you'd look for that kind of stuff here. It's not like there's a manga like Jujutsu 30 in the library. That's not it. I'm seriously looking for a book to exorcise spirits. HMPH, it's a library. Keep your voice down. Sorry. After careful consideration, Minaka realized that he was searching for a popular manga on exorcising spirits. He pointed out that he was actually looking for a proper book, but his voice was too loud, and he received a stern warning from her. So, why did you decide to look for a book on exorcising spirits? Actually, in a calmer setting, Minaka prompted him to explain why he was searching for that book. He opened up about feeling strange gazes recently, not being able to identify them even when he turned around, and suspecting that he might be possessed by a spirit. After hearing everything, Minaka's reaction was one of disbelief. She looked at him as if witnessing a genuine idiot. You're just being stalked by someone. It's not a ghost or anything. But there is nowhere to hide. Like on the train platform? If it's truly an empty space, if you stick right next to the vending machine, depending on the angle, you won't be visible, and if someone was peering from the stairs, they wouldn't be seen. Well, you have a point. You're a genius. Even if you call me a genius for this, I'm not happy at all. When Saito praised Minaka for pointing out that blind spot, she looked dissatisfied. After realizing that, he noticed. By praising this, it's like acknowledging her talent in stalking. Certainly not something to be pleased about. Saito regretted his choice of words. Well, having a suspicion means it's probably stalking. Just to confirm, Saito, do you feel the gaze when you're with Lily? Now that it was clear it wasn't a spirit but stalking, Minaka wanted to confirm if Saito feels it when Lily is around. Come to think of it, I usually feel the gaze when Lily is with me. Indeed, Saito felt the gaze when Lily was with her. However, when asked if he felt it when Lily was alone, he said he didn't feel anything. So, it's likely not directed at Lily. I see. In that case, Minaka seemed to understand something when she heard that. However, just as she was about to say something, she seemed to notice something midway and covered her mouth as if realizing something. As Minaka made a face as if about to say something she shouldn't, Saito prompted her to reveal what she had in mind. Well, it's nothing. Well, if you're having trouble with stalking, I recommend going to the police. However, Minaka didn't easily go along with that suggestion and deftly avoided the topic. I see. Thanks for today. Kanzaki, I thought you were a sarcastic girl, but you're surprisingly nice. Disappointed, but having gained a significant insight by coming to the library, Saito tried to lift his spirits. Next time, he decided to be more aware of blind spots. Thanking Minaka, he turned away from her. Wait, what is it? At that moment, Minaka stopped Saito, wondering what was going on. Saito looked at Minaka's face with curiosity. She seemed uneasy, then took a deep breath and spoke. Minazuki, you see, what do you think of Lily-chan? What do you mean? She's just a childhood friend. Asked about Lily, Saito immediately shared his feelings. Right. But, what if, hypothetically, A knight in shining armor appeared in front of her and took her away. How would you feel? In response, Saito, trying to understand Minako's somewhat unclear intentions, asked a question. Just to confirm, if it's taken away, does that mean you can't talk to them anymore or can't meet them? It's not about being taken away, it's simply about getting a boyfriend. Her wording was peculiar, so Saito didn't quite understand what she meant. Desperate to comprehend her intention, he proactively asked for clarification. As a result, understanding what Minako wanted to know, Saito nodded and said, "It's fine, isn't it?" Exclamation mark. Nonchalantly stating that, Saito surprised Minako. It seemed quite unexpected to her. From an outsider's perspective, it might be natural to be suspicious when someone like Lily, who supposedly dislikes guys, is getting along well with a guy. However, for Saito, Lily was not that kind of person. Literally, she was his childhood friend, someone he had known since he was a kid, though there were moments when he thought of her as a slightly troublesome sister or older sister. He never thought of her in any other way. Well, it's her decision. I have no right to say anything about it. Well, if the guy turns out to be a total jerk, maybe I'll say something, but if she thinks he's good, I want to respect her choice. She's been through a lot, and if she can be happy, that's what matters. Therefore, Saito wouldn't be saddened by her getting a boyfriend. Instead, he even wished her happiness. Considering her struggles, when he first met Lily, she was like a ghost who seemed to disappear at any moment. It is a great pleasure for Saito to have her in his life. But I don't think a white knight suits Lily. However, during the conversation with Minako, they seemed to have a slight difference in understanding, so Saito denied that a white knight could suit her with a wry smile. Because, even though she may seem delicate at first glance, she's incredibly strong. No matter what difficulties come her way, she'll struggle to overcome them. She's a strong heroine like that. Lily Michigan was not a weak heroine who would stop and seek help when faced with misfortune. She was a strong heroine who could carve her own path and face difficulties head-on. Saito knew that. It was 7 years ago. 7 years ago, when Lily and Saito were still in the early years of elementary school. Lily was being bullied by her classmates. The reason was slightly different from the first time, but generally the same. It all started when she became the object of affection for popular boys in the class, which led to her being disliked by the girls in the class. She faced insidious bullying, such as having erasers and textbooks hidden, pencil leads broken, and even mud thrown at her on the way home. Saito was her source of comfort, but honestly, it was tough. Learning from the reflections of her first life, she tried to avoid making close friends and always made an effort to be alone. So, she would never experience the pain of being betrayed by others. However, everything else remained unchanged. Enduring the daily pain of being targeted for no reason was agonizing, and the accumulated frustration was overwhelming. Finally, one day during the summer vacation, after enduring all of it, Lily encountered the girls from her class in a park on her way to the station to welcome Saito, who was coming to play. "Why bother wearing fashionable clothes? They don't suit you at all. The smell of trash must have rubbed off on your clothes. How cute," they said, surrounding Lily and throwing dog feces from nearby on her white dress. As a result, her dress became stained and started emitting the smell of feces, and her classmates laughed satisfiedly. Sniff. Why, huff. Why like this? Sniff. In the midst of having her long-awaited meeting with her only solace, her childhood friend, ruined, Lily shed large tears and attempted to voice her protest. However, a flashback to past traumas triggered a feeling of nausea in Lily, causing her to struggle for words. Huff, huff. "Oh, what's wrong?" "Oh, I get it. You're so happy to become friends with poop that you're crying, right?" "Huh. Isn't that right, Machiko-san?" An obvious abnormal state, yet, the young girls remained oblivious to Lily's distress and continued to taunt her. "It's painful, 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 painful. Someone, please, help me." Lily silently pleaded for help within herself, enduring the insults, but no one came to her rescue. No convenient turn of events occurred. She couldn't tell how much time had passed. Enduring the insults from the girls, She eventually realized they were gone. The park was left with Lily alone. For now. Let's go back. I can't let Saito see me like this. Taking about 5 minutes to regain control of her breathing and restore rational thoughts, the first thing that came to Lily's mind was that she didn't want to show this pathetic side to her childhood friend. Lily, what's with that appearance? Well. However, those thoughts were in vain as Saito appeared in the park. Despite her white dress being stained and dirty, Saito approached without a care, causing tears to flow from Lily's eyes once again. No. Don't look. This is not right. Lily didn't want him to be disappointed solely for Saito, for him not to distance himself like the other male classmates. Lily rejected and pleaded for him not to look. What's different? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, let's go to your house. It's not poop. I know. What's with that? Just be quiet and follow me. However, Saito didn't stop approaching. No matter how dirty Lily was, he touched her without hesitation and led her home. By doing so, Saito discovered that Lily had been bullied. What the hell is that? I'll crush those pigs for you. Stop. Saito, please stop. I'm already satisfied with just having you. Saito, upon hearing the story, was furious. He wanted to teach those bullies a lesson, but if he did that, even Lily, his childhood friend, would see him as a bad guy. That's not what Lily wanted. Just having him genuinely angry for her sake, staying with her, was enough for Lily. That understanding was all she needed. Is that enough for you, Lily? Aren't you angry? Don't you want revenge? Aren't you mad at all? Are you really thinking that seriously? Answer me. However, Saito saw through that as a lie. No, even though everyone understood, he crossed the line that no one had dared to step into. As a result, Lily's heart wavered. It was impossible not to feel angry. It was impossible not to want revenge. However, what would change if she acted on those emotions? The mature thoughts that came from experiencing a time leap whispered that it would be meaningless. Impossible. Not true. Just as she tried to voice that it was impossible, those words were forcefully overwritten. You can do it. I know you can. So don't give up. Saito, without any basis, said that Lily could do it and urged her not to give up. What does Saito understand about me? To you, who only sees me once a month, what does Saito understand about me? Don't act like you know everything. Don't speak like you know it all. Just go away. That touched a nerve in Lily. His words felt like a denial of her entire first life. It was unbearable. So, that day, Lily forcibly drove Saito out of her house. Since then, Lily struggled with self-loathing and became a recluse. Even though Saito had said those things, she denied them. She didn't want to be separated from him, yet she pushed him away herself. Above all, she despised herself for not feeling the desire for revenge and for lying that she didn't want it. She didn't know how long she had been like this. But when she realized it, the July calendar had turned to August. Taking a deep breath, she opened the window. The air felt stagnant, perhaps because she had closed the curtains and left the air conditioner running. To dispel it, she opened the window, and suddenly, her arm was grabbed. Finally showed your face, you shut in. Today, I'm going to beat that rotten spirit out of you, Lily. Huh? In front of her was her childhood friend in a judo gi, and she was forcibly dragged outside. Her mother, Lucy, handed her a judo gi. As her eyes widened in confusion, she found herself being taken away by her childhood friend, and before she knew it, they arrived at a deserted dojo. Yamada Gramps, I brought her here. Oh, Saito-kun, did you really bring a new disciple? Grandpa is thrilled. As Saito knocked on the door, an elderly man with a cane appeared. Ouch, there, old man, shave that beard properly every day. Oh, sorry. I was busy with various things this morning. Huh? What do you mean? Seeing the two enthusiastically hugging each other immediately after meeting, Lily couldn't help but express her confusion about what was happening. Her childhood friend proudly answered her. From today, you'll also attend this dojo. For now, the goal is to become strong enough to beat those who bullied you. Do your best. I don't understand anymore. Confused by the sudden turn of events, Lily mumbled softly and slumped down. She then calmly inquired about how things had come to this point. First, after being rejected by Lily, Saito apparently pondered on how to avoid being bullied that day, and what the IQ-30 Saito came up with was that he needed to become strong to avoid bullying. Certainly, in elementary school, merely learning judo or karate could make others hesitate to pick a fight. Moreover, if one demonstrated a certain level of strength, it could intimidate others into thinking they couldn't win. So, Saito decided that Lily needed to learn judo. Lily thought it was stupid. If this could really change things, bullying would have been long gone. Because thinking it was meaningless, Lily tried to leave. "I used my precious New Year's gift money for this. You better do it. If you run away, I won't forgive you." However, she couldn't escape the threat of wasting the 1-month tuition fee for this dojo, which came from the New Year's gift money Saito had saved. As a result, from that day on, Lily reluctantly started attending the judo dojo. Initially practicing brick falls for a few days, perhaps due to unexpectedly good adaptability and the fact that it was during the summer vacation, she was taught a single special technique. The name was Osotogari, a beginner-friendly move where you hook your leg around your opponent's leg, bringing them down. Having been taught this by a teacher in middle school in her previous life, it was easy to remember. With practice, she smoothly became able to execute the move. 3 days before the end of summer vacation, she managed to score a nippon, albeit just once, against boy of her age. I wondered if there was really any point in doing this. Lily muttered to herself on the way home from the dojo. She felt that she was getting stronger steadily. However, she still harbored doubts about whether this strength would actually help solve real problems. "It's definitely meaningful. Trust me. It'll work out." "Eh? I wonder about that." Encouraging Lily, who wore an anxious expression, Saito tried to reassure her, but the unease remained. "Oh, look. It's Michigan-san. She's on a date with a boy. She's so cheeky." "Wow, really?" "That boy must also smell like crap for choosing such a shitty girl." At that moment, they encountered the two girls who had dirtied Lily's clothes on the day she met Saito. "Hey, hey, 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 hey." Grinning maliciously, the two girls verbally abused Lily and shook her body, causing her to tremble, her breathing becoming erratic. Her vision wavered and distorted, and Lily inadvertently looked down. "Look ahead. Is it really okay for you to be insulted like this? Is it okay not to do anything?" "What's it going to be?" Saito grabbed Lily's head and forcibly lifted it, questioning her. "Are you really okay with this? How can you not feel anything after being told that? Are you just squatting there as usual?" I hate it. I'm fine with being ridiculed, but I can't stand those girls who mocked my childhood friend, who worked so hard for me." That day, Lily regretted lying. The truth is, she hates it, and she wants to retaliate. But back then, revenge seemed meaningless. However, things are different now. Not only was she hurt, but her precious childhood friend was also ridiculed. That was something she absolutely couldn't forgive. On this day, for the first time in her life, Lily expressed her honest feelings of anger. A girl who had never shown anger no matter how much she was hurt, now expressed intense rage because her cherished childhood friend was ridiculed. "Good. Well said. You can do it. So, go ahead and give them a piece of your mind." Encouraged by Lily's sincere emotions, Saito wore a satisfied expression and gave her a push. "Yeah." With a lively response, Lily approached the girl who had mocked Saito. "Hey, I don't know what's got you angry, but don't get carried away. Trash like you. You were abused by us anyway." However, from the girl's perspective, Lily was just a weak girl who couldn't do anything. Perhaps mocking her for being unable to do anything, the girl easily tripped by Lily. "What's going on? What are you doing?" "Let go of Yumi." "No, I'll let go if she apologizes. Don't be insolent." "Trash like you." Unable to comprehend the situation, the girl's friend ordered Lily to let go, but Lily resisted. She had a strong determination to not let go until her childhood friend received an apology. The other girl, who didn't like this, tried to intervene but moved too slowly. Lily effortlessly executed the Osotogari, and both of them ended up rolling on the ground together. Looking down at the two lying on the ground, Lily boldly declared, "Apologize. Apologize for calling Saito smelly." She poured out all her pent-up emotions. I'm sorry. Despite coming from girls barely in their teens, there was an intimidating aura. The bullies shed tears as they apologized. "Fine, but don't ever make fun of Saito again. Otherwise, I'll throw you again." Satisfied with the apologies, Lily punctuated her statement and quickly returned to Saito. "Did it?" "I did it, Saito." They apologized properly. "Yeah, good job." And then, Lily, with a joyful shout, embraced Saito, saying that she, too, could fight and change the world a little. Saito, looking pleased, playfully tousled her hair with excitement. On that day, the girl named Lily much again changed. No longer the tragic heroine always frightened and seeking help from others, she took a step towards becoming a strong heroine who would face any difficulty, despite her immaturity. Feeling the gaze, Lily had similar thoughts to Saito. However, unlike Saito, she knew exactly who the gaze was from, and it was clear. Glancing in that direction, she made eye contact with her ex-boyfriend. He quickly averted his gaze, as if saying, "Didn't see anything." Even though he was trying to act like nothing happened, it was evident that he was trying to hide. That was Nishizono Haruki. Having been in a relationship for just 2 years, Lily could somewhat understand what Haruki was thinking. Not as much as Saito, but Haruki was also relatively straightforward. "He's probably trying to help me again, like the first time with Akashi." Haruki started glancing at Lily all of a sudden today, and she couldn't help but figure things out. That her ex-boyfriend also possesses memories from the past, just like her. And for some reason, she couldn't understand. He seems to be attempting to start over with her. He's really stupid. Haruki, without any doubt, thinks he can recreate everything just like in the first life. To Lily, it's pitiful. Because if he just takes a moment to look around, it should be easy to see that Lily is different from the Lily of the past. She now has close friends, including a childhood friend who didn't exist in the first life. She talks to Kai that she used to avoid, and she was friends who didn't exist before. Just by glancing around, it should be noticeable. But Haruki, without confronting that reality, continues to behave as if everything is the same as the first life. He's waiting for an event that shouldn't happen. What else can you say but pity for someone trying to repeat the same things from the first life like a broken machine? Feeling a sense of absurdity, all the hatred, disgust, and anger towards being cheated on became meaningless. I was also stupid to be caught up with such a person. If you regret it so much, you should have never dated him again. With a curse in her mind, she opened her favorite book to calm herself. Pazza. Then, a folded paper fell from the gap in the book. What's this? Lily, who didn't remember putting anything other than a bookmark between the pages, picked it up and opened it to check the contents. Waiting on the rooftop after school. From Makeup. Again. The letter called for a meeting on the rooftop. Considering the sender's name being the same as the person who confessed to her on the first day of high school, the reason for the meeting is likely another confession. Lily sighed, feeling troubled by the situation. Time goes by and it is after school. After seeing Saito off to the library, Lily headed to the rooftop mentioned in the letter. Honestly, she didn't want to go. She thought about pretending she didn't see it and going back. Because since the day of the confession, Lily and Makeup, the boy in question, hadn't exchanged a single word. In other words, the situation was almost the same as when he confessed for the first time, and the outcome was obvious. Was it really necessary to go and convey this? But, thinking that if she didn't, she would keep getting confessed to, Lily reluctantly decided to go. Gakari, opening the door to the rooftop. This time the roles were reversed. Makeup was waiting for Lily. "Thank you for coming today, Michigan-san." "I really didn't want to come, you know." "Haha, that's harsh." Makeup, noticing Lily's presence, welcomed her with a genuinely happy smile. However, Lily, with a touch of sarcasm, made a disdainful remark, and Makeup scratched his head apologetically. That sight strangely irritated her. "What's the matter?" Lily, wanting to end this quickly, straightforwardly asked about the purpose. "It's the same as that day. Will you go out with me?" "No, thank you." Immediate response. Moreover, in the middle of his lines, ahahaha. As expected, it seemed that Makeup's business was a confession. The moment this became clear, Despite Makeup still talking, Lily cut him off decisively. When she conveyed that she had no intention of dating, Makeup's face twisted in frustration. But then he broke into laughter as if something had snapped. In response to Makeup's sudden change in demeanor, Lily's instincts rang alarm bells, and she took a step back. Yeah, I knew. This was bound to happen because Lily Michigan hates men. She can't even talk to them, let alone get close. She can't make others truly understand her. So, I observed Lily Michigan from a distance, thinking about how I could date you. And I observed Saito Minazuki, thinking about how I could be friends. But no matter how much I observed and thought, a direct approach was impossible for a mob like me. So, I had a revelation. I should use underhanded tactics. I should resort to threats. Hey, if you don't want to die, date me, Lily Michigan. As soon as he said that, Makeup took out a box cutter from his pocket and attacked Lily. Just then, the door swung open, and Haruki, with a panicked expression, appeared. Who the hell are you? Don't get in the way, Lily, run. I'll handle this. A sudden intruder appeared. Haruki, standing protectively in front of Lily, must have seemed like an interference to Makeup. The target shifted from Lily to Haruki, and Makeup, armed with a knife, approached. Seeing that, Haruki urgently instructed Lily to run. Get lost, huh? However, Lily didn't obey. Instead, in defiance of the order, she slipped past Haruki and glared at Makeup. At that moment, Makeup had already swung the knife towards Lily's face, and a direct hit was inevitable. Just when everyone thought that, Lily's hand grabbed Makeup's arm just in time, preventing the knife from hitting. Both men were wide-eyed at the unexpected turn of events. Leaving the two men in disbelief, Lily moved on to the next action. She grabbed Makeup's collar, pulled him close. Then, when he was off balance, tripped him and twisted his arm, locking the joint. Ow, ow, Lily, what the hell is going on? Who knows? What could it be? Makeup, who had underestimated Lily just because she was a woman, was restrained by Lily, not intending to answer his questions seriously. Lily twisted his arm to the limit and made him drop the box cutter. Haruki, pick that up. Okay. Unable to release Makeup due to the restraints, Lily instructed Haruki to retrieve the knife, and Haruki did so with a bewildered expression. Then, with overflowing questions, Haruki asked, "Are you really the Lily Michigan I know, the one from the past?" Due to having memories of the past, Haruki knew Lily from her vulnerable times. So, the current scene must have been unbelievably shocking for him. In response, Lily laughed and answered, "I'm Lily Michigan, the same Lily Michigan you cheated on and abandoned. But, thanks to someone's influence, I might be a bit different now." With that, Haruki, at that moment, widened his eyes to the extreme and soon shed tears. A little time passed. A few minutes later. Hearing about the attack on Michigan-san on the rooftop, Saito and Minaka hurried to the scene. When the two arrived, they saw Lily holding down a man who seemed to be the attacker. Saito proudly stated that it was as he said when he saw that. No way. Seeing that, Minaka muttered under her breath, then stood still in astonishment. Epilogue. The day after the incident. Hello, Saito. Hi, Lily. Even though it was a school day, Lily and Saito didn't come across each other until after lunch, as Lily had been re-questioned about yesterday's events at the police station. "I'm glad Haruki is okay. We were really worried." "Seriously?" "Whoa." "Hey, you two, that's too tight. My bones are creaking." Lily, placing her bag down, looked at Haruki, who had come to school with them. He was being tightly embraced by his childhood friend Mizuki and senior Koki, screaming in discomfort. Want to join them?" "You were saved too, right?" Seeing Lily laugh at her ex-boyfriend's suffering, Saito, who was behind her, grinned and asked if she wanted to join in with the teasing. The reason he said that was probably due to the rumors he heard on the way to school. While Lily had resolved the incident yesterday, the time she spent restraining Makeup was brief, and a teacher took over midway. As a result, few knew that Lily had repelled Makeup. As a result, various speculations circulated. Due to Lily's delicate physique and the fact that Haruki helped Koki, and Mizuki when they were about to be hit by a car or drowning. Rumors spread that Haruki defeated Makeup. The rumor also suggested that Lily joined the harem because she was saved by Haruki. However, these were all false speculations. If it were her first life, these rumors would certainly have some truth to them, albeit with slight variations. After the events concluded, in previous life Lily was indeed a part of the circle with Haruki, Mizuki, and Koki. Before the time leap, without a doubt, she would have been one of the main heroines in Haruki's harem. There's no way that could happen because, she dismissed Saito's mischievous joke with an exasperated tone, knowing it was impossible. But this time was different. Lily had solved the incident on her own, and Haruki had not helped her at all. There was no romantic interest whatsoever. Moreover, Lily knew Haruki was a scumbag who would cheat on her, so he was never going to be a romantic interest. Joining Haruki's harem was out of the question. Above all, there was someone else Lily had met. A person she genuinely wanted to become the main heroine for. Meeting that wonderful childhood friend who vividly painted the once grey world with colors happened a few years ago. I'm Saito's childhood friend. There's no way I'd leave Saito behind. With a beaming smile, she said, and Saito widened his eyes, eventually laughing with a look of disbelief. You're an idiot. With that attitude, you'll never get a boyfriend for your whole life. Digital book bonus, newly written short story. Announcement of results. In March, when the winter chill hasn't completely faded, Saito and Lily appeared from a certain car, both wearing uniforms. It's cold. As soon as they got out of the car, Saito shivered in the cold outside. Then, the window of the driver's seat opened, and a golden-haired beauty appeared. Shall I bring a scarf for you, Saito-kun? Speaking a bit brokenly, this beauty was Lucy, Lily's mother. Having a long-standing relationship, she took care of Saito like her own child. This should be fine. If that's the case, let me have it, Mum. I forgot to bring mine. Oh, it's rare for Lily to forget something. However, the cold was only intense right after they came out. As time passed, it wasn't that bad. Saito declined the scarf, and instead, Lily, who was standing next to him, took it. I'll wait to hear good results. Thanks for bringing us, Mom. I'm off. Goodbye. After that, Lucy bid farewell due to her upcoming work commitments. Saito thanked her for the ride, and Lily, in her usual manner, sent parting words. Lucy started the car engine and left the parking lot. Well then, shall we go? Yeah. The two watched Lucy leave and then started walking towards a large building. Their destination was the bulletin board in the schoolyard. They were going to check the posted results of the exams. Hey, Lily. Do you think you passed? On the way, Saito asked Lily about her confidence. I think it's okay because I felt good about it. How about you, Saito? In response, Lily answered without much pressure, believing she probably passed. Then she asked Saito about his situation. I don't remember, so I don't really know. Unlike Lily, who excelled in studies, Saito struggled a lot during the exam season. He didn't remember what he had studied or solved. As a result, there is no sense of achievement, and the outcome of the exam is completely unknown. However, at this point, having done everything possible, there is a somewhat resigned attitude that if the results are not favorable, there's nothing to be done. Oh, I see it. Wow. Look at that huge crowd. Don't make such a disgusted face. Come on. Let's go. Wait. Can't we wait until the crowd disperses a bit? We're not waiting. They walked for a while. When the bulletin board came into view, Saito exclaimed and pointed, causing Lily to frown at the large number of people around. Eager to see the results, Saito grabbed Lily's arm and plunged into the crowd. Oh, there's my number. Yes. Damn. My number is nowhere to be found. It's over. Sorry. Oh, look. You can see from here. Apologizing to the people in turmoil over the exam results, Saito, with Lily reluctantly in tow, made their way through the crowd until they reached a spot where the bulletin board was visible. Oh, my number is here. Really? Where? See, over there. Amazing. Congratulations. But, I didn't have time to rejoice in someone else's results. Where's my number? There it is. As Saito looked, there were 2 numbers written on the bulletin board, leaving him speechless. He had some confidence that he studied more than others during the exam season, but he never thought he would reach the level of getting into a prestigious school. Doubting if it was a dream, Saito pinched his cheek. A sharp pain ran through, confirming that it wasn't a dream. Seriously? Seriously, this is bad. Getting into Sura High School is insane, isn't it? Lily? Overwhelmed by the reality, Saito was overcome with immense joy. Speaking with words of joy in a girl-like tone, he hugged Lily while expressing his happiness. Whoa, hey, I get that you're happy, but don't suddenly hug me, it's embarrassing. Ha ha ha, no way. From then on, despite Lily's pleading to stop, Saito, in a state of ecstasy, continued to hug her tightly. Lily is held in Saito's arms until he is satisfied.